you know, yeah, you could feel it. It was just a gigantic sonic boom.
All right, you are looking at live pictures from New York City. That is the World Trade Center in New York, where within just the last few minutes, we have reports that a plane has crashed into the World Trade Center, into one of the towers there, somewhere around the 80th floor. As you can see right now, the smoke billowing from that building. And that is Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. We have reports that it is possibly a commercial jet, unconfirmed at this time what type of plane, but we have eyewitnesses saying that a plane indeed crashed into the World Trade Center and is still embedded somewhere between the 80th and the 85th floor of the World Trade Center. Obviously, as this story is breaking, we have no idea of the emergency response at this moment. I'm sure planners are still rushing to the scene. This is not the kind of thing, obviously, that you can plan for. Fox News Channel is covering this live as well, and we will switch to them right now and their live coverage
of a plane crashing into the side of the building. We have on the phone for National Transportation Safety Board. Dr. Gross, have you ever seen anything like this?
Well, I haven't, but I'm old enough to remember the B-25 crashing into the Empire State Building, you know, in World War II.
That, as we've said, was a fog. That was an accident, wasn't it? Fog obscured the pilot's vision?
Yes, it was definitely an accident.
Can you think of any reason for a pilot to slam into a building of this height on a day like today if it wasn't intentional?
Well, it could have been some inattention. I wouldn't rule that out. In other words, he might have had difficulty, might have had engine failure, he might have been with his head down in the cockpit instead of looking where he was going, and it depends also on the angle of the sun, for example. Was he flying east when he hit? I don't know because I can't see the pictures.
Even for light planes, there is a traffic way up the Hudson River, not very far from these buildings, isn't there?
Oh, yes, the buildings are close to the river, and furthermore, if you've got three major airports in the area, LaGuardia, Newark, and JFK, and it's the busiest air corridor in the world from that point of view, so he could have been confused.
And there are some height limitations. In other words, the planes that fly by there, I'm talking about personal aircraft, light aircraft, and even some, I guess, commercial aircraft. I know that I've returned to the city from time to time and come in at about at a height about level with the top of the building there.
Well, certainly, and you have a lot of helicopter operations in that area down at that low altitude.
So is it in your view, this could have been an accident, and we're not necessarily talking about a deliberate act here?
I wouldn't think so immediately at all. You've got to find out why he crashed, and obviously if it's a deliberate terrorist act, then there'll be a message probably from somebody taking credit for it, but right now it sounds as though the early morning sun, we've had drivers and cars get blinded, you know, by the sun. You could have aircraft trouble. So he could be distracted. There's a number of reasons why the aircraft might hit the building.
Eyewitnesses are saying it was a again, these early reports are coming out from wires. There was a small commuter plane apparently hitting the side of the World Trade Center. Happened just a few minutes ago, but you can see the smoke. The smoke tower is growing. There is quite a bit of flame inside the building. The two towers are home, at least during the day, to upwards of 50,000 workers.
Yes, I understand that.
220 floors.
Right.
I am reminded of a couple of things that happened recently, Dr. Gross. Not long ago, within the last couple of weeks, in fact, there was a pilot who flew. There was another one. We just saw another one. We just saw another one apparently go. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
Well, that would begin to say that, yeah.
We just saw on live television as a second plane flew into the second tower of the World Trade Center. Now, given what has been going on around the world, some of the key suspects come to mind: Osama bin Laden. Who knows what? Eric Shawn is with us. Eric, I know you have a lot of sources at the FBI and other agencies like that. What can you tell us?
Well, first, I apologize for being out of breath because I was walking down Fifth Avenue, which is close to our studios, and I heard a jet, perhaps a 737 or a small Airbus, flying low, unusually low over Fifth Avenue, making a right. I'm not going to say, I don't know, I don't have any reports on what type of plane hit the World Trade Center, but people looked up and it made a right toward the building. John, what we just saw, though, obviously, if that indeed was a second aircraft that hit the southern tower of the World Trade Center, that obviously raises the specter of an intentional terrorist attack. Here, if that is indeed what we are looking at. I don't know what the reports say of what type of plane hit the tower, but I did see a jet airliner that was fairly low. It was unusual, although not unusual in air traffic patterns, because airplanes that fly to LaGuardia often are vectored down south, straight over Manhattan, but of course at an altitude that is far above the buildings clearly, and that the avenue, if you look down Fifth Avenue, oftentimes you see planes, especially the ones from the north, coming down before they vector on a left turn to go up into 1331 or 422, the two runways up at LaGuardia. But clearly this is tremendously disturbing if indeed that explosion that we just saw on television is indeed another airplane. This raises the possibility that is this an intentional attack, a terrorist attack. As we know, the World Trade Center was bombed in the garage back in the early 90s.
We're going to cut away from the live pictures for just a moment to replay what just happened. And I thought when it first happened, I thought it was a replay, but in fact we saw this live perhaps 2 minutes ago. Look at that. A jet plane, clearly a jet plane, a good-sized airplane, slamming into the second tower of the World Trade Center. This after a report of another plane slamming into the North Tower, both towers now in flames. We have reports of at least 6 people killed, 1,000 injured, and clearly those numbers are going to go up. Bill Stokes is on the phone with us. He is an eyewitness to what happened. Bill, we just saw the video of the plane hitting the second tower. What did you see?
Well, I got to correct you and say I wasn't exactly an eyewitness. However, I was an ear witness. I live on Thompson Street in the Village, which looks directly down to the two towers. I was sitting at my desk by the window here working and heard an abnormally low flying plane come right down the street practically, and then followed by a loud bang. People rushed from the apartments onto the street. I've never seen anything like it. Everybody's a little freaked out here.
With good reason.
And there's a sanitation worker that was picking up garbage that actually saw the plane fly down.
All right, we are going to switch now here at Fox 5 in Atlanta to Fox News coverage. You are looking at live pictures of the World Trade Center in New York, where shortly before 9 o'clock, some type of plane crashed into Tower 1 at the World Trade Center, and then here on live television at approximately 9:04, a second plane, which appeared to be a large jet aircraft, slammed into Tower 2. All right, we are going to Fox News and joining them live in New York. You are watching Fox 5 in Atlanta.
Undoubtedly, all that will be unraveled as we continue our coverage throughout the day. This, one of the most tragic accidents or some other, perhaps terrorist bombing. We still don't know. It's probably too early to speculate on the causes, but undoubtedly many, many, many deaths involved in this particular incident happening in Lower Manhattan today at about 8:50 in the morning a.m. It is now 8 minutes after 9 in the morning. We are continuing to coverage. The coverage is speculative right now as to the effects or the cause of this terrible, terrible occurrence. Again, those matters will sort themselves out, but you can see the flames. You can see the smoke pouring out of that area. We're reminded of the terrorist incident, of course, at the World Trade Center back in the early 90s when several dozen people were killed as a result of that particular terrorist bombing. This undoubtedly will go down as far worse and perhaps one of the worst acts or one of the worst tragedies that New York City has ever had to witness. This event just occurring within the past half hour. Once again, this is Lower Manhattan. The World Trade Centers are aflame. There were many, many people inside. Having worked right next to the World Trade Center for many years, you would see people getting off the subway, going to work, usually at about 8 o'clock in the morning. The throngs would arrive. Undoubtedly, many, many people, dozens, hundreds, perhaps thousands of people were in one or both of those trade centers at the time of this tragedy. Whatever the cause and whatever the results of this tragedy, those answers will come to us throughout the day, throughout the upcoming weeks. As for now, all we can report on is this live picture, as frightening as any picture we've ever had to present to you before. This picture is monstrous when one considers the tragedy that is going inside of that building, those two buildings right now. The two towers aflame, the smoke, of course, just as dangerous, if not more so, than the flames. All the people that are above the smoke, hundreds, thousands perhaps, are now in desperate need of assistance. Assistance is pouring in from all over New York. Undoubtedly, every rescue attempt that can be made is being made right now. You can see the helicopters, some of whom are bringing pictures, others undoubtedly by police and rescue organizations trying to figure out the best way to combat this tragic fire that is taking place right now. Again, we don't have word as to how rescue efforts are taking place. Once we tie into the local rescue efforts, we will let you know what is being done. These are shots earlier of the one tower after the plane crashed into it. I believe you will see shortly the effects of another blast. Some thought they saw another plane crash into the Twin Tower, the adjoining Twin Tower. There you see it. There you see it. An incredible shot. An incredible shot. That was a plane going right into the other Twin Tower. One can only assume, and again, it is early for assumptions, so you forgive this reporter if he makes one, but since there was one crash into the one tower and you just witnessed another plane crashing into the other tower, one must assume at this point, early as it may be, that this perhaps is an absolutely dastardly case of terrorism on U.S. soil. We did see one plane crash into the adjoining tower while the other one was aflame. Once again, the first particular incident was supposedly caused by a two-engine plane crashing into World Trade Center 1, and we just saw there in that retape of events that happened just minutes ago, another plane crashing into the adjoining tower. This, in fact, if it does bear out, as it seems to be now, to be an act of terrorism, has got to be one of the worst acts of terrorism in the history of mankind. This taking place right in the heart of the United States, the busiest city in the United States, New York City, in Lower Manhattan, where so much of this world's financial business is transacted. The World Trade Center, both World Trade Centers are aflame. This is almost nightmarish in quality. One has to remind oneself that this is actually happening. This is, once again, you're about to see the crash in slow motion of that second plane. We already know the one plane that caused this terrible smoke that you're seeing right now. Look to the right of your screen. You'll see a plane coming in directly to the other one. There it is in the lower middle section. It is coming, clearly making a pass directly at the World Trade Center. Whoever was piloting that plane, clearly one did not survive this crash just moments ago, and two seemed to be aiming directly at the World Trade Center. This appears to be the most direct terrorist attack on U.S. soil in our history, in our 250-year history here in the United States. This is an awful, awful tragedy that is transpiring right in front of us. Again, since we've had two acts of terrorism so close together, one fears that there may in fact be others planned, but at this point we have no idea what is the cause other than that plane that you saw, or what plans, if any, were taken in order to carry out that dastardly act which you just saw transpire right in front of you. Again, we will re-rack that, try to get as much information. It appeared to this reporter, again without any clear verification from authorities. It appeared that it was a jet airliner, the second one that crashed into World Trade Center, while the other one was aflame. You see the smoke simply cascading out of both of those twin towers. And again, unfortunately, we are very sad to report to you that it couldn't have happened at a worse time. It was shortly before 9 o'clock in the morning when the first plane crash took place into the World Trade Center. The building was undoubtedly jammed with people. Thousands and thousands of people are in that World Trade Center. In fact, there's even there's a club at the top of the World Trade Centers. There are gymnasiums, and of course, many offices, many official offices. Not only private offices, financial offices, but also official offices of both city and federal government agencies as well. Lord knows how many thousands of people may be going through untold tragedy at this moment as they fight desperately to stay alive under these harrowing circumstances. There you're seeing what I believe is the effects of that second crash. Again, we cannot see any signs of the plane itself that crashed into it. It simply was absorbed by the World Trade Center. It is in there, embodied in the Twin Towers as we speak now, presumably both planes. The first accident or terrorist act, whatever it was, took place approximately 8:45 a.m. Eastern time here in New York. Witnesses say it was a twin-engine plane that went into the World Trade Center tower, and then, as you just saw, and we will continue to show you in replay version, approximately 10-15 minutes ago, yet another plane, what appeared to be a jet plane. Again, that's not verified, but it appeared from this reporter's perspective to be a jet plane. In fact, we're going to show it to you one more time. If you'll keep your attention on the right side of the tower, there you see what appears to be a jet airliner heading directly into the World Trade Center. It looked as though this was no accident, particularly after the other occurrence happening so soon, immediately preceding this one by about 30 minutes. It appears that whoever was piloting that jet airline knew precisely what he or she was doing, aiming at the World Trade Center, and as you can see, exploding into an awful confluence of smoke, flames, and destruction. Again, we can only speculate at this point the human misery that is going on right now, but as I mentioned before, thousands of people work in the World Trade Center. This is why it was such great concern back in the early 90s when the other terrorist incident took place at the World Trade Center. There were only 20 minutes between the plane crashes, which once again leads one to assume that this was no accident, that this was a planned terrorist event taking place in the heartland of the World Financial District in New York City. The problem with this is not only confined to those twin towers. The debris from that horrendous crash that you just witnessed moments ago and the preceding crash, the one that started this off, remnants of this explosion, of the crash itself, have been found as far away as Brooklyn. 3 miles away are some of the debris from these two crashes, these twin crashes in the Twin Towers, and of course below, hundreds, thousands of commuters on their way to work, some undoubtedly looking up. As you can see now, the pieces of glass as we're speaking, falling, dripping from this building, from the burning debris. Lord knows, again, how many people below may be affected by this. We want to remind anybody who has any plans of going to Lower Manhattan today not to do so. Do not go downtown if you had any plans to do so. The work of, there you can see some of the commuters, but of course the commuter traffic will come to a standstill undoubtedly. But it is an extraordinarily dangerous situation in Lower Manhattan today. If it is at all possible for anybody who had plans to go downtown not to do so, you should turn around immediately, even at the risk of losing your job or of missing an appointment. Those appointments, those things can be replaced. Human life cannot. And human life undoubtedly has been lost manifold today. This is a tragic, tragic act of what appears at this moment to be pure terrorism 2 plane crashes into the World Trade Center, separated by only 20 minutes. The second one, caught on tape as we were viewing the results of the first crash, appears as though a twin-engine jet airliner aimed directly at the World Trade Center. There appeared to be no doubt of the intention of the pilot. Whoever planned this dastardly deed knew precisely what they were doing. This undoubtedly was the work that was what you just saw, by the way, was a replay. It was not, the live bug was on there, but that was the replay of the second one. We're going to have to take a short break as we sort of try to collect all of the information we can, and we will get right back to you. Once again, one of the worst acts of terrorism in mankind history taking place in Lower Manhattan today at approximately 8:45 in the morning. More to come right here on Fox.
This has been a Fox News Special Report.
All right, you are looking at live pictures now coming in from New York City. You're watching Fox 5 in Atlanta. Again, these are live pictures from New York City. You're looking at the World Trade Center Twin Towers, where shortly before 9 o'clock this morning, eyewitnesses report that a plane crashed into Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. And then shortly afterwards, at approximately 9:04, as we were watching this scene unfold on live television, a second plane, what appeared to be a jet plane, crashed into Tower 2. We are watching Fox News Channel coverage of that right now.
See any markings on the airplane?
And we will join them back in progress. Live pictures again from New York City.
It was like a circular logo on the front of the plane, towards the definitely towards the front. It definitely did not look like a commercial plane. I didn't see any windows on the sides, and as far as I knew when I saw it coming down, I was like, well, LaGuardia is pretty far away, and that plane is really slow. And definitely very low. And I'm completely panicked. You're freaking out. I cannot believe what I just saw.
We are all shaken by this. We are watching the video now back live. But the upper floors of the World Trade Center in Manhattan in flames now after apparently 2 large airplanes, we're talking about jetliners here, slammed into the sides right around 9 o'clock this morning. Mark, if what you say is true, those could be cargo planes or something like that. You said you didn't see any windows in the side?
I didn't see any windows on the sides. I saw the plane flying low. I was probably like a block away from the subway in Brooklyn, and that plane came down very low. And again, it was not a normal flight that I've ever seen at an airport. It was a plane that had a blue logo on the front, and it did not look like it belonged in this area, to be frankly about it. I mean, that's not an accident. My personal opinion.
All right, let's bring in David Lee Miller, our correspondent. He has an eyewitness with him. David Lee, what can you tell us?
Good morning, John. I'm a few blocks from the World Trade Center right now. As you would expect, all the roadways are pretty much cut off. The only way to get near the buildings is on foot right now. The scene is absolutely a horrific one. You have people streaming out of the area. You've got people literally in tears and shock. People that just worked in the nearby buildings that cannot believe what has happened. Still, many of them remember the terrorist attack years ago on the World Trade Center, and for many of them, this is just an ugly reminder of that, although the details of what happened here are not certain. As I was walking downtown in Lower Manhattan, making my way to the World Trade Centers, I stopped to speak to Sylvia Fuentes. She's with me right now. We're a few blocks away from the building. She works in Lower Manhattan. She used to work in the Trade Center, and I'm going to actually hand her the telephone right now, and she's going to describe for us what she saw this morning as she was arriving at work. Sylvia?
Mitch,
yes.
Sean.
Describe what you saw.
Hi, Sylvia.
Yes,
Sylvia, go ahead.
I was at the deli on Fulton Street, and I heard a loud rumbling, and when I walked out of the deli onto Fulton Street, I looked up in the air, and there was an airplane actually going into the World Trade Center.
This is a Fox News Special Report.
This is Fox News coverage of perhaps the worst act of terrorism in United States history. You were looking at the results of 2 plane crashes under the World Trade Center towers in Lower Manhattan, this taking place within the past hour, both plane crashes taking place within 20 minutes of each other. The first plane crash was a twin-engine plane that went into World Trade Tower 1. The second was actually caught on tape, which appeared to be a twin-engine jet. About 20 minutes later, just about 20 minutes ago, It is now 9:20 Eastern Time in New York. This is a tape of the second crash. You see the plane. It appears to be a twin-engine jet. It appears to be aimed directly at the World Trade Center tower, the one that was not hit. And there you see an incredibly powerful explosion, only to match what you could imagine happen in a situation such as this. This is not a nightmare. This is not Hollywood. This is really happening, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the World Trade Center towers. They are twin towers in Lower Manhattan. For those of you who aren't familiar with New York City, these are the largest structures in New York. You can see the tower on top. The one on the left, which is, of course, engulfed in smoke at the moment, has an antenna on top from which a lot of broadcasting is done from the various television and radio stations. Some of those stations have been knocked out as a result of this tragic incident, whatever the cause. We can't tell you much. A lot of it is speculation right now as to the cause and the effects of this tragedy. But the FBI, according to the Associated Press, is now reporting that this is the result of foul play. That's all they're saying at the moment, but there are thousands of people in that World Trade Center. There were thousands of people before this happened. There are thousands of people that are stuck in the World Trade Center right now. We can only imagine how many have been killed and how many are injured. The smoke itself, in fact, in some cases far worse than the flames, but you can still see the flames on the left, on the World Trade Center tower on the left, and there are flames undoubtedly also taking place in the other World Trade Center tower as well. Hundreds, thousands of people are in those two buildings at the time that this tragedy took place, and thousands of people still are undoubtedly stuck in that trade center as rescuers try desperately to save the lives of those people who remain inside there. President Bush was actually in Sarasota, Florida at the time of this tragedy. He was speaking to a classroom of children at the time. He was, of course, shaken, very shaken at the time that this happened. He is going to be speaking to the nation, to the world, about what has happened shortly. We, of course, are going to be covering President Bush's reaction to this tragedy live. We are also going to be covering effects of this tragedy. It goes far beyond just what you see here. Debris from this awful incident has been found as far away as 3 miles. A jet airliner crashing into a tower that size, you can only imagine how far debris would spread. And there are many, many people who were on the ground commuting to their work. There are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who work in that particular section of Manhattan, perhaps the busiest financial center in the world. It happened at the worst possible time, just before people were going into their offices. Of course, many people were already in their offices, arriving there at 8 o'clock or earlier in Lower Manhattan. But many people also were out in the street, commuting by way of foot, commuting by way of bus, and commuting by way of taxis and cars. The debris from this awful incident undoubtedly showering upon the streets, creating mayhem on the streets of Lower Manhattan as well as within the World Trade Center itself. Rescue efforts are undoubtedly at the highest level right now. All available rescue operations are being made. The Twin Towers are 110 stories high. They are the highest structures in Manhattan, no longer the highest structures in the world, though they claim that fame for a bit. Other structures are higher now, but they are certainly the landmark for anybody coming into Manhattan, whether by air or by train or by car. One sees one of the first signs of Manhattan as you're approaching from the south or the north or any side is the sign of those Twin Towers towering above everything else. It is perhaps the most predominant landmark in Manhattan. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani is apparently on his way to the tragedy. There are many offices of federal and city agencies within the World Trade Center towers themselves. Perhaps, as it was pointed out before, by a terrorist incident that occurred, I believe it was in 1993, in which there was a bombing at the base of the World Trade Center. One of the targets of the terrorists at that point were the government offices that were located in those towers. And clearly that was one form of protest beyond just the attack at the heart of the financial capital of the United States. There is also a mall under that building, and there are many, many stores. There are also key subway hubs in that building. Most of the various lines of the subways in Manhattan, from Brooklyn, from Queens, from all the points from which people commute into Manhattan, converge at that point at the World Trade Center, all the various subway lines at the bottom of the World Trade Center. One can only imagine the chaos, the mayhem taking place underneath the World Trade Center right now, which is leading into this devastation that you see unfold in front of you. This sort of tragedy has no precedent, not only in New York history, but in the history of the United States of America, in the history of the world. There has not been a precedent such as the one you were seeing unfolding before you live right here on Fox. You see the smoke. There is clearly at this point, though we don't want to denigrate in any way the efforts of rescuers, no way to combat adequately the tragedy that you're seeing there. The various sprinkler systems, the various systems that they have for getting a fire under control, dwarfed by this tragedy, by the momentous nature of this tragedy. The smoke, the flames. As you're seeing on the left of your screen now, President Bush is speaking. Undoubtedly, he will talk about this tragedy. Let's listen.
Moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Pace, Lieutenant Governor, will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
President George W. Bush in Sarasota, Florida, announcing he is going to be flying immediately to Washington to deal with what you see on the right-hand side of your screen. This is possibly the worst terrorist act ever in humankind. This taking place about 1 hour ago in Lower Manhattan. 2 airliners, one crashing within 20 minutes of the other directly into the World Trade Center towers. Senior government officials now reporting that one or both of the planes were hijacked by suicide terrorists, and undoubtedly many, many, many people have died. Please stay tuned to Fox News Channel and this Fox station for continuing coverage of this story. For now, I'm David Asman in New York.
This has been a Fox News Special Report.
And among the key targets, key people that they're looking at is Osama bin Laden. It was just last Friday that the U.S. State Department put out a worldwide caution to American citizens traveling abroad and also to U.S. government facilities. And they said that terrorism knows no limits, whether it's on U.S. soil or outside. So they're certainly looking at that as a possibility. What I'm also hearing from my officials at FAA, at the Federal Aviation Administration, is that they believe the first plane may have been an American Airlines plane, a commercial jet, either a 737 or 757, and that it was a hijacked plane. This is what they believe. They're still trying to get this verified, but they did get some reports that there was an American Airlines plane that was hijacked en route from Boston to Los Angeles this morning. And they're saying that there is a strong possibility that that first plane that crashed into one of the towers, which does appear to be commercial, and looking at the video, they're saying appears to be either a 737 or 757, that apparently might have been the hijacked plane. In terms of what the second plane is, they said that does appear, as you've been reporting, John, to be a jet plane, probably a 737, twin-engine jet airplane. And those are the two things that are being looked at. They said at this point, There was no direct threat that they were aware of as any specific threat in terms of targeting the Twin Towers there in New York, but that they did have specific threats against Americans and American facilities around the world, and that's why they issued that worldwide caution. We also know that the FBI Rapid Response Team has been deployed. It is en route. Several FBI agents are already on the scene there at the Twin Towers, but they are definitely looking at this as a terrorist-related act, looking at this point not knowing who is behind it, but looking at the strong possibility that it may be Osama bin Laden, the mastermind behind the East African embassy bombings several years ago. Back to you, John.
All right, Rita Cosby, thanks very much. I want to bring into the conversation William Daly. Bill, I know that Osama bin Laden likes airplanes, and again, we are not attributing this act to his organization, but he was implicated in a plot to blow up something like 13 airliners in 13 days or 8 in 8 days. That back in the Philippines back in the 1980s, I believe.
Exactly.
Airplanes have been his terrorist weapon of choice in the past.
They have, because they hold for someone like a bin Laden or other terrorists. The fact that you could take a plane and within just the number of people on the plane commit such a horrendous act at one time makes an impact to the world. Combine that with what we see in front of our eyes today at the World Trade Center, and you certainly conjure up the worst possible scenario that certainly law enforcement could think of what a terrorist might do. Before we get on to, possibly bin Laden, there are certainly other terrorist groups around the world that would like to do things like this. The question would be who might be able to actually carry out such an incident, whether by sheer manpower, training, or some other device. So although he's certainly our poster boy literally for terrorism worldwide, there are other groups out there that certainly have also ill intent against the United States. But what we see before us today is, as I mentioned before, is something that in planning scenarios gets almost into the catastrophic, where it's to prevent something like this from happening. Planes fly by, John, as you may know, and I know, having traveled in and out of the city, come up and down the East River by the hundreds each day, by the thousands each week, and passing by the Trade Center.
At rooftop level.
You look down and you see the antenna, you see the windows. So this is something that even on a bad day, they fly up and down that route. Today was a perfectly clear day in New York.
Even if some air traffic controllers saw those airplanes, and certainly they would have been in view of air traffic control, it might not have looked all that unusual.
The first plane, which from my appearance, I saw it over Fifth Avenue heading south when I was coming to work, appeared to be a 737, or as I said, a smaller Airbus that could fit with what Rita just reported, that her sources are saying that perhaps it was a plane hijacked from Boston, which obviously is north, that is a used air route down through Manhattan before planes make a left into LaGuardia. So clearly, perhaps there may not have been an indication that something was wrong at that time.
I just want to remind our viewers that the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange have not opened for the day for obvious reasons. This catastrophic terrorist attack on the World Trade Center right there in the Wall Street area. The two markets have not opened for the day. No word yet on when they will open, but clearly, given this kind of turmoil, you don't want to throw the financial markets into a complete panic. John Fund from the Wall Street Journal is on the phone with us. John, were you in the area when the planes hit?
I was across the street in my office building.
What did you see? What did you hear?
I heard an incredible sonic boom, and looked up, and there were already much smoke and flames pouring out of the building. And about 15 minutes later, of course, a second sonic boom, which of course would have been the second tower and the second plane.
What about injuries, John?
Well,
can you tell us?
The most terrible and heart-rending thing about this is, about 15 minutes ago, bodies started dropping from the top floors of the tower closest to the highway, about at least 5 or 6, and it was absolutely terrible. Obviously, they had two choices: to be burned in flames or to leap and end it all. It was quite tragic.
So these are people who apparently survived the initial explosion and fire and then found themselves engulfed in smoke.
Yes, and they obviously had no alternatives at that point.
John, I guess you just heard the explosions. You didn't get a chance to see the planes involved.
No, I did not, but I looked up immediately afterwards, and of course the flames were everywhere. There's an enormous jagged hole in the first tower. The second hole in the second tower is much less extensive and much less dramatic, but there's flames out of that too, and of course there are flames burning in the parking lot across the street from the World Trade Center because of debris that has fallen down, and of course there's complete pandemonium here. And every building in the neighborhood is being evacuated or has been evacuated.
Yeah, that's the prudent thing to do, certainly. When we are looking at video of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center, when we saw it happen on live television, as we were talking about what at that point were only rumors of a plane hitting the first tower, then that second one came into view, and it became pretty clear what's going on here. Bill Daly, well, let me bring into the conversation David Asman, my colleague.
Yes, John Scott,
David, what can you tell us?
I just want to give you some late-breaking information. Perhaps one of the things that is of greatest fear is that there is yet another terrorist attack since those two plane crashes happened within 20 minutes of each other. Well, all of Manhattan has been sealed off. This is probably unprecedented. Of course, all of this is unprecedented in this dastardly occasion, but Manhattan has been sealed off. The Hudson River bridges and the tunnels have been sealed. Clearly, there is an attempt right now to thwart any further act of terrorism, act of violence against the people of Manhattan. So Manhattan is in a lockdown. We've heard that phrase used in school shootings. We've heard that phrase used in jailbreaks. I can't recall ever having that phrase used with regard to a city the size of Manhattan. But Manhattan is in a lockdown. It is sealed off. The Hudson River bridges, the tunnels, the east side, the west side, the north, the south. Of course, we are an island here in Manhattan, has been sealed off. One can only guess that the U.S. Armed Forces is now in a state of high alert to prevent any planes or any other vehicular traffic in the air from impacting anywhere in Manhattan on civilian targets. We are a city under siege right now, and the United States of America is warding off any further terrorist threats on the city of Manhattan. John?
All right, David, we'll be checking with the Air Force to find out, and also with the FAA to find out what's going on with the airspace in and around Manhattan. Clearly it has happened with two planes to this point, and well, you just got to wonder what reaction happens next. Let's find out from a former special agent of the FBI. This is Joseph Contamessa, New York Special Operations. He's joining us by telephone now. Joseph, how do you proceed from here?
Well, clearly, when this particular tragedy and criminal act became clear, the FBI, as well as all of the other national security resources, are going to be pooled immediately to identify, is there any other immediate threat? Right now, I think the city is probably taking its best effort now to do a lockdown of sorts. If the intention of these terrorists is clearly to disrupt the American public, well, they have, in fact, succeeded.
Yeah, clearly, a lot of people are terrified. There are going to be scores, perhaps hundreds of dead in those two buildings, to say nothing of the people who may have been on board one of the airliners. Again, one report is that a hijacked airliner, the FBI is looking at a report of a hijacked airliner that may have been the first one to slam into the North Tower of the World Trade Center a couple of minutes before 9 this morning. Agent Contamessa, what about the airspace? Are there plans in place in a situation like this? Can the federal government simply shut down the airspace and keep all airplanes on the ground?
Well, of course, any legitimate aircraft can be controlled totally through the FAA and the various control centers and towers. However, a hijacked aircraft that is under control of...
I want to interrupt you for just a minute. The White House is being evacuated. That comes to us from one of our Fox producers in Washington. The White House is being evacuated. The Pentagon as well. It should be noted that there are sharpshooters on the roof of the White House who have anti-aircraft missiles for just this kind of situation, but the White House is being evacuated. Now, you know that President Bush is not there. He is at this moment in Florida, perhaps boarding Air Force One to prepare to return to the nation's capital. I don't want to incite any undue panic, but there is a report only, of another aircraft that has crashed on Interstate 395, one of the main routes in Washington, D.C. Now, that is only a report at this point, but given the pictures you're seeing on your screen right now, anything is possible. David Asman is joining us from Fox Central. David, what do you have?
John, we are hearing right now of another explosion that has taken place at the Pentagon. We have the heart of the financial district of America being attacked. Now we understand that there is an explosion. There has been an explosion in the Pentagon, the heart of the military command center of the United States of America, John. It can't get much worse than this. Let's hope.
Let's hope. David Asman. That would be right next to Interstate 395, so that report, the Pentagon is next to I-395, one of the main commuter highways in and out of Washington, D.C. So, David, that would fit in with this report that we had earlier.
We must, as we've said before, not only have we not heard that a city is under a lockdown, but we must say we've seen...
All right, we are going to switch now to CNN's coverage of the unprecedented events that you are watching unfold on live television. You are watching Fox 5 in Atlanta, and we will move you around to the breaking coverage as it is best able to be brought to you this morning. So trust us to do that. We are going to CNN Live now, and you are looking at pictures in Washington, D.C., where we understand that the Pentagon has been evacuated. We have reports now that a plane has crashed into the Pentagon, as well as planes having crashed into the World Trade Center towers in New York.
On the mall,
let's take CNN Live.
That part of the Capitol that runs essentially from the Capitol to the White House in kind of a straight line going up Washington, D.C., and we have reports of a fire there. What you're looking at now is Washington, at least if I can see the monitor in front of me. It's a little tricky from where we are, but that looks to me like the old executive office building, and then in back of it you see the large plume of smoke. Here in New York, sirens everywhere, people out on the streets staring at this grotesque scene of the World Trade Center buildings. It was in February of '93, if memory serves me correctly, that there was an attack, a terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. Bomb exploded in the garage of the Trade Center on that day in February of '93. Here we are in the year 2001, and what appears to be deliberate attacks on the World Trade Center. And then we have these two reports out of Washington, the fire at the Pentagon. Chris Plant is still on the phone, I do believe. And we'll get to him in a second. Greta Van Susteren is at National...
All right, we're going to switch back now to John Scott in the Fox News channel and move back to coverage as you are looking again at live pictures. This appears to be the Pentagon, where we have reports that a plane has also crashed into the Pentagon. Let's take Fox News Channel Live.
For her to appear at has been canceled. We would be watching very carefully to see whether she is also asked to leave the Capitol and go to a safe place.
Yeah, Brian Wilson, the Capitol is being evacuated, we're told, and clearly that shot that we have on our screen now, this is the Pentagon just across the river from Washington, D.C. You got to believe that it has happened again. Another large airliner, perhaps hijacked, perhaps part of some widespread plan, apparently slamming into at least the area around the Pentagon, along with the World Trade Center in Manhattan, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan. The Sears Tower in Chicago is being evacuated. Clearly, authorities all over the country are trying to be prudent in this unbelievable catastrophe. Two towers of the World Trade Center, 50,000 people who work in those buildings on fire, the fire out of control. Firefighters are going to take days, perhaps, to get this under control, but the Twin Towers on fire as after being slammed into by two jetliners earlier this morning. Bill Daly, let me bring you into the conversation. Actually, Bill, let me interrupt for just a second. Molly Falconer has some updated information for us. Molly? Molly Falconer, are you with us? All right, Bill Daley, let me go back to you for a minute. Clearly a coordinated strike. My heart is pounding. I'm sure yours is as well. What does the FBI do at this point? What does the nation's military do?
Well, certainly the nation's military will be put on alert. This is no doubt about it. Is that, you know, when in the gaming of looking at potential terrorist events, it's always the concern, as David Asman mentioned earlier, that there'll be some type of diversionary incident, and there'll be several others. And I think clearly this is what we're seeing here. The concern is that when a terrorist strikes like this, is that they're going to want to do as much as they can, as quick as they can, because before you know it, there'll be everything will be locked down, as David said, and we will be on a high state of alert. So their chance of doing something more anytime soon will be nil. The opportunity to do that. Also, just speaking from personal perspective, having worked down in the area of the World Trade Center, having been down there as recently as yesterday, I can tell you that logistically, to get people in and out of there, people who are wounded, fire rescue people, is a monumental effort even on a good day, with traffic, with pedestrians in the area. We have the World Financial Center just literally across the street, which I'm sure has probably incurred some debris shattering upon it. It's a tremendous logistical, I would say at this point, challenge and nightmare for people who are trying to rescue, put out the fires that are being, I'm sure, fueled by the jet fuel as well as the interior of the building.
We now understand that the Federal Aviation Administration is shutting down all airline takeoffs nationwide. All airliners nationwide there will be no more takeoffs, and I imagine that the planes that are in the air right now are going to be diverted to the closest airport as soon as possible, because in a situation like this, the authorities don't know where the next one might come from, the next rogue aircraft. We have seen the World Trade Center, both towers hit by jetliners. We've seen the Pentagon apparently hit by a jetliner. Authorities want to take every precaution they can, and so all aircraft takeoffs nationwide have been stopped.
You've got to think that that is an indication, one would suspect, that this was a hijacking, or at least one of them was a hijacking, because that would indicate that they don't know if there is another plane where it'd be coming from. And one way to prevent a repeat, whether it would be a fourth attack, if that's indeed what happened out at the Pentagon.
Well, and we are looking at pictures of the Pentagon area now, Eric, and it's quite clear from the smoke cloud that some enormous explosion hit there.
Would the Pentagon be protected by anti-aircraft missiles such as are at the White House, believed to be at the White House roof? Perhaps this plane, that if it was a plane at the Pentagon, was heading toward the Pentagon, could it have been shot down by our military before it got there? Because that appears to be smoke from jet fuel a little bit away from the Pentagon, not on the actual building itself. As we look at this. But let me again say the plane that I saw was heading here in Manhattan. The first plane that I believe was heading south. It was above Fifth Avenue at a low altitude, which was rare, but it is a usual jet route from planes, especially planes that are vectored down from the north, whether it be from Canada or whether it be from Boston. As Rita Cosby, our colleague, had reported, there are sources telling her that perhaps it was one of the planes was a hijacked plane from Boston.
We have witnesses at the Pentagon who say that a helicopter was near the Pentagon, and then there was an explosion. So again, folks, stay with us. This is all coming into us. Breaking news. You can imagine the catastrophe that we're trying to deal with here, but clearly 3 explosions, 2 at the World Trade Center, one outside or very near the Pentagon. Molly Falconer is at one of the New York area hospitals and has some updated information on the number of injuries. Molly?
Hi, John. I'm coming to you live from downtown Manhattan, where St. Vincent's Hospital basically looks like it is under siege. There are flares out forming a block perimeter around this hospital. I've watched one victim come out of an ambulance, go in on a stretcher. They look exceedingly injured, and right now there are hospital beds lined up on the street right outside the hospital, waiting with paramedics right next to them for the waves of injuries they are obviously expecting to come in here. There's yet another one. I don't know if you can hear the sirens coming in now. New York City police officers have locked this place down with wooden barricades. More coming in on trucks right now. I'm watching lit flares get put in the asphalt here. There are hundreds of people lined up all around this hospital, and lines of people trying to get on payphones and hard lines just to get out to call into the hospital or call their loved ones. Nothing works down here. Our cell phones are down. All we can watch now are just the sirens and the paramedics on standby. The entire hospital staff.
All right, we have lost Molly Falconer's connection. That would not be unusual given the fact that the World Trade Center is a hub of communications in this city, as well as being a nationwide financial link. Folks, it just bears repeating here. This is a tremendous tragedy, yes, but we are still the most powerful nation on earth. We perhaps will one day find who is responsible, and appropriate steps will be taken. They have not struck at America. They have struck at some individual places in America, but this country will go on. Let's go on to David Asman in Fox Central. David?
John, as we've mentioned before, our job right now, the job of the armed forces of the United States, is to prevent any further terrorist attack. As a result of that, not only is the city of New York in a lockdown status, all entrances to New York have been closed, all airports nationwide have been closed, but indeed the White House has been evacuated, the Pentagon, of course, having been struck by some terrorist act. We're not sure whether it was an aircraft, what kind of an aircraft, but clearly the devastation is visible on the right hand of your screen. The Pentagon is in flames, is engulfed in smoke, as is the World Trade Centers. The Sears Tower in Chicago has been evacuated. Again, no specific information about whether there was a threatened attack on that, but no one is taking chances at the moment. The White House has been threatened as well. This is a shot earlier of that second attack. You see that jet aircraft bursting into flames as it crashes into the World Trade Center within 20 minutes of the other Trade Center tower having been attacked as well. Once again, the nation, as we speak, is under lockdown. Our armed forces are taking all necessary precautions to prevent another attack. Those include closing all United States airports as a result of this attack. As you see there, one that occurred about an hour ago, and an attack in the Pentagon as well. We are a nation under lockdown, and once again, we are prepared for the worst, but we are prepared. John?
All right. David Asman, thanks very much. I want to go to our Washington managing editor, Britt Hume, who has the outlook from the nation's capital. Britt, this raises all kinds of questions about America's response, and I guess that response is not going to be immediate, is it?
Well, whether it is immediate or not, the one thing I think we are seeing, John, is this series of evacuations from various buildings around Washington. And I think it's important to say that we don't know and have no reason to believe that the White House, for example, was facing any immediate or imminent threat. The same is true on Capitol Hill, where it appears they will be evacuating the building up here soon. Nothing has happened at either of those places. Obviously, if you put yourself in the position of officials with responsibility for any of these places, the safe move in light of what we've seen is to evacuate places, just as the safe move was for the authorities to close the airports to keep any new planes out of the sky. So I think we have a blend here of things that have really happened, which are chilling in themselves, and things that are happening out of precaution that may or may not denote any particular threat. So it's worth keeping all that in mind. As for whether there'll be any retaliatory action by the United States, obviously that's days away, and we're, if not longer, it may be a long time before we know exactly how this was orchestrated, organized, by whom, and so on. This, of course, though, John, I think this is one of these days where we can say that things will not again be the same in the United States of America. This is the kind of terrorist attack that is the nightmare that experts and others have warned about, but some of us may have thought really could not happen on such a scale. This is quite remarkable.
It is that. Britt Hume in Washington, thanks very much. And I think when the investigation is all over, we will find that this was perhaps somewhat easy to pull off, but that is yet to come. Jim Angle is joining us now from Washington. Jim, what can you tell us about that fire outside the Pentagon? Jim Angle, are you with us?
I can tell you first that the roads around the White House, the streets around the White House, were blocked seconds ago. Members of the Uniform Division of the Secret Service ran out to intersections and started diverting traffic. There are emergency vehicles on almost every block around the White House. The road south of the White House has also been blocked. And as you know, the White House is being evacuated. Federal employees are standing on the street corners in and around the White House, having left the building for fear of another attack. As you come into Washington from Virginia, about 2 miles from the Pentagon, you can see the smoke billowing up from the building. Huge clouds of smoke. So much so that commuters coming into town have pulled over to the side of a busy freeway, what is ordinarily a busy freeway, and are sitting, watching in amazement as the symbol of the United States Defense Establishment goes up in smoke. So there is an amazement all over Washington. People are not sure what to think. You've got a lot of federal employees standing around in this area watching as the streets are blocked off and emergency vehicles rush to and fro. We're not sure what they are up to, but clearly there is concern about the safety of the White House and the surrounding buildings. John.
Jim, do you know anything about what kind of plane or helicopter is involved in that Pentagon incident?
I do not, but I can tell you, whatever it is, it caused substantial damage and fire. I can't tell you how large the smoke plumes are coming from the Pentagon.
Jim, let me interrupt you. We are looking at live pictures of the World Trade Center literally starting to crumble. It is falling apart as we watch these pictures live. The World Trade
This is a Fox News special report.
This is Fox News coverage event of one of the most dastardly deeds ever to happen on U.S. soil. As you can see, there is now just one of the two twin trade towers. The World Trade Center has been attacked. One of those towers has just collapsed. You can see the smoke and debris. These are live shots of the smoke and debris from one of the trade towers. Moments ago, that trade tower disappeared. It vanished under the weight of a catastrophe unlike that we've ever seen in the United States history. Approximately 1 hour ago, a little more, a twin-engine plane crashed into one of those two towers. One of those two towers burst into flames. About 20 minutes later, another twin-engine jet airliner crashed into the adjoining tower. And as you can just see, moments ago, one of those twin trade towers vanished, disappeared into the streets below. We don't know how many thousands of people have been affected, but undoubtedly there are thousands. There are thousands of casualties. There are people on the streets below. There were offices in the streets below. It is chaos in lower Manhattan, though rescue workers, are trying desperately to clear out the debris to save as many people as is possible. But under these circumstances, we can only guess what damage is taking place in lower Manhattan. We will show you scenes of the destruction of one of the World Trade Center towers in just a moment, but for now we want to tell you about yet another attack on the heart of the United States. The Pentagon has been attacked. The Pentagon, as you see on the left, is in flames, is engulfed in acrid, thick smoke. Undoubtedly, the smoke will spread throughout Washington, D.C., as the smoke, as you can see from the destruction of the World Trade Center, is spreading throughout Manhattan. These two attacks clearly coordinated. The attacks on the twin trade centers were coordinated. They took place within 20 minutes of each other. The city of New York is in a lockdown status. All traffic in and out of New York has been stopped. In and out of the subways, the various bridges, the tunnels have all been stopped. Indeed, air traffic in the United States of America has now been shut down as well. All planes that were flying in the United States and adjoining areas have been diverted to the nearest possible airport as a result of this tragedy.
one can only guess the effects, the long-term effects. At this point, any speculation on who is to blame for these dastardly terrorist efforts is only speculation. But once again, all authorities are suggesting that indeed these are terrorist acts. There was one plane that was hijacked this morning, an American Airlines flight from Boston to Los Angeles. It was hijacked. A second plane, a twin 737 jet, crashed into the World Trade Center about 20 minutes after the first one crashed. Once again, you're looking at the results of that devastating crash, the results, the effects of which are only now beginning to unfold in the city of Manhattan. As you can see all over Manhattan, including on top of where this particular reporter is reporting, is now covered with smoke, with ash, with debris. The people who were affected by the absolute disintegration of one of those Twin Trade Center towers, the people who were unlucky enough to be below that, clearly devastated by this effect. As you can see on the left hand of your screen, the military hub of the United States of America also attacked on this day, September 11th, in the year 2001. The military and the financial capitals of the United States attacked by terrorists. The nation is in a state of lockdown. All available armed forces personnel are working as hard as they can to prevent another terrorist attack from taking place. The President of the United States was not in the nation's capital while this devastation was being wreaked upon our country. The President was in Sarasota, Florida, speaking at an elementary school in front of children. We have video of the President's initial reaction to these twin terrorist attacks. But first, Rick Leventhal is reporting to us, our own Rick Leventhal. Let's listen in. Rick?
Everything was locked up, and then I came out, and everything was filled with ash, and it looks like I'm in a surreal movie.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse?
To me, it sounded like an explosion, then the building, the rolling sound sounded like the building collapsed.
Were there other people? There must have been a lot of people on the ground nearby when it happened.
Oh, where that happened, there was mostly law enforcement. I don't think there were many civilians there. I don't know.
Don't move, Pat. How many people would you say were on the ground when the building exploded or collapsed?
Law enforcement, over on that corner there, I don't know. There might have been 100, 150. I don't know.
What's your full name, officer?
Police Officer Gronowski.
All right. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
What exactly happened?
Rick,
somebody needs to walk out the whole time.
Huh?
We're gonna watch music. You're live.
This is Church Street. It looks like a snowstorm hit. There's thick ash on the ground, lots of it. Pandemonium here a short time ago. When the building did collapse or whatever it was that happened, it was a huge explosion, a huge rumbling cloud of smoke and fire came across Church Street and then started billowing this way, and all we saw was people running in this direction. Everyone, law enforcement people, a woman pushing a baby carriage. This is actually, we believe, debris from one of the planes that hit one of the towers on the World Trade Center. The FBI is here, as you can see. They had roped this area off. They were taking photographs and securing this area just prior to that huge explosion that we all heard and felt. We'll try and talk to some of these guys. Can you tell me what you saw, what you heard?
So no.
You all right?
All right.
Where were you, sir, when that happened?
Right on the street.
What did you see? What did you hear?
It felt like another plane coming. It felt like another plane coming. Everybody took cover to run. We ran down the subway, but the dust followed us down there.
Were there a lot of people in the subway?
No, not that many, because they already had evacuated before.
Did you see people, anyone in danger, anyone getting hit when this?
Not back there, yeah, but I was running. I mean, there was nothing you can do because you just saw the thing coming right over.
Have you seen, were you able to see the tower after?
No. What do you mean, since it happened now? Since the fire?
Look at this guy, Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The streets have been shut down. There was very little traffic on the streets except for emergency vehicles going one way or the other. So there was not a lot of vehicle traffic in this area, but there were a lot of pedestrians on almost every single corner taking photographs and just looking at the building, which was still smoking and still on fire. A lot of police officers at the back.
Officials up there that were right near the building.
Where were you when the explosion occurred, when the plane hit the building?
I saw it from my office, as a matter of fact, down the Lower East Side.
So you came here?
Yes.
To check it out?
Help. No, what do you mean? To see if we can help, but this is...
Yeah. This poor woman. Wow.
Rick Leventhal is the one reporting on the ground. He's not able to hear me at this moment. But Rick...
Just the sound of a plane.
Star jets.
All right. What are you guys doing right now? What's your assignment? What's your assignment?
Help people.
Are there a lot of injured?
Where were we, down there?
The dust is still thick in the air. What that guy is covered with is this stuff that's all over the street. Just thick soot, ash. Just came roaring down here in a huge cloud from the World Trade Center. You see just the survivors, if you will. Are you able to talk? Can we just talk to you about what happened?
I was there when it exploded.
You were right there at the building?
Yes, a lot of people trapped. You're right? Come here.
A lot of people trapped. EMT. This guy needs help.
Rick Leventhal is not able to hear me, but from his vantage point on the ground, I think it's not clear to him what's fairly clear to us, our vantage point from the helicopter, that the top of Tower 1, World Trade Center, has literally crumbled. I can't guess how many floors, perhaps 30, perhaps 40.
The tower itself is, I think, 107 stories tall. Tower 1 and Tower 2, one in the south end, one in the north end. It appears that the first plane that hit the one in the north end, that has the restaurant, Windows in the World upstairs, and then the south towers appears to be the one that was hit the second time. That has the observation deck. That is a obviously popular tourist attraction for people. So clearly, as we see, a pandemonium. But John, the FBI and the New York City Police Department have the Joint Terrorist Task Force. They have obviously experience with this. They were able to solve the others, and I'm confident, and we should be confident that...
Let's go to Brian Wilson now. He's at the in Washington. Brian, is there a report about the Pentagon?
Well, I can't tell you about that, but I was just here in front of the Capitol, which, by the way, has been evacuated, and back toward the Supreme Court area, we just heard a low, muffled thud. It sounded like a small explosion. Sirens are going off around this city like you cannot believe, and just overhead a moment ago, something I have never seen in Washington in the 16 years I've been here, military jets are now patrolling the skies over Washington, D.C. We'll try to find out more about that explosion, but it was a low thud, and I'm now seeing that there is a great deal of activity over toward the direction of the Supreme Court.
All right.
Back to you, John.
Britt Hume is with us. Britt?
John, I'm looking now on one of our remote cameras here at a picture of the scene at the Pentagon. This is a picture looking down Interstate 395, which is, you probably know, John, is a major thoroughfare in and out of Washington that is used by commuters every day in large numbers. And we're getting a sense that from a reporter out there at the scene has just said that there's been another loud bang out there, whether that is a further explosion initiated in an attack or whether it is simply a secondary blast, a result of the continuing fire. But the situation there at the Pentagon continues to evolve. We'll keep you posted.
All right. Britt Hume in Washington, thank you. Our Rick Leventhal is on the ground in Lower Manhattan, where these scenes of chaos and utter confusion are just mind-numbing. Rick, go ahead. Rick is not able to hear me, but this is the scene in Lower Manhattan where the upper floors of the World Trade Center, Tower 1, apparently have completely collapsed.
5 blocks from the World Trade Center, and we were standing here when there was some sort of collapse or explosion. and everyone started running in this direction. Police officers, pedestrians, EMTs, everybody came running this way. I saw a woman pushing a baby carriage, running for her life, and right behind them was a huge cloud of billowing smoke and ash and debris coming this way. The smoke is obviously cleared somewhat. Ma'am, she's with DCPI. Can you talk to us for just a second? Bring us up to speed. Obviously, people have their hands full out here. It's not easy getting anyone to talk. Yeah, tell me where you were. What happened? What did you see? What did you hear?
First, I went on Canal Street. I saw the fire. I saw the two buildings. I think it was a bomb because it's two of them. Anyway, when I got there, I tried to save people because I'm a doctor. When I tried to save people, the moment we heard a big explosion coming down, everything just went black. Everything came down, glass are popping, people got hurt, stuff went on top of them, and it was a big explosion, and everything got dark, real dark, like snow. You can see behind me, oh, this is not snow, this is all from the building. It was a terrible nightmare.
Where exactly were you standing when this happened?
I was standing right in front of the World Trade Center.
So you were down the block here, and
right
you came
there in the
running this
middle,
way?
right, yeah.
Did you get hurt at all?
No, not me.
Did you see anyone around you getting caught up in it?
Yeah, I was with the firemen. We got hurt. We all went inside to this dark. We was inside the building when everything happened, but we came out alive.
What's your name?
My name is Dr. Angel.
Were you able to assist anyone before this happened?
Yes, I did. I help a lot of patients. A lot of them.
Well, there are a lot more people that need help now.
Need help,
so
yeah.
if you're capable, maybe you should.
Yes, I'm gonna go back. I lost my ID, but I try to go back.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot for talking to us.
All right. That's what Rick Leventhal has for us down in Lower Manhattan, where chaos and utter confusion reigns. This is clearly a national catastrophe. There will be some response from the White House. Let's go to Wendell Goler, who was traveling with the president in Sarasota, Florida, and find out what the latest is there. Wendell?
John, the president left Sarasota, Florida. Air Force One took off just a short while ago. Mr. Bush returning to Washington to convene a meeting of his national security advisors, including the vice president, the heads of the CIA, the National Security Agency, and the FBI, and also New York Governor Pataki. It is unclear now whether that meeting will be held at the White House or elsewhere, given the explosion just a short distance away from the White House on the other side of the old executive office building, and the evacuation of the White House itself. Mr. Bush cut short a two-day trip here in Florida that was focused on education. After the two attacks on the Twin Towers in New York, he was briefed by his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, who phoned him after the first attack. Mr. Bush was actually reading to some children when the second attack occurred. Chief of Staff Andy Card interrupted him, told him about the attack. It was clear at that point we were dealing with terrorists. Mr. Bush cut short his trip and flew back to Washington. John?
All right, Wendell Goler, thank you. Just wanted to update you that some of the hospitals in New York are already at capacity, not accepting any new patients. There could be tens of thousands of injuries. Let's listen into what Rick Leventhal is learning down in Lower Manhattan.
We're lying down, and then I looked up and I saw this huge plume of smoke and the tower just crumbling, and it just turned into a huge plume of smoke. And next thing you know, there's smoke in one tower, and that's what we're seeing right here. Right. So, and obviously there's people are worried about the press agents and everybody else that went the other way, as everybody wants to look this way.
When you saw this collapse taking place, could you see if there were a lot of people on the ground near the building as it was happening?
I was further north than you were, but I was dead looking at 6th Avenue, the view you see of both towers as you come down 6th Avenue.
Right.
So, and then most of this fallout stops about 4 blocks back.
Give me a look down this way, Pat. You know, it does sort of look like beyond a few blocks down, it looks almost clear. But it's anything but over here.
I live at 25 Lawrence Street, a couple of blocks from here. I'm all the time hanging out in the corner on the liquor store this morning. I saw the plane coming this way in the spot. It goes factory directly to the building.
Was this the first plane or the second plane?
This was the first plane. The second plane, no second plane. It was a bomb. Bombed in the building, not second plane. That was a bomb. Who said the second plane?
That's what we're told. The second plane.
No,
we saw it on television.
I saw everything.
All right. Well, thanks a lot. This is.
In case you're just joining us, this is the aftermath of a horrific event that began unfolding about an hour and 20 minutes ago. A jet plane slammed into the side of Tower 2 of the World Trade Center. Then a few minutes later, another jet slammed into Tower 1. The second Tower 1, I should say, the upper floors have collapsed. They're absolutely gone.
I was in the restroom. There was a big shaking. Some of the ceilings collapsed. Looks like there was a fire in the elevator shafts. And they brought everyone down and started bringing everybody down.
All right, you are watching Fox News Channel coverage live right now on Fox 5 in Atlanta. We're going to switch over now to CNN coverage in Washington and pick up the coverage there. We will continue to move you around here from Fox 5 and bring you the latest updates and bring you the breaking news as it happens around our news gathering network. So stay with us. We will take you right now to CNN Live.
10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Let me just briefly recap. Attacks on two American cities, New York and the capital in Washington. It began at about 8:45 Eastern Time when a plane crashed into the World Trade Center. That was the building hit first. And then about a half an hour later, a second plane, and I'm not sure if we have the tape available. If we do, we'll show it to you. You can see the second plane coming in from the right side of your screen, going into the tower itself. This is an extraordinary and troubling piece of tape. The Justice Department is now being evacuated. The second attack on the Trade Center occurred about a half an hour or so after the first one. We have a report, CNN has been told, that an American Airlines 767 jet was hijacked out of Boston today. We don't know which of those two planes hit the tower the second time. In the last 10 minutes or so, the South Tower, or at least a portion of the South Tower, has collapsed. CNN's David Ensor joins us from Washington. David, where in the Capitol are you now?
Well, Aaron, I'm in our bureau, but I have on the telephone with me Barbara, who is the wife of a friend of mine and who is an eyewitness to exactly what happened at the Pentagon. Barbara, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, what exactly did you see? Let's look at the Pentagon now as you describe what exactly happened at the Pentagon this morning.
As we were driving into town on 395, there was an exit. We were trying to get off the exit for the Memorial Bridge. Off to the left-hand side was a commercial plane that came in and was coming too fast and too low. And the next thing we saw was it go down below the side of the road, and we just saw the fire that came up after that.
How large was the explosion?
It was large.
Was there sound as well?
That I can't verify because the windows were up in the vehicle.
Was it clear to you what had happened?
Yes, definitely.
So you believe it was a commercial airliner that was hitting the Pentagon?
Yes, and I'm not sure exactly where the Pentagon was in relationship to where the plane went down. You know, but they are relatively close to one another. Whether it hit any part of that Pentagon, I'm not sure.
How low was the plane?
When it was coming down?
Yeah.
It was coming down on less than a 45-degree angle and coming down toward the side of the 395. And when it came down, it just missed the 395 and went down below it, and then you saw the fire come up from it.
Were you able to see what kind of plane or what airline it belonged to?
No, I did not see what kind of an airline. I just assumed because we were so close to the airport, it was coming into land.
But it seemed awfully low to you?
Yes, and fast.
How big was the fireball?
I'm spatially challenged at times, and it was pretty big.
What did you think was happening?
I know that hit the ground and exploded.
Were you frightened yourself?
Yes. Yes, everybody stopped the cars, and we all got out of it and so forth.
Right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your talking to us. Aaron, back to you.
David, thank you. CNN's David Ensor in Washington. CNN's Brian Palmer joins us on the phone from here in Manhattan. Brian, why don't you begin by telling me where you are?
We are in front of the criminal courthouse after being pushed north slightly. We watched one of the towers of the World Trade Center disappear from the skyline. It basically folded into itself in a plume of gray smoke. A crowd of thousands of people dashed up Broadway, followed by emergency services personnel. That's all we know now. We're watching the plume of smoke and debris just sort of waft across lower Manhattan, and people are lining up at this payphone behind me trying to find out whether their relatives are safe.
Let me just briefly go to Randy. Randy, just look out there and tell me what you're thinking when you see what now appears that at least part of one of the landmark buildings in this city, one of the most recognizable buildings in the country, is gone.
It's the kind of moment you hope will never come. When you have been in government, when you care as much about this city and this country as a mayor like Rudy Giuliani does, it's a moment you pray will never come, and you pray for the families of anyone affected by this tragedy. But as a city, we come together, and our emergency services provide every support they can in the face of such a senseless tragedy.
It is an unbelievable scene as
Incredible.
You look down. I mean, we stand here at some point every day looking out at this city this time of year. It's extraordinarily pretty, and you see those two buildings high above lower Manhattan, and you look out there today and you see this gaping hole in one of them, these plumes of smoke that continue to pour from the scene, and you know that there's nothing behind. That second tower, or at least parts of it, are gone. We join now one of our affiliates, WNYW, and their coverage here in New York.
All right, we're going to go back now to the Fox News Channel and pick up our coverage there. Again, you're watching Fox 5 in Atlanta. Stay with us, and we will move you around the nation as the information continues to come in. We have many, many news gathering sources, and we're taking you to one of them right now, the Fox News Channel.
I mean, you see bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. Devastating. I can't imagine anything worse than this. There's got to be... I can't imagine. You know, everybody on the plane must have died. The floor, I got friends of mine on 104th floor, friends on other buildings. I just spoke to one of my friends a half hour prior to that, getting ready to go upstairs to go to work. It's devastating. I mean, I've seen a lot of construction accidents. I've seen a lot of bad things happen. I've never seen a jet fall out of the sky into a building, no less once, but twice. Devastating.
I want to bring into the conversation General Al Haig, the former Secretary of State. General Haig, at a time like this, how does America respond prudently, with the proper amount of caution, and yet with whatever force needs to be applied?
Well, first we have to know the full limits of this tragedy, and it's unprecedented, of course. But we have to stay above all united and calm and ready to take resolute action, which sometimes we have failed to do in the recent past, when the perpetrators are uncovered, and we have many, many indicators of precisely who they are. This was too broadly based a terrorist act to be just a few crazies. This is a terrorist movement, and we know where they're located today. And obviously, as a nation, we're going to have to take action against them.
But clearly that action is going to be some days, if not weeks or months away.
Oh, it has to be very carefully assessed before any action is taken, of course. And we have to be reasonably assured that those that we are moving against are the perpetrators. And I think we know where to center our look. All we have to do is look at the world today with the Palestinian and bin Laden groups.
Who are the terrorists that you think are the most likely suspects?
Well, I'm not going to speculate because I don't have inside knowledge, and it would be rather foolish to do that. But I do think we have the means to assess it, and there will be many statements, many parties claiming credit somehow already have done so for the World Trade Center bombings.
Clearly, with what's going on in the skies, where even apparently innocent civilian airliners can be employed as weapons of terrorists, what is our military doing right now, General Haig? What should they be doing?
Well, they have to be on full alert, and I would have hoped that we would get some aircraft up in the air to enforce the ban on flights. That has to be done if it has not already been done. and I'm sure it has been.
We saw the same thing happen.
All right, General Alexander Haig, former Secretary of State, thanks for being with us. Rick Leventhal once again with our producer Carlos Van Meek is in Lower Manhattan. You cannot even see the sky there because of the soot, the ash, the crumbled concrete that is continuing to rain down after one of the two towers of the World Trade Center, the upper floors, collapsed. This after this apparent terrorist attack this morning that sent a large jetliner, perhaps two large jetliners, slamming into the Twin Towers.
Come over this way, Pat.
You can see the chaos.
No, we can see the top of the building from here. Oh, yeah. Oh, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. Oh, when it comes down, we're all right.
The top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord. There are no words. You can see large pieces of the building falling. You can see the smoke rising. You can see a portion of the side of the building now just being covered on the right side as I look at it, covered in smoke. This is just a horrific scene and a horrific moment. The president, who is in Florida today, is en route back to the White House. He took off a short time ago. The White House itself has been evacuated on the basis of what the Secret Service says was a credible threat on the mansion itself. We believe now that we can say that portions of both towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed. Whether there were second explosions, that is to say explosions other than the planes hitting them that caused this to happen, we cannot tell you. Rose Arce, one of our CNN producers, is on the phone. Rose, what do you got?
I'm about a block away, and there were several people that were hanging out the windows right below where the plane crashed, when suddenly you saw the top of the building start to shake, and people began leaping from the windows in the north side of the building. You saw two people at first plummet, and then a third one, and then the entire top of the building just blew up, and splinters of debris are falling on the street. Where I'm right now, there's a thick plume of smoke, and you can see crowds of people, including emergency service workers and police officers, running from the scene, screaming, and there's a school nearby where there were kids in the schoolyard. That has been emptied out, and they're running up the street now, too. The whole, sort of the neighborhood, I'd say several blocks up, is covered by this almost powdery smoke, little tiny pieces of building you can see just floating in the wind around it. It's almost as if like a huge cloud had kind of enveloped that part of Lower Manhattan.
It is just one of those awful moments that you need to look at for a minute or two to absorb exactly what has happened. Two of the most recognizable buildings in the city of New York have been attacked.
Information I cannot give you, but that's what police have told us.
All right, Brian.
All right, again here at Fox 5, we are going to move you back to the Fox News channel now and pick up their coverage live. Stay with us here on Fox 5. We will move you around the nation and bring you the best information as it is coming in from our news gathering sources here at Fox 5. This is the Fox News channel now.
One that the United States has never seen before.
People who work in the World Trade Centers, the two towers, and those towers are virtually gone now after this apparent terrorist strike earlier this morning. How many of those 50,000 people they were able to get out, we don't yet know.
That is the heart of not just the financial district, but many national, international corporations. I mean, look at that smoke. The dust, that plume that has just engulfed blocks and blocks of Lower Manhattan. You have the Wall Street Journal down there, many, many corporations and offices. So I think we must say a prayer, and our heart certainly goes out to everyone who is there right at this moment, as well as the New York City Emergency Command Center is at the foot of the World Trade Center. I think it is, John, important for us to take a moment to say a prayer. Remember these people and hope that God gives us grace.
And take a look at the poignant picture you see there. The Statue of Liberty, folks, is still standing. And I think that's important to remember at a time like this. The World Trade Center has collapsed. And the casualty figure we cannot even begin to guess at this point. Our David Lee Miller is with us, we're glad to know, from the City Hall area. David Lee, what can you tell us?
John, just seconds ago there was a huge explosion, and it appears right now the second World Trade Tower has just collapsed. The debris and the smoke is so thick where I am that, again, you cannot see the World Trade Center, even though we're just a few blocks away. But it appears the entire building has collapsed. People are literally running through the streets. They are running from Center Street in Lower Manhattan, trying to get away from the smoke, which is absolutely choking. It is difficult to breathe. There are people in front of me wearing gas masks. The cell phone service is virtually non-existent. There are lines of people to use the few payphones that are available, and people are literally hysterical in the streets, worried about loved ones who were in these two buildings. Moments before the building collapsed, I was outside, and after the first collapse, the authorities began to move people away from the perimeter. They feared that the second building would collapse. They warned people of that, and they began to push people away, including reporters, including myself. And right now, there's nothing here but shock on the streets of Lower Manhattan. John?
All right, David Lee, stay safe. We are looking now at pictures, this of the second of the two World Trade Center towers collapsing after that awful event. Let's just recap what's happened so far today. Two planes, one of them at least apparently hijacked an American Airlines plane, slammed into the side of the World Trade Center a little before 9 a.m. Then, as we watch now this picture, a second plane slammed into the second tower of the World Trade Center. That tower collapsed first. It burned for a while and then collapsed. And you can see these pictures as that tower collapses. Not long ago, the second of the two towers collapsed. Now again, there are perhaps 50,000 people who work in these buildings on any given day. Not all of them would have been at work yet, but clearly a great and monumental loss of life. Also in Washington, the Pentagon has been under attack. At least one plane slammed into the Pentagon. David Schuster is an eyewitness to that and is joining us now. David?
John, the Pentagon is now being evacuated. You may be able to hear some of the sirens going off in the Pentagon. There's smoke billowing down the hallway. Eyewitnesses describe a U.S. Air 737 plane on what seemed to be headed towards National Airport at approximately 9:40 this morning, when it then crashed into the south end of the Pentagon. The eyewitnesses describe a huge ball of fire, the plane apparently hitting by the helipad, which is near Highway 110 and Highway 395, the main arteries into the city. There have been unconfirmed reports of second explosions here at the Pentagon. We have not confirmed that, but again, the counterintelligence sources confirming that it was a commercial aircraft, apparently hijacked, that crashed into the Pentagon. The building has been evacuated. There are reports of safety precautions being taken at the Central Intelligence Agency, at the National Security Agency. Capitol Hill has been evacuated. The White House has been evacuated. But here at the Pentagon, I was actually in a taxi cab on Highway 110 when suddenly smoke started billowing out of the Pentagon. Very quickly, you heard ambulances and fire trucks headed that direction. Chris Wright, our producer at the Pentagon, who is on the northern side of the Pentagon, says he could not hear the explosion or feel any aftershocks or anything. Obviously, the Pentagon, a very large building meant to withstand terrorist attacks or any sort of other attack. But again, eyewitnesses describing a U.S. Air 737 crashing into the Pentagon at approximately 9:40 this morning. The Pentagon, except for some personnel, the Pentagon being evacuated, and we can actually smell some of the smoke now in the hallways here on the north side. John.
David Schuster in Washington, thank you. Britt Hume is with us once again, our managing editor in Washington. Britt, chaos and pandemonium, but how do we measure the response here?
Well, John, one thing worth noting is that you're going to hear all kinds of further warnings at a time like this, and precautions are being taken. We've just learned, for example, that police have been sent to Union Station. A bomb squad has been sent to Union Station, which, as you know, John, is located just a couple of blocks from the Capitol. In fact, it's just adjacent to our Fox News bureau here in Washington. One senses that there will be many squads and many alerts and many more than there will be things found, but nobody's taken any chances in this town at this hour after the astonishing events that have unfolded so far here today. And of course, you've been seeing the pictures and hearing the reports from down there at the Pentagon. Who would have imagined such a thing? It appears that the damage to the Pentagon, as bad as it was, we don't have any sense of whether there was loss of life or how extensive it was. That is an attack that looks like it could have been very much worse indeed had the airplane hit in a more central area of that building. So we're now watching, of course, the Capitol building with considerable urgency. It's right out the window of our bureau here because, as Brian Wilson reported, police on Capitol Hill are evacuating the place, saying that there was an airplane 20 minutes away, apparently, or they had reason to believe that it was headed this way. Now, we know their jets have been scrambled and have been in the air. It is hard to know whether a plane would ever be allowed to get close to Washington, D.C. in the air with all the airports closed at the moment or not, but that obviously is something we're watching with considerable interest and worry here.
All right, Britt, I just want to update you while you've been talking. Authorities at the Somerset County Airport confirm a large plane crash about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. We're trying to deal with only facts today and not rumors, because there are plenty of those swirling around, but we do have a confirmation of apparently another plane crash about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. You've got to assume that it's related to all of these goings-on, but we don't know any more information than that. Rick Leventhal, we are glad to know, is still with us in Lower Manhattan. Rick?
Yeah, John, we basically ran about 5 blocks down Church Street north, away from the World Trade Center, as that second tower was collapsing. A similar scene to the first one, where huge clouds of smoke began billowing down the street at us. And in fact, because of the location of the tower, it actually came down cross streets. So as we were running north on Church, we were passing cross streets, and the black clouds of debris and smoke were coming towards us down the side streets as well. So we were about 5 blocks, we're about 6 blocks north of where we were before. Things have settled down a bit now that the smoke is starting to clear. We've seen more injured coming our way, and there's a lot of police activity on the street. But a similar scene to what we saw earlier as the first tower collapsed, only this time people were ready for it, or more ready for it, and reacted swiftly. John?
All right, Rick Leventhal, thanks very much. Again, there is so much going on. It's difficult to update you, but you're looking at the cloud of dust, debris, smoke, and probably crumbled concrete over Lower Manhattan. The twin towers of the World Trade Center are essentially gone. 110 stories each, more or less. They are gone now. All of this taking place within the last 2 hours after they were struck by 2 airplanes. American Airlines is now confirming that its Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles was hijacked, and apparently that plane was one of the 2 that slammed into one of the World Trade Center towers. We don't know anything more about the loss of life, but it is going to be considerable. David Schuster is with us now, again, not far from the Pentagon. David?
Well, John, I'm actually inside the Pentagon in our office at the Outer Ring, and again, we can confirm for you that intelligence sources are telling us that it was a U.S. Air 737 that crashed into the south end of the Pentagon at approximately 9:40 this morning. The Pentagon has been evacuated, but we do want to point out that at parts of the Pentagon, key personnel are still here, including the National Military Command Center. This is in the basement of the Pentagon, and sort of a bunker type of a facility that is essentially designed to withstand direct attacks on the Pentagon. And we're told that officials there are still in that particular part of the Pentagon, are coordinating any possible U.S. response, as well as trying to gather intelligence information, counterintelligence information, and essentially act as a clearinghouse from all the various intelligence agencies in Washington. There have been reports of precautions being taken at the Central Intelligence Agency in McLean, Virginia, at the National Security Agency. But again, here at the Pentagon, while most of the Pentagon and its 23,000 employees have been evacuated, the National Military Command Center at the base of the Pentagon is still here. You can actually smell the smoke now, and virtually all of the hallways at the Pentagon and fire trucks and sirens going off on the south side. But where we are on the northern side of the Pentagon in one of the outer rings, my producer Chris Wright says he could not feel any of the aftershocks of the explosion. There was no noise when the plane apparently crashed this morning at 9:40. But again, most of the Pentagon has been cleared out. Smoke pretty thick here in the halls. But some officials, of course, still at the Pentagon in the offices that are designed for some of these very scenarios. John?
All right, David Schuster at the Pentagon, thanks very much. It appears, and we had the report from our Brian Wilson in Washington not too long ago, it appears Brian told us that that there was a report of a hijacked plane south of Washington, D.C. and headed toward the nation's capital. Now, it appears that that is the flight that went down about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. We told you that there was a confirmation from the Somerset County Airport. Authorities are saying that that may be the plane that Brian Wilson spoke of. Let's take you back again to New York and an absolutely horrific scene in lower Manhattan. The entire lower end of the island covered in smoke and floating debris. And what's missing? The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, 110 stories high. You are looking at the pictures from, the last half hour or so as the first tower simply collapsed on itself. This, and look at the debris raining down on other buildings. Imagine the horror. Now, here comes the second tower. This is the one that had the TV antenna on top, simply imploding on itself. 110 stories, the workplace of some 50,000 people. America, the loss of life here is going to be tremendous. Molly Falconer is at one of the New York area hospitals. Molly, it's got to be a scene of absolute chaos there.
John, this is an area under siege. The police have blocked off a block radius around one of the main hospitals here in New York, and paramedics are coming out onto the street asking people in the crowd to give blood. I'm sorry, the phone lines are going in and out, but they're asking people in the crowd to give blood to the people who are coming into this hospital. There are stretchers out on the streets on dollies draped in white sheets waiting for the injured to come in. I've seen ambulance after ambulance ferrying people into this hospital. It is a scene of utter chaos. The police have locked down this block. They're trying to keep people away, but people are standing at the barricade trying to find out who's inside this hospital. As far as we know, most of the burn victims are going up to Cornell Hospital. Some are going to Bellevue, but the majority are going here to St. Vincent's Hospital because they have a trauma one-level center here that is to take care of the worst of the victims who are coming in. Sirens just keep going for us, and the crowds are just getting heavier. Most of the people here can also see the World Trade Center, both of the towers. We heard the crowds, watched them come down. People are in tears. They shouted watching the second tower come down, and now all we can see is way downtown billows of black and gray smoke while the sirens here just keep coming into the hospital. John, we'll keep you up to date.
All right, Molly Falconer, thanks very much. And that is perhaps something that you can do if you are watching our coverage anywhere in America. Donating blood is going to be very urgent today. The New York area hospitals are going to be swamped, and New York City itself may not be the place to try to do it. But anywhere in America, if you can donate blood, I think it will be helpful. Now, we are once again trying to find out exactly what happened in western Pennsylvania, where a plane went down, a large plane went down just north of the airport, the Somerset County Airport, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. These live pictures on your screen now show you the scene in lower Manhattan where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center essentially are gone. We have with us on the phone another former Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger. Mr. Weinberger, it's good of you to join us. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
How should, you know how Washington works. What should be happening right now?
Well, I think probably what is happening, that is the city is virtually shutting down. You see police and little knots in all the corners, and all the police cars are out of the police stations, and every available fire engine is moving toward the Pentagon. And I suppose there are going to be other targets where they'll have to go to too. The rumors are floating all over the place, and it's generally a real siege situation. It's very much as if the whole city were under attack, whereas probably it's the two or three principal targets. But the cumulative effect is that of a city under siege.
Have you ever planned for this kind of an attack in your experience at the Pentagon?
The attempt is to plan for everything, and there were always various discussions of what form an attack could take. Most likely one was a suicide car bomb or a bus or some heavy vehicle being driven up to the Pentagon, as happened in Beirut and in various other places. I think an aerial attack was considered not one of the things you heavily planned against. On the other hand, the city is ringed with Air Force bases and Navy bases, and the ability to get the defensive planes in the air is very, very high, and at the same time you would do what is being done, and that is closing off the entire airspace so that you, in effect, the whole Washington area is a no-fly zone, so that any planes that can't identify themselves that get into that are to be shot down, and those are the orders. That was basically the response that was always contemplated, but nothing on this scale was ever contemplated.
You know that there are going to be cries for revenge, for a response. Can America respond immediately, and if so, how?
Well, the response has to be a response that is targeted at the people who did it. But there will undoubtedly be cries for revenge, and it's the slightest confirmation of who did it or where it came from. These people will be pursued. The loss of life has to be absolutely staggering, because the two twin towers at the Trade Center, there was not time to get them evacuated, and they're both down, and the opportunities are tremendous. Now, of course, they've evacuated the principal targets, the White House and the Capitol building, and various other points in the city. But certainly there'll be calls for revenge, and it's important that we identify the people who did it, and that they be destroyed as quickly as possible, and that's a proper response.
All right. Secretary Caspar Weinberger, former Secretary of Defense, thanks very much for being with us. Just this word, one of our producers in Afghanistan has spoken with the Taliban, the titular government of Afghanistan, I should say. The Taliban denies any responsibility. Now, that is not to say that the Taliban speaks for Osama bin Laden, but the Taliban, the government or would-be government, not recognized yet by the United States as the government of Afghanistan, is denying any complicity or any responsibility for these attacks.
Well, clearly, some terrorist experts that I've spoken to this morning say this has the signature of Osama bin Laden, that he has had pilots, although these apparently may be at least 2 hijackings, but he has had pilots on his payroll. 3 of the of alleged conspirators who were involved in the East African bombing trial here in New York had pilots' licenses. Not to say that that's what happened here, but they seem to indicate that this would have that signature. And John, I'm hearing of a figure of 10,000 here in New York City, perhaps for casualties on the World Trade Center.
And it could go higher than that. Britt Hume, our managing editor, is in Washington, D.C. Britt, what are you hearing there?
Well, you're seeing, John, that live picture from our station, WTTG, of the smoke and dust still coming from the Pentagon. What we now understand is the case is in the place where that plane hit. We believe it now to have been a 737 commercial flight coming in. The walls of the the wall of the building, the outer wall of the building, and of course that building, as you know, is a series of concentric rings, so that when you hit the outer wall of the building, you're only affecting really that part of it, but that those walls are down, and you can see the gutted areas inside, damage in that particular part of that very large building, very extensive indeed. In addition, there was an earlier broadcast report here in Washington that there'd been a car bomb outside the State Department. Terry Schultz, our reporter at the State Department, has talked to senior officials who say that that is not true. The State Department has, however, been evacuated, as has the Justice Department, national monuments, and all other major public buildings in Washington in terms of absolutely non-essential personnel. So you see something approaching now here in Washington, the kind of lockdown that we have now already seen in New York. The worry for officials, obviously, is that while airplanes have done the great damage so far, they can have no guarantee that that will be the only kind of attack that will be launched, so they have to take seriously any warning, any suspicious package, anything else that they hear that might indicate a further attack of a different kind.
All right, Britt Hume in Washington, thanks very much. We have a report that the plane that went down in western Pennsylvania is a 767. That's, of course, a wide-bodied plane capable of carrying upwards of 350 people. So there is there is a significant amount, the possibility of a significant amount of loss of life. However, it should be pointed out, we are hearing reports that that crash near Pittsburgh may not be related to all of this. As you can imagine, the air traffic control system is overloaded, to say the least, at this point. Nationwide, there is a lockdown on flights. No new flights have been allowed to take off nationwide for the last 2 hours. It is an air traffic controller's nightmare to keep those planes not only on the ground, but also to get on the ground those planes that had been in the air. And again, you are looking at the pictures of Lower Manhattan, where the World Trade Center is gone. The Twin Towers slammed into today in a coordinated attack by jetliners. We're seeing one of them here on taped replay. This happened about 10 minutes after 9, a jetliner slamming into the World Trade Center after an earlier jetliner, apparently hijacked from American Airlines. Here is the first of those towers coming down. This is the one that was actually hit by the second plane. It was hit lower. There was more weight on those steel girders that had been damaged. And here comes the second tower, the tower with the signature television antenna on top. Both of them simply imploding in on themselves. Our Shepard Smith has a view of much of what's going on. He is on a rooftop in Manhattan. Shepard, what can you tell us? Shepard Smith is with us. Shepard,
we are on 47th Street, high above the Fox News headquarters. 47th Street, between 7th Avenue or Broadway and 6th Avenue, on a spectacular day in Manhattan. And right over my right shoulder is the spot where the World Trade Center stood just a couple of hours ago. Our engineer, Peter Blangiaforti, was standing here on top of this building, arranging to have this live broadcast set up when the World Trade Center just started to collapse. Peter, which side went first?
The east side went first, the one closest to the Verizon building side, and that went about a little over a half hour ago, and the second one followed about 15 minutes later.
What was going through your mind?
Just all the people. It's all the people. It was unreal. I don't know how to describe it. So we were setting up for the camera shot, and just to see it there 1 minute and then gone the next, you can't describe it. Just.
Well, I was personally uptown on the Upper East Side of Manhattan at just about 96th and 3rd Street when the call came out, and probably took 30 minutes to get ready, and then began what is a very familiar trip from the Upper East Side to Midtown Manhattan, coming down 5th Avenue, straddling Central Park on what is an absolutely spectacular fall day in Manhattan. And there was a pall over this city like you really cannot imagine. When coming down 5th Avenue, the tunnels which lead you through Central Park from the east side to the west side of Upper Manhattan were closed. There were police officers on streets. There were women on street corners trying to get phone calls out, and men seated on benches crying. It was an unthinkable experience. And from this location, you can see almost all of Lower Manhattan, and certainly we've gotten reports of what it has been like down there over the past couple of hours. Certainly the scenes of carnage, something not witnessed in the United States history. And this will be a very long and difficult day, and the pictures to come will be overwhelming. But the important thing to remember, I believe, as a nation, is for us all to take a deep breath and remember the person next to you, and don't allow yourself to fall into the abyss which it appears those two buildings have. The New York City Fire Department and police departments are all on full alert. All fire department personnel in all 5 boroughs have been ordered to report to their firehouses. It is my understanding that all the bridges and tunnels in the city are closed, that there is no one allowed inside and out. This building on which I'm standing is the headquarters of the News Corporation, but houses literally thousands of workers on 45 stories. Initially, in the initial confusion, no one knew quite what to do, but now in this building, and I'm quite confident in skyscrapers across Manhattan, security is at the door. No one is allowed in or out without an ID. Now anyone who leaves is not allowed back in, except of course for news personnel. And the main thing that's being urged everywhere you go is calm. that this is a time to remain calm. We are hit with a national crisis unprecedented. And the word from people on the street, from the mayor of New York City and others is, it's time to put your arms around a neighbor, take a deep breath, and try to get through this. There are certainly the inevitable concerns of what will happen in this city in the days to come. Mayor Giuliani has an enormous police force of more than 40,000. The city is equipped, we have always been told, to handle any level of disaster, and certainly New York's finest and New York's bravest will do their dead level best to make sure that this city remains as calm as is humanly possible. The Empire State Building in the foreground here, as you can see, and it's my understanding that in the moments after the first collision happened, the Empire State Building was put on alert. I was listening to a radio reporter from 1010 Winds, a local radio station, which had dispatched a reporter there saying that there was an orderly exodus going on. I can tell you that for the thousands who are in this building, the exodus was orderly. The drive through the streets, an eerie calm, tears on avenues and streets as I made my way here. People, some of them wandering in front of buildings. At St. Patrick's Cathedral in the heart of Midtown, where you turn to come to this building, there were hundreds of people out front, some on their knees at the front of that building, saying prayers for the no doubt thousands who were in those buildings and in that area when the two jets crashed into them. Now back to you downstairs in the studio.
All right, Shepard Smith with our rooftop view here from Midtown Manhattan. Again, to recap, the Twin Towers gone now, virtually obliterated after they were struck by two jetliners, one of them apparently an American Airlines flight from Boston to Los Angeles that was hijacked earlier today. And Washington under attack as well, a U.S. airplane crashing just outside the wall of the Pentagon. Our David Schuster is there and has an update. You can still see the smoke pouring from the building. David?
Well, that's right, John. And we're actually, our office is on the north side of the Pentagon, and even over here, despite how vast this building is, you can now actually see the smoke in all the hallways, and we can feel it in our office. The eyewitnesses are telling us that at approximately 9:40 this morning, a U.S. airplane was headed, it seemed, towards National Airport, which is just a couple of miles away from the Pentagon, when it then apparently veered, flew too low, and crashed into the south wall by the helipad. The helipad is sort of a helicopter landing pad that is used for the Secretary of Defense and military leaders when they travel sometimes in and out of the Pentagon. And apparently on that side, eyewitnesses who were on Highway 110 and 395, which have a great vantage point of that side of the Pentagon, reported a huge ball of fire and smoke billowing out. I was in a taxi cab on 110 when all of a sudden you could see thick black smoke filling the air over Arlington National Cemetery, and as we got up close, fire trucks were screaming towards the Pentagon. The building was somewhat chaotic. There was an evacuation. Officials were, military leaders of all the services were heading out of the Pentagon. There were concerns about whether there was discussion among military leaders about whether to conduct a full-scale evacuation, where to bring the fire trucks. At our office here at the Pentagon, and also cell phone lines in the entire area were not working. It was impossible to get a cell phone. When we arrived here, we started getting reports from people inside the Pentagon of on the south side, on the outer ring, and remember there are 5 or 6 different rings of offices at the Pentagon, of a ball of fire, of a large explosion approximately 9:40. At first, there were some conflicting accounts about whether an airplane was actually involved, because a lot of people in the Pentagon did not hear an airplane flying overhead. But then witnesses outside of the Pentagon who had a clear vantage point of the helipad described a silver and red U.S. airplane, according to the eyewitnesses, described as a 737 that flew too low and crashed into the side. Counterintelligence sources are confirming to Fox News that it was a commercial aircraft that was apparently hijacked and flown into the Pentagon. The damage, I suppose, could have been a little bit worse if it had scored a direct hit or it hit more in the center of the Pentagon, and it is a vast building with 23,000 employees. And while most of those employees have been evacuated, the National Military Command Center, which is in a bunker in the basement of the center of the Pentagon, is still in operation. That is the key office here at the Pentagon as far as coordinating any potential military response. Our producer, Chris Wright, who has been roaming the halls of the Pentagon, said that offices all over the place are closed, even at the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Some key personnel there are not at their locations. Even some of the guards have left, but we can assume that the National Military Command Center, which is a very secure part of the building, they are still in operation, and perhaps a testament to how big the Pentagon is and how strong it is. The people on this side of the Pentagon said they simply did not hear or see anything at 9:40 when the plane apparently crashed into the south side. But at this point, it's pretty evident what's going on. You can hear the sirens in the hallway. The offices, even on this side of the building, are starting to fill with smoke. And in fact, I'm going to stick the phone out the window and see if you can hear the warning. Hold on one second, see if I can drag the phone out there. Hold on one sec. Okay, so that's the noise you're hearing inside the Pentagon as my producer Chris Wright stuck the phone out into the hallway, and you can actually you can see the smoke just filling the air of the hallways here at the Pentagon. Back to you.
All right, David Schuster at the Pentagon, thanks very much. Los Angeles is on a state of tactical alert. San Francisco, pretty much the same thing. In Virginia, Navy installations are under an increased security condition called ThreatCon Charlie. In New Jersey, once again, the bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed. Again, to recap, let's take a look at what you are seeing there in the live pictures on your screen. The World Trade Center is now essentially gone. The Twin Towers were struck earlier this morning in coordinated attacks. We had a report of a jetliner smashing into the first tower. Here comes a replay video of a second plane that smashed into the second tower about midway, shortly after 9 a.m. this morning, Eastern Time. That tremendous fireball, you can imagine, triggered a fire inside the building that apparently weakened the structural elements to the point that the upper level of the building simply could not stand. It collapsed, and there again, this is a replay of the second plane smashing into the World Trade Center. It happened as we were on the air live shortly after 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. Now, both towers went up in flames, and there was clearly a tremendous loss of life, but then came the catastrophic collapse. This the second collapse of the tower that was actually struck by the first plane. All right, I'm told that is the first collapse, but no, that was the tower with the television tower on top was the second one to go down. You can see the glass, the debris raining down, and imagine, folks, that firefighters and police officers were all around the base of that building trying to evacuate people as it came down. I can't think of a more catastrophic collapse. On top of that, we just heard from David Schuster, the Pentagon has been under attack. American Airlines is going to be holding a press conference about 25 minutes from now in Dallas to talk about one of the planes that was apparently involved in this World Trade Center collapse. We believe, well, in fact, American Airlines has told us that their Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles was hijacked this morning, and we believe that the hijackers somehow then commandeered the cockpit controls and flew that American Airlines plane into the World Trade Center. That would probably be, we don't have confirmation, but probably be the first one that hit.
I think, John, if I can interrupt just, I think investigators now are probably looking to see how the hijackers in this coordinated attack were able to take over the controls. Did they shoot the pilots and then jump in the seats? What happened? Osama bin Laden, sources have told me, has had pilots on his payroll. We have 3 pilots that were accused of being conspirators in the East African Embassy bombing trial here in New York City. So you certainly have perhaps investigators looking at a base of operation out of Boston and perhaps out of Pittsburgh, since you have a U.S. airplane into the Pentagon, which their main hub is Pittsburgh, and another crash outside of Pittsburgh.
Bill Daley, a former investigator for the FBI, has been good enough to stay with us. Bill, a couple of brief thoughts.
Yeah, John, first of all, the broad base in which these attacks took place took a lot of coordination. As Eric just mentioned, there may have been some involvement of groups like Osama bin Laden or others. I would go on to say that as a result of the effort it took to take these, have these incidents take place, is that we will find the people responsible, is that the trail will be hot we will go after them, but everyone needs to realize, state of calm, needs to come over the country and realize we're in control. These are incidents that have happened. We're containing those, and the government and the people will go on.
And America still stands. Let's go to our man in America's capital, Britt Hume, with some new information. Britt?
Just a few things, John. One is, as you might imagine, there is a stupendous traffic jam developing in the Washington area right now, with all these buildings being evacuated and people heading home. There was a report. Remember, we reported earlier that the bomb squad had been sent over to Union Station, and apparently what that was about was what appeared to them to be an unexploded bomb over there. Now we're going to be in for a lot of this, and we need to keep our eyes open here to take things with a grain of salt. We haven't had a further report on whether there's been anything more to that than just why they went over there, but that's what it was. In addition, the American Muslim Political Coordination Council, which is a function of the Council on American Islamic Relations, that's a group located here in Washington, has released a statement condemning the apparent terrorist attack, saying, quote, American Muslims utterly condemn what are apparently vicious and cowardly acts of terrorism against innocent civilians, join with all Americans in calling for the swift apprehension and punishment of the perpetrators. No political cause, it says, could ever be assisted by such immoral acts. In addition, John, there was a report, I should say, kicking around on the air of an attack on Camp David, the presidential retreat north of Washington. Senior officials in the administration are saying that that is not true. So that's where that matter stands. Back to you, John.
Britt Hume, thanks for the updated information. Yeah, it bears repeating. There will be a lot of rumors, a lot of panic swirling around today. Whatever you can do to stay calm, gather your loved ones around them and just give them a hug is certainly is advice that I think is worth taking. There is clearly a catastrophic loss of life in the World Trade Center itself. Let's get an update now from our Rita Cosby, who is in the Washington, D.C. area. Rita, what have you found out?
Well, John, I just wanted to let you know I've been talking to FAA officials, and they are saying that they keep getting repeated reports of possible hijackings. Obviously, as you said, this is still very early on, but they're getting a lot of different calls from throughout the country. One report from Chicago. They're looking into the crash in Pennsylvania, which was a 767, a wide-body plane. They don't know if that is related or not, but they're getting numerous calls. It's obviously flooded. They said at this point, normally at this time of day, there are typically 4,000 aircraft aloft in the United States. These are international, domestic flights, a variety of ones, and these include military planes as well as private and commercial aircraft. At this point, there are only just a few hundred at this point because they have ordered a national ground stop as of 2 hours ago. It's the first time in U.S. history that they have ordered all U.S. planes to be grounded immediately. International flights are being diverted to Canada, and the ones that are domestic are being ordered to reach their destination as soon as possible. There are 450 airports in the U.S. that have control towers, and all of them have been told to alert their planes to hurry up and get in.
Rita, I want to go to Shepard Smith, who's on the roof of our building here in Midtown. Shepard?
And no, if you guys know about these fighter jets, have we already reported on the fighter jets that are flying now?
There are fighter jets, we understand, flying over Washington, D.C. Shepard Smith, again, is not able to hear me, but he is on the building roof of our building here in Midtown Manhattan and says that fighter jets are circling Manhattan.
We're standing back again on the roof of 1211 Avenue of the Americas at the Fox News headquarters, and we're watching as two fighter jets circle what is lower Manhattan at quite an altitude. Peter Blangiforti is an engineer who's up here, and he was first to see them pretty high up, I guess.
Very high up they were, and I saw one in this direction, and it went down around by the World Trade Centers, and then I saw another one coming from the opposite direction, and we lost track of that one. But they seemed to look like fighter jets, but they were flying very high.
Yeah, we can only assume that this is part of the security that's now gone into place. John, you saw the world. You were up here setting up.
Yes.
John McKay was up here setting up for this live shot when the first of the World Trade Centers fell. Tell me what was going on.
Couldn't believe it. Peter just said the tower just fell, and we were working and turned and looked. And
if we were looking from here, it would be the tower on our left side.
Yeah, the east one. Yeah, it just went into a huge cloud of smoke and dust.
So you're watching, and then how long before the next tower?
About 10 minutes, I would say. We were just busy working and just, butterflies in their stomachs and just can't believe it's all happening. And then the next thing we know, we turn around, the other one's going.
Peter Blanchard-Forty was explaining how the noise and the way it came across the city.
It seemed to have rumbled almost as if there was another large aircraft flying overhead, but really I think it was the collapse of the building, the volume of the explosion just coming across, just sound waves coming across the city.
The sound waves making their way up from lower Manhattan into the Flatiron District and up into Midtown, coming like a jet flying right overhead, I think is how you described it.
Yeah, just the rumblings of a jet sound almost, but it sounded more like a deep rumbling, probably from the explosion of the collapse.
It probably goes without saying at this point, as we pan back down to where the World Trade Center stood just a couple of hours ago, that communications in this city have become very difficult. There are people all over the world, no doubt, who knew people who were inside those two buildings. Some of the facts as they stack up, there are positives in all of this. In the first place, the first plane to crash allowed time for so many people, we would pray, to get out of those two buildings. And certainly before the collapse happened, there was time for a number of people to get away. If you are considering or trying at this moment to make a phone call into the New York City area or the Washington area, it's time for the good of the country to put the phone down and wait and rely on mass communications, because the people who are constructing what will be an enormous security situation now need as many lines as humanly possible. We don't have telephone lines on top. Our cell phones no longer get out. In the minutes after the first plane crashed, the phone began ringing in my house. It's the office, it's your mother, it's your father, it's your brother, it's your girlfriend. The phone lines immediately jammed throughout the city. There is a plea now for people around the world who may be watching not to use the telecommunication systems at this moment, because the people who are mounting this rescue effort need it. It was described by Peter Blanchard-Forty as others as a collapse around a pole which stood. Peter, you were describing what looked like maybe a big support column. You can keep the camera down there. You were describing, still seeing something before the smoke rose.
Before the smoke rose with the second tower, when it collapsed, you just saw almost as if one of the large girders or beams was going straight through the building and was the only thing left standing, like a toothpick. And eventually that dropped too before the smoke engulfed everything else. But it was just a very strange, surreal sight.
Well, there are certainly reports from all over the city of what it was like in the minutes after the two towers were struck. Radio reports in the cab on the way here from reporters who were watching, people literally jumping out of buildings. Certainly there was a massive fire and smoke on many different floors of the building. The size of the jet would lead us to believe certainly that a number of floors were wiped out almost immediately. And then the chaos to try and get out of that building. But certainly there will be stories of miracles as we go through all of this. And those people who were in that building, and after the first explosion happened and the first crash happened, word of people who got out. I was listening on the radio, broadcasting live just about an hour ago, to a woman who was in the second tower to be hit. She was able to walk down 92 floors in what she described to be a pretty controlled situation. 92 floors down the west tower of the building. She was able to walk without any chaos to give a radio report live. It's my understanding that literally thousands of people in the time before the two towers collapsed were able to make their way away from that area. Mass transit was certainly down at the time, but it's a quick walk to get out of that area. They had, a good 45 minutes, Ann Woolsey, to begin to make their way to the north. In Midtown right now, I was looking over this building and down into, in fact, I'm doing so right now. I'm looking down onto 47th Street, right below us. This to my right here, no, you don't have to, you can't see it from there, I don't believe. Maybe you can see Times Square over here. You can't. This is Times Square right below me. This is a scene right now at 11:15 in the morning, at 11:15, when this would be a sea of tourists on a spectacular day in Manhattan, and instead sirens echo across Manhattan, and that is the TKTS stand. I believe you're looking at that now. You're not able to see that, are you? The TKTS stand, can you see it on the lens? We can't. Pan back down to where the World Trade Center
shock all over this city and all across America. If you're watching us now, You're looking at the lower end of Manhattan where the World Trade Center once stood. It is gone this morning, obliterated after 2 strikes in coordinated attacks from airliners, one of them apparently hijacked from American Airlines. We are going to be getting a news conference from American Airlines in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, an Arabic newspaper, a fairly authoritative source, the editor of that London-based newspaper, says bin Laden, Osama bin Laden, the Saudi-born, now exiled to Afghanistan rebel leader, Osama bin Laden, according to this newspaper editor, warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interests, and he promised a very big one. Now, we cannot yet attribute this to Osama bin Laden. However, that was the promise from this fairly authoritative London newspaper.
Well, John, certainly sources that I have talked to this morning, terrorist experts say this has the signature of Osama bin Laden, that he has the money, the network, the ability to carry out this type of coordinated attack. And let me point out that in the East African bombing terrorist trial here in New York City of the bombing of the 2 embassies in East Africa, that 3 of the alleged co-conspirators, one is now in jail, 2 are in jail, one's in jail, 2 cooperated for the United States government at the trial. They had pilot's licenses, and they can fly airplanes. So I'm sure investigators right now are trying to figure out a possible scenario. Were these planes hijacked by bin Laden people? Did they rush up to the cockpit? You don't need a gun. Can you burst in, several of them, and strangle the pilots or something, and then take over the controls of an airplane near the last minute while you're flying, and divert the plane and smash it right into the World Trade Center towers or in the Pentagon? Clearly, that is a scenario that I would think that investigators are trying to go on right now to try and figure out exactly what happened, who was responsible for this horrible act. And I also think that we have now entered a new era, clearly a day of infamy, that we are not in this country clearly immune.
September 11th, 2001, you're going to remember this day for a long time, and a lot of things in this country will change as a result of what you're seeing on your screen now. Not all of the chaos, perhaps the worst of it in terms of loss of life, but not all of the chaos is taking place in Manhattan. Washington, D.C. also has been under attack. A U.S. airplane apparently hijacked as well, slamming into the outside wall of the outer ring of the Pentagon. Our David Schuster is there and has an update for us. David?
John, we have the eyewitnesses describing it as a U.S. airplane at approximately 9:40 this morning, approaching National Airport from a strange approach. The eyewitnesses claiming that it then slammed into the south side of the Pentagon. We've just spoken with a U.S. Air spokesperson, Rick Weintraub, who says that all of their aircraft, commercial aircraft, have been accounted for, and says that they are unaware of any one of their planes involved in this incident. So this may be a case of an eyewitness misreading the markings on the plane, but we can confirm for you that there is a large gaping 50-foot hole on the E-ring of the south side of the Pentagon near the helipad. We're getting reports from Arlington, formerly Arlington Hospital, which is now an Ananova Hospital, that injured are being taken there. The Pentagon has been evacuated. The smoke is still pretty thick here in the Pentagon, even on our side, the north side of the Pentagon, and most of the 23,000 employees here at the Pentagon have been evacuated. But again, we do not have confirmation on which commercial airliner may have been involved in this particular incident at the Pentagon. U.S. Air says that it was not one of their aircraft, that perhaps the red markings that an eyewitness saw might belong to American or Southwest, or American or one of the commuter airlines that fly in a national airport, which is just a few miles away. But again, we are confirming that an counterintelligence source is confirming that it was a commercial aircraft that slammed into the Pentagon this morning. There's no indication yet on the number of injuries or those killed. Some initial reports are that some Arlington hospitals are being flooded with injuries. There were dozens of fire trucks and ambulances that were streaking towards the Pentagon at approximately 9:45 this morning, and most of the employees here heading out of the building, and most of them are in fact now gone. But you can hear hear the sirens still throughout the Pentagon hallways. Smoke still pretty thick here on this north side. It is worth noting, though, that perhaps this incident could have been worse. There are 5 rings, 5 concentric rings on the Pentagon, and the one that was struck on the south side by the helipad, which is where officials land their helicopters and whatnot, is the E ring, and apparently there's a large gaping hole. This particular ring is sort of the offices of senior military personnel, but again, no indications about the number of injuries, the number of killed, but one would presume that if the eyewitnesses were correct, and there's several eyewitnesses of some type of commercial aircraft, perhaps as large as a 737, that there would be numerous fatalities involved in this incident, and still the aftermath still being felt here at the Pentagon. The entire area shut down. Traffic has been blocked on 395 and 110, the main highways near the Pentagon, and smoke is still pretty thick coming out of the Pentagon at this hour. John?
David, you mentioned that eyewitness report that called it a U.S. airplane, and as you noted, U.S. Air is saying their plane was not involved. Now, we are just getting a confirmation from American Airlines that a second airplane of theirs apparently was hijacked, Flight 77 from Dulles Airport in Virginia to Los Angeles. It had 54 passengers on board. That may be the plane that went down outside the Pentagon. American Airlines, once again, is confirming that it lost 2 planes today in apparent hijackings. The first one, Flight 11, from Boston to Los Angeles, 81 passengers on board. And that apparently was the first plane of 2 that slammed into the World Trade Center. That first one shortly before 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. A second plane also slamming into the World Trade Center. Both towers of the Trade Center caught fire, and eventually both of them crumbled and collapsed. You can still see the cloud of dust and smoke that is hovering over lower Manhattan. Fires are continuing to burn. It otherwise would be a beautiful day in New York City, but this has cast a tremendous cloud over the city as well as the nation. 2 planes crashing into the World Trade Center and toppling them. Apparently, 2 planes from American Airlines have been hijacked and lost this day. We don't yet know where the third plane came from, because not only did the 2 planes crash into the World Trade Center, but one plane crashed into the Pentagon in suburban Washington, D.C., just across the river from Washington. You're looking now at pictures in Midtown Manhattan where people are trying to go about their business, but in the most stunned kind of way. You can see emergency vehicles are at work throughout the city. The mayor has a special bunker. Maybe Eric Shawn can tell us more about this. Ironically, it was always thought to be disaster-proof because it was located on the 14th floor of a building in lower Manhattan, but clearly that kind of thing can come under attack as well.
The emergency bunker, or so-called bunker, which really isn't a bunker, it was in an office building in the World Trade Center complex, not one of the 2 towers that unbelievably and so horribly have collapsed, but in a building that houses the Commodities Exchange and some other exchanges, which is at the foot of the World Trade Center. It is, I think, number 6 or number 9 World Trade Center. That is the emergency command center for the city of New York. It was moved there from police headquarters about within the last 2 years or so. That thought to be safer, much more sophisticated availability through communications, much more secure, it was felt, than the police department at that time. So that is the center. We can only hope. We have no report at the moment of the condition of the emergency center for New York City. But then again, the mayor may also be in City Hall trying to deal with the emergency service, the EMS and tactical units. I've been told through EMS that the casualties could, the numbers being bandied around this morning, John, are 10,000. Or so. 50,000 people work in both towers of the World Trade Center. This happened on a beautiful day, 9:10 or so in the morning, when people are going to work, showing up in their offices of the massive World Trade Center complex that houses banks, houses financial institutions, houses the headquarters for the Port Authority of New York, which runs the airports and the bridges and tunnels. It has also has the governor's office and other offices in the World Trade Center built of course, in 1973. And the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, the terrorists at that time, who were from Jersey City, part of a local mosque, drove a van laden with explosive into the garage. 6 people were killed, thousands injured. At that time, they were not able to bring it down. That was the aim. This time, so horribly and sadly, it seems that terrorists perhaps obviously have succeeded. In terms of, you mentioned the report earlier from a London newspaper that is credible in terms of Osama bin Laden. Let me also point out, we're going to get some more information about this, that terrorist experts say he has and does have pilots on his payroll, that 3 of the alleged co-conspirators in the East African bombing trial had pilot's licenses. 2 of them testified for the government against those suspects accused and who were then convicted of the embassy bombing trial. So does that work up a scenario that perhaps terrorists were on these planes, hijacked them, and then near the last moment were able to divert them and incapacitated the crew, the pilots, completely jumped in those seats and then themselves just flew those planes into the buildings? I was coming to work this morning and saw the first plane, which appeared to be a 737 or small Airbus, a twin-engine jet, flying very low south downtown over 5th Avenue. I was right near Rockefeller Center. Everybody was looking up, saying it's kind of unusual. And then it banked right. Banking right would indicate it was heading right toward the World Trade Center, and it disappeared from my view. And then heard the report that though is a common airway from the north, that plane, if that indeed was the American Airlines plane from Boston, that would make sense. Coming from the north, coming from Boston, on the air route to make a left leg base, and then your final into LaGuardia, but then at the last moment diverted into this horrible, horrible catastrophe.
There will be apparently no news conference from American Airlines, but Mike Tobin, our correspondent, has a statement from the airline. Mike, can you bring it to us?
Yeah, the statement is this. I'll read it verbatim to you. American Airlines confirmed today that it lost 2 aircraft in tragic incidents this morning. American said the flights were Flight 11, a Boeing 767 en route from Boston to Los Angeles with 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots, and Flight 77, a Boeing 757 operating from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles with 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. The statement further reads, because of the heightened security due to the nature of today's events, American said it is working closely with U.S. government authorities and will not release more information at this time. The government has shut down the entire air traffic system in the United States. American TWA, American Eagle, will not operate. And a statement from Donald J. Carty, Chairman and CEO of American Airlines, says we are horrified by these tragic events. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of all involved. And I just got a note here about where media calls should be directed.
All right, Mike Tobin, thank you very much. Yeah, a 767, apparently, a wide-body plane capable of carrying very many more than the 81 on board, was one of those apparently hijacked. We're going to be getting an updated news conference from the security chief at Logan Airport in Boston shortly. Meantime, I want to take you down to Britt Hume, just to repeat, the nation's capital also under attack. Of a plane slamming into an outside wall of the Pentagon this morning. Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor, is there. Britt?
John, there are police sources that are saying we need to be very careful about this. There are police sources saying that there's a plane coming up the Potomac River at a high rate of speed. This would be consistent with earlier warnings that we'd heard from police sources here in Washington, not from federal government sources or from the military, that an airplane was some distance away and appeared to be headed toward the city. So that is something obviously we will watch with considerable urgency here. This may be a nation at this moment that it needs to hear from its government. The Secret Service is not saying exactly where the President of the United States is. We know that he left his event out of town and was headed, we now know not exactly where. We do know this, that there was a conference call this morning, presumably after the President was in the air, that was headed by the Vice President, Condoleezza Rice, other officials. And what is called the Federal Response Plan has been put in place. This was an emergency response plan for a variety of different kinds of disasters, floods, hurricanes, calamities of that kind. It involves 28 federal agencies led by the Justice Department. The Federal Emergency Management Agency coordinates on the president's behalf. Obviously, this is more of a disaster relief type of concern, but a terrorist attack response is part of what they do, and that plan is in place and is underway. Meantime, obviously, we continue to watch the horizon south of Washington to see if anything comes of these reports from police sources. We caution you, these are just police sources. We're not hearing this yet from any other federal source or from any intelligence sources or from the military. So we watch with somewhat bated breath, John.
Hume in Washington. Commerce in America is not exactly going to come to a grinding halt, but it is going to be significantly curtailed today. The markets, the stock market, the NASDAQ have not opened yet because of course, the catastrophic collapse of the World Trade Center after these two attacks, apparently by hijacked airliners. Also, it should be noted that airplanes across the country have been ordered to stay on the ground. The Federal Aviation Administration hours ago said that no airplanes are going to be allowed to take off today. So if you were planning on heading to an airport to take even an innocuous vacation flight today or something, don't bother. There will be no planes taking off. Of course, authorities are very nervous that there could be more strikes in the offing, like the kind you just saw. That apparently a hijacked airliner slamming into the second of the World Trade Center towers, a tower that collapsed a short time after you saw that explosion. The former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, is joining us now from our Washington Bureau. Newt, what's your reaction and what should be America's reaction to these developments?
Well, first of all, I think everyone's reaction has to be that this is a tragedy for the families that are directly involved, the families that were hijacked on those airplanes, the flight attendants, the pilots, the people who have died today in the World Trade Center and the people who have died today in the Pentagon. I think all of us have to reach out in our hearts to them. But beyond that, as a nation, this is a 21st century Pearl Harbor. This is a 21st century kind of war. I think we need to refer to it as an act of war. This was not a random event by a random terrorist. This was a systematic, complex operation of military proportions undertaken cleverly by people who have state support and who only survive because they have the support of some states that protect them. And I hope that the American government, the President, and the American people will react to this as an act of war. This will be more casualties, I believe, than Pearl Harbor. It is at least as horrifying as Pearl Harbor, and it deserves a complete and total American response to ensure that it never happens again.
When you mention the number of casualties, Newt, I'm reminded that roughly 55,000 American servicemen died in Vietnam. There could have been almost that many people in the World Trade Center buildings today. Not that all of them necessarily would be casualties, but clearly we are preparing for a catastrophic loss of life.
This is a terrible event, but it will become even more terrible if it isn't the basis of a deliberate, systematic, and total American response. This reminds us that we're all vulnerable. As you heard, people in Chicago are leaving. They're evacuating major buildings. People in Boston are leaving. Here in Washington, I walked past the mall, people leaving. I talked with a policeman at the Capitol who have sealed off our national Capitol. We need to recognize we can only be a free society if we are prepared to relentlessly pursue and eliminate those who would engage in this kind of war against civilians and against a peaceful society.
Newt, if you'd be good enough to stay with us, I want to bring into the conversation Bill Daley. He is a former FBI agent who worked on the World Trade Center security precautions after what we thought was a terrible event back in 1993, an event that left 6 dead and 1,000 people injured. Bill, could you ever prepare for something like this?
This is one of those scenarios, John, that is in the worst case, planning. Is that it's those things that close to an act of God, is that it's almost impossible to plan and protect against when you have a major free city with airliner routes that are right nearby the World Trade Center. To ever think that you'd be able to protect it from that type of an assault. We rely in these cases on our intelligence gathering network, our international domestic terror terrorist task forces and intelligence gathering mechanisms to help us. Apparently, this has let us down in this particular case. But it's not to say that we're not on the rebound, that we will not investigate and find the people who are responsible for this. And it's also not to say that this will happen and be repeated across the country. I think we need to have a state of calm and people understand that the government will secure these locations, we will investigate, and we will protect the rest of the country as best we can. But these are type of events, John, that next to nuclear disasters are in the worst case scenario planning and almost get down to the point of so catastrophic that it's difficult to develop exact plans for it. I'm sure we'll hear today stories of heroism, we'll hear stories of tragedy, we'll hear stories of people rising beyond what they were ever called to do, because these type of plans, particularly even in New York, as much as we're New Yorkers that take on a lot, this goes far beyond anything we've been challenged with to this date.
Newt Gingrich, you mentioned that there has to be a coordinated response by the United States. Obviously, it's too early to know who is responsible, but let's say that it turns out that Osama bin Laden is somehow behind this. So what does America do? What kind of pressure can we bring to bear on the Taliban government that is harboring him that we haven't brought to bear already?
Well, let me just say that we don't know yet who's done this, and I don't think we should rush to judgment. But it is fair to say that bin Laden has claimed credit for having sponsored and financed and structured earlier attacks on the embassies in Africa, for example. It is clear that 3 weeks ago bin Laden said he would strike the United States in the United States. And the only point I'd make today in the middle of a tragedy, I think we first have to take a deep breath and recognize how big this tragedy is for the American people. That I don't think we have to become paranoid. I don't think we have to go into a bunker mentality. But for 8 years, we have said publicly that bin Laden is a major threat to the United States. And yet for 8 years, while we have launched Tomahawk missiles and we've done other things, we haven't taken him as seriously as he has taken us. And all I'm suggesting is that if we don't have a decisive response to convince observers that you cannot kill innocent Americans in peacetime without retaliation of severe proportions, that other groups and other people will decide that the most open society in the world is also the most vulnerable, and they'll exploit those vulnerabilities. I think this is as decisive a moment for our future as Pearl Harbor was, in a different way. As I said earlier, this is a 21st century opponent, not an obvious nation state, but in the Sudan, in Afghanistan, in a number of other places, we know where bin Laden's assets are, and we need to take the risk of going after them.
Newt Gingrich, well spoken. Thank you. Let's go to Edie Donahue, who has some information from our newsroom. Edie?
Good morning, John. The target this morning is America, the enemy at this point unknown. But as we were doing our show this morning, Fox and Friends, at the very end of the show, the first airplane crashed into one of the World Trade Center buildings, the North Tower. That apparently was American Airlines number 11 from Boston to LA. It had been hijacked, apparently 92 people on board. Just minutes after that, within 10 minutes or so, the second World Trade Center tower was attacked. That the South Tower, that apparently was a 757, another American Airlines flight, they believe, from Dulles to Los Angeles. Then about 45 minutes later, it was the Pentagon. Moving on down to the Washington, D.C. area, the Pentagon is the next place attacked. As it continues, the South Wall, there's now a 50-foot gaping hole there. Apparently another airplane that was hijacked crashed into the wall that's near the helipad there, and that is where the highest-ranking officials are able to take off in the helicopter. At 10 a.m. then, just about 15 minutes after that, a 757 from United, number 93, crashed about 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, and that flight en route from Newark to San Francisco. Area hospitals here in the New York City area are taking in all the wounded from the World Trade Center. As you know, those the towers are 110 stories tall. While we do know that some people were able to get down from the 92nd floor all the way to the ground and and managed to escape safely, there have been untold injuries in this and untold deaths. Several area hospitals say they are already booked to capacity. They're asking people in the waiting rooms to start donating blood immediately because there is a desperate need for it right now. At this point, nationwide, all U.S. commercial planes have been grounded. The planes that were already in the air were instructed to land at the nearest airport. Incoming international flights were diverted to Canada, and even Canada now, some airports in Canada supposedly have been closed. As you know, the president left Sarasota, and he is trying to get control of the situation, but it is changing rapidly. We'll continue updating you on the latest. John, back to you.
All right, Edie Donahue in our newsroom, and we should note that the Secret Service is not confirming the president's location. He is okay. He's aboard Air Force One, but exactly where he is, the Secret Service will not say. David Schuster is at the Pentagon, where there was that strike by that third aircraft earlier today. David, what's the latest?
John, we can now report that the fire here at the Pentagon has spread from beyond the E-ring, the outside ring of the south side, to at least two, maybe three of the inner rings. And looking at pictures now of the Pentagon, there is a gaping hole at least 100 to 150 feet wide on the south side of the Pentagon, where 5 floors of the Pentagon have collapsed. The fire officials, the firefighters are pouring water onto that side of the Pentagon, but we can literally see now that a fire has spread and has broken out at least now about 300 feet down away from where the firefighters are working on the fire. And so now fire trucks are pulling up to this other side of the Pentagon. We believe this is all, of course, related to the one airline crash, and officials again now saying that all of the U.S. aircraft have been accounted for, that this was a silver jetliner, perhaps American, perhaps United, that hit the Pentagon. But again, the news from here is that the fire at the Pentagon is still out of control. Smoke is still billowing off of the roof from some of the inner rings now at the Pentagon, and the fire has also spread along some of the outer rings, spreading from the south side towards the north side. Our office in the Pentagon is actually in the north side on the E-ring, and we can now see smoke coming not only from to our left down the hallways, but also to our right, and smoke still pretty thick. So this fire at the Pentagon still out of control, and literally, when you remember the pictures of the Oklahoma City bombing with the Murrah building completely sort of burrowed out like a horseshoe, that's what it looks like for a part of the Pentagon, where literally there's a huge, maybe 100 feet hole, and you can actually see the offices carved out like a giant U on the side of the Pentagon. The Pentagon, of course, there's concentric rings where all the walls are connected, and now suddenly there's this giant hole and a fire that clearly has spread to some of the inner rings of the Pentagon. The Pentagon was evacuated at about 10 o'clock this morning. Some 23,000 employees cleared out. The reason that the fire uncontrolled might still be a problem is that the people who remain in the Pentagon, aside from a couple journalists here, includes officials at the National Military Command Center. They have a bunker in the basement of the Pentagon in the center of the building. Those are the officials that would coordinate a military response. Those are the officials that might coordinate the dispatch of some of the fighter jets that reporters have seen flying over New York and flying over Washington. It might at some point, I suppose, become a problem if the fire continues and they've got to start pouring water on the center of the Pentagon. At that point, perhaps there may become some potential problem for the officials that
Let's go to David Schuster in Washington. Thank you. Let's go to Logan Airport in Washington. This is a security news conference.
Logan Airport. We've closed the airport to all arriving and all departing flights. We've increased our security measures. We've shut down all the construction sites within Logan Airport, both airside and landside. And we've shut down all security checkpoints and removed all passengers who had been previously screened out into the non-secure part of the airport. We've activated our Family Assistance Center at the Hilton Hotel based upon some reports that some of these flights may have originated from Boston. We're asking the media's assistance to notify any family members that may have had families flying on those flights that we've had various reports on to call these following numbers. American Airlines, 800-245-0999. Secondly, family members can call a Massport number, 617-568-3100. We've also urging people not to come to the airport at this point in time. We've increased the shuttle buses from the terminals to the MBTA Blue Line stop, and the MBTA has increased the frequency of subway transportation. We are in close communication with the FAA, the FBI, State Police, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And that's all I have right now.
Joe, you've got to tell us more about these planes that left this morning.
What flights do you have reports on?
The flights, I cannot confirm or deny any flight numbers because I have not received official notification on any flight numbers.
So how can we get people to call these numbers?
So it'll be everybody who's got a flight.
Okay, I do believe several of the media outlets are broadcasting several flight numbers. I believe they're broadcast flight number 11, American Airlines.
Is there a second flight out of Boston
Involved
in this?
I don't know at this point in time.
Were the passengers hijacked?
I cannot confirm that.
Has the airport accounted for all outbound flights?
That's outside of the scope of the airport's responsibility. We're leaving it up to the FAA to conduct that activity.
Joe, what is the code? Joe, what is the code Fort Knox? We have reports of employees screaming Fort Knox around the airport at the time that the planes went into the World Trade Center.
I don't know what that means. Doesn't mean have any connotation here at Logan Airport.
What about planes that are flying in here? Are they being rerouted somewhere else?
Aircraft were flying into Logan Airport. We did take some arrivals, but now since the airport is shut down, these flights will be diverted to Canada.
They're not taking flights either, were you?
Are you screening passengers who were let off their airplanes due to some or
Remove them from another area, yes.
Where are they now and what are they doing?
They're being directed to seek either public transportation or their own transportation out of the airport. Leaving the airport? No.
How long do you anticipate the airport to be closed?
It's indefinite at this time. We'll be meeting with the FAA. We'll be conducting an analysis of our intelligence that we have. We'll make a determination later on this afternoon.
What details of your security mechanism?
Pardon me?
All right, that is the situation at Logan Airport in Boston. One of these planes that was apparently used in a hijacking that then slammed into the World Trade Center. Both towers of the World Trade Center are gone after being attacked apparently by two separate hijacked planes. One of those planes, an American Airlines flight from Boston to Los Angeles. In the meantime, folks, we should tell you that United Airlines is saying it is concerned about Flight 175, that also a flight from Boston to Los Angeles. There is no word on what has happened to that plane. It was due in L.A. at 11:16 Pacific time, and a spokesman for United Airlines would not say if they know where that flight is. They are working with the FAA on it, so there is the possibility that we may not be done yet. This after two airplanes smashed into and eventually obliterated the World Trade Center, and another smashed into the Pentagon. All of those buildings still disastrously involved in flames. All right, the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, and Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott have been taken to safe locations. Minority Leader, I should say. President Bush is also safe aboard Air Force One. The Secret Service will not say where he is for obvious security concerns. We're quite confident that when the President gets a chance, he will be making some kind of statement. But the President is safe. The Secret Service is simply not saying where he is. Also, the Minority Leader of the Senate, Trent Lott, and House Speaker Denny Hastert, we know have been taken to safe locations as well. Let's get an update on the situation in Manhattan. Molly Falconer is at St. Vincent's Hospital. Clearly there have been perhaps thousands of casualties today when those two towers came down. Molly, what can you tell us?
John, this is a hospital under siege. This block is under siege. Police have got the entire area blocked off with what looks like police barriers. So far, we have about 152 people who have come into this hospital. People are out in
We lost communications with Molly Falconer. You can understand why. It is a chaotic day, and many of this city's and this nation's communications infrastructure, satellite dishes, television towers, and so forth, were located on top of the World Trade Center. And the World Trade Center, both towers, are essentially gone now, a smoking pile of rubble. As you can see, that smoke column still billowing out of lower Manhattan. Rick Leventhal was in downtown Manhattan when the buildings came down and has an update for us from lower Manhattan. Rick?
Well, John, we're on Church Street at Reed Street, for those of you familiar with Lower Manhattan, just a few blocks away from World Trade. Still thick black smoke billowing from the scene where both towers collapsed. Again, just a few blocks away from us. We were standing out here on Church Street when both towers came tumbling down, and each time there was a huge cloud of smoke and debris that came roaring down this street, and everyone literally ran for their lives. At this point, the police have been efforting to establish a perimeter. They're trying to keep people back and make sure that no one interferes with their job, which is to try and secure the area and then get inside that World Trade Center rubble to see whether or not they can locate any survivors who may have been inside the building or just outside the building when it came tumbling down. We want to bring in Mark Walsh, who's a freelancer for Fox. You live just a few blocks away and witnessed.
Dude, I live on the 43rd floor of a building which is 5 blocks from the World Trade Center itself. I witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end.
People talk about how it looked like a movie. I know when I came walking down here early this morning and saw both towers on fire and people on every street corner, it was like a movie, but you watched the planes hit the towers.
I was watching with my roommate. It was approximately several minutes after the first plane had hit. I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just ream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
Obviously, there were a lot of people inside the buildings at the time.
2 guys from the 7th precinct, the 1st precinct, the fire department right here, the 7th truck, those guys are all right there at ground zero when those things went down. And God bless, I know there's a lot of guys there that were around there, and hopefully they made it out.
What was happening around you, in the streets around you, as this was all going down?
Absolute pandemonium. From my viewpoint up 43 floors, I could see people running like ants, just absolutely scurrying for their lives. Billows of smoke coming through the streets, just walking down the street, just pushing everybody back. And then several minutes after, it looked like it had just snowed over the entire area.
Yeah, the debris, the soot was thick on the street. There's still a dusting of it out here, but when I was standing here and the towers collapsed, we saw police officers running for their lives, screaming, "Get back, get back, get back!" And I'll tell you, that's a wake-up call when you see cops running for their lives, and people too, women's pushing baby carriages, that sort of thing.
Well, you had the first tower first. That one, when that first went down, it just pushed everybody back, and it was a good 15 minutes before the second tower finally collapsed. Yeah. And it was just overwhelming, and by that point, it was just insane.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of similar stories from people who were inside the building. One gentleman we spoke to earlier today, John, was on the 77th floor and said it was a relatively orderly evacuation at that point after the first plane hit the first tower. Everyone going down the stairs, not a lot of panic. But when they got to the 6th floor, he says they felt a second shake, and then people started to really be concerned. Obviously, there were people in the building at the time of this, and some of those people, they haven't recovered them yet. And that's a big issue right now, is trying to get the rescue workers and the emergency crews to the building. There were police officers there and emergency crews there when this was all happening, and they were right at ground zero when it all went down. Can we talk to you? What's your role out here right now?
I'm just standing by right now. Can't say what role I'm playing right now.
Well, there's a lot of standing by. There's also concern that some of these other buildings might actually come down. This building right here with the glass that you see, the nearest tall building, that has structural damage as well. We saw a lot of glass broken out, and a corner of the building appeared to be in distress, and there's concern that there might actually be another collapse of that building. And I can also tell you that when we first got here, we were a few blocks up. We could actually see debris from one of the planes on the street, a huge gear at one point, looked like a piece of an engine at another point. So that debris is still littering that area up there. They had roped it off with police tape, and they had FBI agents out there, and that was just before the first tower came tumbling down and everyone went running away. So there's evidence out here. There's a lot of work left to be done, and as you can imagine, the streets are a bit chaotic at this point. But I just want to show you one drastic difference looking north as opposed to looking south. Blue skies, clear streets, not a lot going on over there, but then come back around this way, Dan, and you'll see just smoke billowing from the scene. Still obviously a major disaster waiting to be cleaned up. Back to you, John.
All right, Rick Leventhal in Lower Manhattan, thank you very much. A dark day in America, September 11th, 2001. 2 planes strike the World Trade Center, obliterate it. It has collapsed. Another plane hits the Pentagon. It is still on fire, and we may not be done yet. Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor, is in D.C. Britt?
John, just some notes from our State Department reporter Terry Schultz. All U.S. diplomatic posts worldwide have been notified of what has happened here and have been encouraged to take what is called appropriate action. Ambassadors in such a situation have the right, should they choose to close embassies. It's worth noting here that Secretary of State Colin Powell is out of the country. He was down in Lima, Peru, is on his way back. He has released remarks saying that this is a terrible tragedy and adding, this is from Colin Powell, Secretary of State, the U.S. government will find those responsible. At the State Department, which has been largely evacuated, it's worth noting that Deputy Secretary of State, and now for the moment at least Acting Secretary of State Richard Armitage, is there and has elected to stay in the building. So that is the state of play here as we continue to watch fire, which, as you noted, is still burning at the Pentagon, and we watch, obviously, the southern skies to see whether anything comes of this report of a plane bound here. I should add to that, by the way, this report to this business about a plane being on its way here, that that Senator Kent Conrad, remember the Democratic leadership on the Hill, chairman of the Budget Committee, told our Colin Spencer just a short time ago that he was aware that 16 U.S. warplanes had been scrambled and were in the air in this area. So any airplane, I think, that attempts to attack Washington or crash into it is probably going to have to contend with them, and I wouldn't want to bet that it would ever happen. But it does raise the possibility, of course, of an ugly incident in the skies in or near Washington. John?
Britt, we know that President Bush is okay. We know he is on board Air Force One, but it would seem that they are not going to be bringing him back to Washington at this point?
John, I don't think we know that, and I think that that there's a very great likelihood that the Bush administration will want to have him here and in familiar surroundings and seen in familiar surroundings as soon as possible in an effort to calm the nation. This is a nation right now, mind you, except for the things that we have been able to quote, that except for the remarks and the additional remarks that we heard from President Bush earlier this morning, just before he took off from down in Florida to come back here, this is a nation that has not heard publicly from its government. And at such times, obviously, it is characteristic of a government that you send somebody out, they stand before a camera, they tell you what the state of play is, they furnish information, they seek to assure people. Under these circumstances, with people evacuating buildings in Washington and everybody on a high state of alert, it's understandable that wouldn't have happened. But one has to imagine that the administration will want that to happen as soon as it is safe for it to happen. So I would imagine that the president is headed in this direction, whether he is headed to the Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington where he would normally land or some other location. Obviously, we don't yet know. We got an eye on that for sure, though.
Is there a broadcasting capability aboard Air Force One? Could he address the nation from the plane if he chose?
Every known form of modern communication is there, but my guess is, John, that he'll want to be seen. I don't think he wants to be broadcast, with Americans in the streets and others, people within government buildings on fire and so forth. My guess is that he's going to want to be seen, but we'll see about that. He could, of course, broadcast from Air Force One if he chose to.
Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor. The pictures tell the story, folks. It is an awful day in America. Your lives, safe to say, will change from this day forward. Newt Gingrich called this a 21st century Pearl Harbor, and that may be an understatement. There could be perhaps, well, on a given day there would be 50,000 people working in the World Trade Centers, and both of those towers in that World Trade Center are gone now after an apparent terrorist strike, another terrorist strike at the Pentagon. That building is still on fire. Keep it here on Fox News Channel for the latest.
Good morning, John. As you said, America has been under attack today. Secretary of State Colin Powell, who had been in Peru, is now heading home. The president, we have been told, is safe, but we do not know where he is. This morning at about 8:50 Eastern Time here on the East Coast, the World Trade Center tower, the north one, was hit, apparently by American Airlines Flight 11, which was en route from Boston to LAX, hijacked 92 people on board there. 15 minutes later, the other tower, South World Trade Center, hit, also apparently by an American Airlines plane. This one, we believe, from Dulles to Los Angeles, 64 people on board that plane. At 9:45, the Pentagon hit the south wall. That's the area where the helipad is. There's now a gaping hole of about 100 to 150 feet there. The sirens still wailing in the Pentagon. As we know, key personnel are staying in the Pentagon trying to keep control of the situation. Just about 15 minutes after that, 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, another airplane crashed. That one believed to be United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, a 757 with 54 people on board. Just shortly after that, the South World Trade Center collapsed. That was the second building hit this morning. It had been hit lower, and it just gave way. And about 15 minutes after that, the North World Trade Center collapsed. It is incredible for those of us who covered the World Trade Center bombing back in the 90s to take a look down now and at first see that scene replayed, and now those World Trade Center buildings absolutely gone. All 110 stories. 50,000 people, as you mentioned, work in those buildings. We do not know how many of them were able to get out safely with their lives, nor how many are injured. We do know that New York area hospitals, several of them say they are full. They're asking anyone in the area to donate blood as soon as possible, saying there is a critical need for it. We also know that all U.S. commercial airplanes have been grounded. That is the first time in history this action has been taken. We know that some airplanes were diverted to Canada, including some incoming international airplanes that were bound for the U.S. Most federal, or all federal, and most state buildings here in the U.S. have been closed, and most major landmarks, including Wrigley Field in Chicago, the Bell down in Philadelphia, the Merchandise Mart in Chicago, those areas also have been closed. Here in Manhattan, all major buildings are in a state of very heightened security. People are being required to show ID, and if they leave buildings, in many cases, not being allowed to return in. The president, as we said, is apparently safe. He left Sarasota, Florida, where he had been attending an elementary school, reading a book to children when he was first notified of the original attack on the World Trade Center. We do not know where he is at this point. Newt Gingrich says this obviously is an act of state-sponsored terrorism. As you said, John, he likening it to the attack on Pearl Harbor. And meanwhile, Tom Daschle, the Senate Majority Leader, saying that the president is getting everyone's full support. We will update you as soon as we get more information down here. Right now, John, back to you.
Edie Donahue in the Fox Newsroom, thank you very much. Again, continuing to keep an eye on the situation unfolding in downtown Manhattan, where the World Trade Center workplace on a normal day of 50,000 people is gone, obliterated by two strikes from those two airplanes today. Also now, Washington, D.C., the Pentagon still on fire after another airplane apparently was hijacked and employed as a flying bomb to attack the nerve center of our nation's military. David Schuster is in the Pentagon and has this late report for us. Dave?
John, we can report for you that the Pentagon fire is still out of control. Flames have started now about 100 feet away from where it's clear you can see where the plane hit the south side of the Pentagon. Eyewitnesses describe a silver commercial jetliner, possibly a United Airlines. It's not been confirmed, but a silver commercial jetliner slamming into the south side of the Pentagon this morning at approximately 9:40 a.m. It hit the outer ring of the Pentagon. There are 5 rings of the Pentagon, and at this very moment you can literally see a hole in the side of the Pentagon of perhaps 150 feet wide, where 5 floors in that hole have literally collapsed. We can see that flames have spread to the center part of the Pentagon, to some of the inner rings. In addition, on the outer ring, the E ring that was initially hit by that plane, now about 100 feet away, flames are leaping out of some of the office windows there. Smoke has been pouring through the Pentagon hallways for much of the last hour and a half or so, and about 15 minutes ago, some of the smoke started coming in from another side of the Pentagon. We're sort of smack dab there in the middle. But in any case, there are plenty plenty of fire and rescue on the scene. Local hospitals reporting dozens of injuries being taken there from the Pentagon. One can only imagine how many fatalities there must have been if indeed it was a commercial jetliner that slammed into the side of the Pentagon. While most of the Pentagon has been evacuated, we can report that military officials are telling us that the U.S. Joint Forces Command in Norfolk, Virginia reports that the Atlantic Fleet, which is the largest collection of military assets on the East Coast, has now gone to threat condition Charlie. This is second from the top. Only Delta is higher. The Air Combat Command is located in Norfolk, Virginia, and they have responsibility for coordinating United States-based military assets in support of civilian agencies like the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Department of Justice. There's a group called the Joint Task Force Civil Support, which has its headquarters in Norfolk, which is going to coordinate what assets will go where to sort of secure areas such as the Pentagon and other areas in the Washington area and the New York area to help with the aftermath of the incidents. But again, the Air Combat Command located in Norfolk, Virginia, and other agencies of the U.S. military are now at threat condition Delta. This is second from the, I'm just being told now that is the highest threat condition that the military has, threat condition Delta. We had initially reported that the Atlantic Fleet was at threat condition Charlie. Threat condition Delta, John, is the level at which the United States military goes to when it declares, or when the president declares, or when the military perceives an act of war. So the military is now at the same level that it would be if the United States was engaged in a war. But again, here at the Pentagon, while most of the employees of the Pentagon have been cleared from this building, there's still the National Military Command Center, which continues to operate in the base of the Pentagon, a secure bunker, if you will, in this Pentagon, which is, of course, built to withstand these sort of attacks. And while the smoke is pretty thick in our side of the building, we can tell you that at 9:40 this morning, when eyewitnesses described this jetliner slamming into the side of the Pentagon, that people here, including our own producer, said they did not hear or see anything. There were no shock waves. There was no sound. There was only a large plume of smoke. And then came the reports from inside the Pentagon that the Pentagon was on fire. And I can tell you at this point, the Pentagon is still on fire, that the fire has not been contained. It has spread to some of the inner rings of the Pentagon, as well as spreading along some of the outer rings. And again, just to report that the Atlantic Fleet, some of the military command and control are now at ThreatCon Delta. That is the largest threat level in the United States military. It's the threat level which the military goes to when it is engaged in a war. John, back to you.
All right, David Schuster reporting live from the Pentagon. Thank you. The question, of course, if America is in fact under attack, as it clearly is, how does the military respond? They are in that threat condition Delta, but no one knows where or how at this point to respond. Let's go to my colleague Shepard Smith, who has a bird's eye view of what's happening in Manhattan from Midtown. Shepard?
John, as you've been getting the updates from Washington and other places, we've been watching the streets of Manhattan. There is certainly concern of how people might react. And I can tell you that at this moment, the initial reaction was calm, and now Manhattan has taken on a whole new sort of flavor. I want to take this camera because I can't see what you see. I'm going to take the camera and show you around a bit as well as I can. We're going to begin. We're on the top of a building at 47th Street and 7th Avenue, or 6th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. This is 42nd Street. And you can see there was a lot of traffic in this street until a short time ago, but now you can see 42nd Street at the corner of Broadway has become a sort of sea of people. At this time of day, midday in Manhattan, this would normally be on a Tuesday afternoon a very busy traffic area. It is not today. I'm going to pull out over here and take you, this is 47th Street, 47th Street panning now, going up towards 7th Avenue. Now, this avenue is northbound, as you can see, and traffic is pretty well gridlocked there. There's very little of it, actually. And looking over toward the Hudson River, there's very little traffic across all of Manhattan. Now, we are looking right now over the Hudson River west in Manhattan, panning around now in the skyscrapers. This is where the World Trade Center stood. And down here, It's the TKTS building. This is another high traffic area in Midtown, an area with which most people who have ever visited New York would be quite familiar. This is the spot where you line up for Broadway tickets, and at this time of day, just after 12 o'clock, this would normally be a sea of literally thousands of people who are working their way around, getting their lunch and that sort of thing. You're looking live now in Times Square, a scene rarely repeated. Let's get back to this camera, because I'm going to pan down this street. When you're back on this camera, Bernie, let me know. And I'm going to pan down what is Broadway Avenue, making your way down. This would eventually take you all the way down to the financial district, panning across this building and back over to 42nd Street. I want to try to give you a look down the avenue toward what is the Diamond District. This is a little tricky, as you might imagine. This is the entrance to the Diamond District, right outside the Fox News studios. That would be the Diamond District, looking 47th Street now, all the way toward the East River. Absolutely no traffic in Manhattan today. Nothing. It initially started, cabs were running. I was able to get one about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Most of the cabs are no longer running, and the river crossings are now closed. All of Manhattan is shut down, and there is what was the World Trade Center. To say that there is chaos in the streets would be absolutely inaccurate. This is a city that prides itself on its ability to maintain amid the chaos, and that appears to be what's happening today. No violence in the streets, no problems to speak of, no incidents anywhere in Manhattan that I can tell you about. Certainly downtown would be a completely different story, but this city is not reacting in a violent way at all. There is calm here in Midtown, John, at least.
All right, Shepard Smith, thank you very much for that update. Of course, the World Trade Center, it sounds unbelievable to speak the words, but the World Trade Center is essentially gone, struck by two airplanes. Apparently both of them hijacked. We are now getting a report, a confirmation from United Airlines that two of its planes are gone. One of them apparently the plane that crashed near Pittsburgh. But look here, this is the second plane that struck the World Trade Center shortly after 9 o'clock Eastern Time this morning. An earlier plane left the tower of smoke in the upper stories of the building on the right there. So both towers hit by planes, they burned for a while, and then one at a time they both collapsed. We have an onlooker who gave us what is sort of a horrific description of what it all looked like, sounded like, and felt like. Let's hear from that person now.
I saw the building falling down.
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
Saw people jumping from the building, from the 100th floor, and I saw the building just coming down.
It is absolutely an appalling day, not only here in Manhattan, but also in Washington, where the Pentagon also was apparently the subject of a strike by one of these hijacked airliners, flying bombs, really. The Pentagon, in these pictures taken earlier, but still very much on fire. The damage there perhaps not as severe as it is at the World Trade Center, but clearly America is under attack. I want to bring into the conversation a man who long planned for and never experienced this kind of event. Howard Safer, the former police commissioner and also fire commissioner, if I'm correct, of the city of New York. You got to be wondering about the guys who you once commanded both on the fire and police departments, who were no doubt trying to help people get out of those buildings when they came down around them.
Well, it's incomprehensible. We planned for all kinds of terrorist attacks, biological warfare, chemical warfare, but nobody envisioned two commercial airliners slamming into the World Trade Center. And I can tell you that although New York has the greatest emergency services in the world, they are being strained by the triage, by the number of injured, and by the requirements of this disaster.
I'm just guessing that most of those brave police and firefighters would have been clustered right around the base of those buildings, right? When we thought we had only a fire, clearly there would have been glass falling, We even had reports of people jumping out of the upper floors simply because they couldn't tolerate the smoke anymore. But a lot of your people would have been gathered at the base of those buildings when they came down.
Absolutely. Firefighters and police officers run into danger. They don't run away from it. And unfortunately, and I hope I'm wrong, there's probably going to be serious loss of life in both agencies as well as in the civilian area. I've been talking to some of the people at hospitals, and the hospitals are totally overwhelmed. They're triaging people they can help and making sure they don't spend time on people they can't.
I'm sure it's a speech that you never wanted to give, but what do you tell people? What do you tell America right now? How do we behave?
Well, my view is the way we behave is we assess who did this, we find out who they are, and then we make sure that we send a message that is clear, because terrorists only understand one thing. They understand force, they understand strength, and this is a time when we can't be weak. This is a time when we have to go and find out who did this and make them pay for it.
As for the reaction of the citizens of New York, the plea is out for people to donate blood. Is there anything else that New Yorkers can do right now?
Well, I think they can donate blood, but they really need to stay calm. They need to follow the instructions of the emergency service personnel. This is an incredibly difficult situation for police and firefighters. The National Guard will be coming in this evening, and this is something where citizens should pretty much, if they don't have to be out, stay home.
Yeah, so stay off the streets if you possibly can. What about communications? We already know that phone lines in and out of New York are swamped. There are going to be thousands, millions of people perhaps across the country who may know somebody who worked in the World Trade Center. What do you tell them?
Well, this is still a rescue operation. There's still people who need help. There's still people who are alive in that wreckage who can be helped. And what people should do is, unless it's an emergency, don't use your telephone.
Let's go now to a man who experienced something like this. Frank Keating, the governor of Oklahoma, is joining us. Of course, he was in office at the time of what had been the worst terrorist attack America experienced, that of the domestic kind. Frank Keating, as you look at these pictures, what is going through your mind?
Well, this really is a day of agony and infamy for America.
Again, we have lost our connection with Frank Keating, a former FBI agent and the governor of Oklahoma. You got to understand, folks, that many of the communications lifelines in New York City ran through the World Trade Center. There were satellite dishes sprouting like mushrooms from the top of that building. There was a huge television tower, and all of that now is gone. Our Washington managing editor, Britt Hume, once again has the view from the nation's capital. Britt?
This gives us a sense of the state of official worry and knowledge here. Richard Shelby, the senator from Alabama, who is a leading Republican and now vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, has come out. One would presume if anybody would know a lot about what the U.S. officials know, he would. And he said all he knew about was the 2 plane attacks in New York, the one at the Pentagon, and he said that they had heard something had happened in western Pennsylvania. That, of course, consistent with the reports we've had about a Pittsburgh airport. So the sense we have is that many officials, many senior people here in Washington may know less than we do, at least officially, about what has happened here.
All right, Britt Hume, thanks.
John McCain is on Capitol Hill speaking, and we got an ear out for him as well.
All right, Britt, thanks very much. Newt Gingrich, the former Speaker of the House, was on the air with us not long ago and described this as the 21st century Pearl Harbor, and that does not overstate it. There may be as many as, on a typical day, there would be 50,000 people working in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, and those towers are gone. How many of those people were able to evacuate, we do not know. Once again, to Britt Hume in Washington. Britt?
John, we believe we've been joined now on the telephone by Republican Senator John McCain of Arizona. Senator, thank you very much. As a senior member of the U.S. Senate and a man deeply concerned with the U.S. military, what can you tell us beyond what we know about, first of all, about the attack at the Pentagon?
I can't tell you, Brett, anything that more than the information that you have, and I think that's probably the case with most members of Congress at this moment. I'm not in disagreement with others who said that this is an act of war, and there aren't words to describe adequately the enormity of these attacks and the depravity of those who would commit them. But I have no additional information, and I'm not sure that in the short term there will be a lot disclosed to members of Congress as they acquire it. But the fact is that this is an enormity that staggers the imagination.
Senator, you and others have described this as an act of war. What are the implications of seeing it in that light, rather than a mere lone or isolated act of terrorism? What are the policy implications? What kinds of steps are now possible or might be taken by this government in light of in the light of viewing it as an act of war?
I think that means that the Congress acts to support the President of the United States in any actions that he needs to take to make sure that those who are responsible, whether they be governments or they be individuals or groups of individuals, that whatever measures need to be taken will be taken, and consider the United States now on the basis of a war, and go on to that footing and use whatever assets and efforts that are necessary to bring those to justice, and at the same time prevent ever a reoccurrence of a tragedy and a crime of this enormity.
Senator, we've been seeing just for the last couple of minutes some live pictures of injured people arriving at a hospital in New York for treatment there. Obviously, it would appear, based on what we know, that the loss of life is going to be very great indeed. Your sense from knowing the Pentagon and knowing the area or where that airplane hit, fire still going over there. Do you have any? What can you tell us about that part of the building? Number of people work there, that kind of thing.
Well, as you know, the Pentagon is a very large building, and which may work to our benefit here as opposed to the trade towers. I can't make an estimate, but fortunately, the Pentagon is a very large building, so let's pray that the extent of the casualties has been limited by that. Obviously, there's casualties, but what staggers the imagination, as I heard you talking, is the 50,000 people that work at the trade towers. We pray for them and their families, and it's a tragedy that, again, words become inadequate very quickly when describing something of this nature. But I'm sure the President will lead us. I am sure that the President will reassure the American people, and all of us, all Americans, will commit ourselves to making sure that those who committed it pay the heaviest price, whether they be governments or individuals, including governments that may have harbored groups that were responsible for this. And we will make sure that there's never a reoccurrence. And I know that's no consolation to the grieving families, but I don't think we can do more, except I am confident the President of the United States will lead, and the American people can bestow their confidence upon his leadership.
Senator, what you're saying suggests, as others may have mentioned, that life in the United States will not again be the same anytime soon. Would you agree with that?
I totally agree with that, and again, it's incomprehensible and reprehensible, and none of us that I know of ever imagined something this enormity, and well orchestrated, obviously.
Senator, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks, Brett.
We now have Brian Wilson, I believe, able to report to us on what he's been hearing. He's up on Capitol Hill. Brian, what are you hearing, buddy?
Well, I'm hearing a lot of things, Britt. One of the things that we're hearing in the last few minutes is from Senator Richard Shelby, who is a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who told us there has been no advance warning. And they call this very well organized, and he says that they had no advance warning that it was coming at all. And usually they do have some indication from the intelligence community. So very surprised. They say, of course, they know about what happened at the Pentagon. They know about what happened at the World Trade Center. They're still trying to figure out exactly what happened in western Pennsylvania. But members of Congress are coming out and expressing in the strongest terms that the intelligence community failed to give them any advance warning and any kind of information about this, that it caught them completely off guard. One member of Congress, Congressman Kurt Weldon of Pennsylvania, said, the government has failed the people of this country, and that's an indictment on both parties. Britt?
Brian, it does certainly seem that these members of Congress not only had no advance warning, or that the government had no advance warning, they don't seem to know very much about what actually happened, do they?
No, and Senator Shelby said we're still getting briefings, but information is very sketchy and communications are scrambled, an indication that they're not getting a good flow of information, and an overall sense that perhaps more will have to be done to shore up the intelligence budgets in the days ahead, but also, just complete outrage, Britt, that somehow the millions and billions of dollars that we spend on intelligence in this country somehow let this one slip through the cracks.
All right, Brian Wilson, thank you very much. John Scott, that's it from here for the moment. One last note. We learned a few minutes ago that Secret Service agents had sprinted up the street from the White House and cleared people away from a bag that was sitting in the middle of the street there up at the corner of Connecticut Avenue and I Street, right by the Army-Navy Club there in Washington. It turns out apparently that the bag has been found to be harmless. So one more of these false alarms, of which there have been a number and doubtless will be many more, has been put to rest. John?
All right, Britt Hume in Washington, thank you very much. You are looking at the pictures of what is left of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Really not much. These pictures coming to you now live. We're going to show you what happened earlier this morning, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. You can see there are people who are leaning out the windows. At that point, they were hoping for some kind of rescue. There was smoke throughout the building, and they couldn't breathe inside, so they were breaking out the windows of that building and hoping for some kind of rescue. Ultimately, a number of these people simply decided to end their misery and jumped. We are going to get some late information now from Fox producer Dan Cohen, who saw much of this going on. Dan, this is an awful, awful day. What can you add to what we've already seen?
Well, I got here, as you were just saying, and the people jumping out of the buildings, that's about when I arrived. And I'm also an emergency medical technician, so I came down to see if I could help. I identified myself to some of the people that were setting up the medical command posts. We had gotten everything set up. They were doing an amazing job of instantly just having everything organized. As soon as we got the medical command post set up, and I was with a team of other fire department EMTs, we were about to go off and treat some people we had been assigned to treat. All of a sudden we looked up, before we looked up, we heard what sounded like basically a jet airliner landing right on top of our heads. Looked up, and the building was just coming down. The entire command post that I was at just started running. The wall of smoke came up behind us, and I think most of us came out of it. I lost the crew that I was with. They started setting up another command post, and then sure enough, about 5 minutes later, we were treating some of the people that had gotten trapped the first time. Someone said that the tower's leaning, We all started running, and that's when the tower came down completely. I managed to get out. A lot of the people did not, and were trapped back under the debris. Once the dust started to clear a little, we went in, took some firemen out. A lot of the firemen had already been in the building at that point. We put as many as we could on some ferries as we were by the water at this point, sent them over to Jersey City for treatment. And from that point on, it's pretty much been chaos. I mean, the New York City Emergency Service has been doing an amazing job of trying to control the chaos, but every time things get set up, there's either more explosions or more debris or more people come out of the rubble.
All right, Dan Cohen, a Fox News producer, also an emergency medical technician who has been in Lower Manhattan trying to help the wounded on this catastrophic day. We can't overstate the level of damage that's been inflicted here. It bears repeating, folks, that America is still standing. We are united, we are strong, and we will find out who did this. But for now, there are thousands, probably, of casualties in not only in Lower Manhattan, but also in Washington, D.C. Let's get the latest now from our Edie Donahue in the Fox newsroom. Edie?
Well, John, America may be standing, but we are certainly in shock. The Pentagon still in flames. Our own correspondent, David Schuster, there. An update now on exactly what happened this morning. The first shock came just about 8:50 Eastern time. That was when the first plane, an American Airlines plane that had been hijacked en route from Boston to L.A. with 92 people on board, slammed into the World Trade Center. We were just finishing up our morning show. We watched that and started speculating what was happening. Within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, the second plane had hit the second World Trade Center. That was the South Tower. That apparently, although it is not confirmed, United Airlines says it is missing Flight 175, which was en route from Boston to Los Angeles. Witnesses later say that they saw people from the top floors on fire, jumping to their death. At 9:45, the Pentagon was hit, the south wall, that apparently by American Airlines Flight 77 en route from Dulles, Washington, that is, to Los Angeles. That is a 757 plane. It was carrying 64 people. That ripped a 100 to 150-foot hole into the south ring, the south wall there, the outermost ring of the Pentagon. That, as we said, the fire sirens still wailing there, the Pentagon still on fire. At about 10 o'clock, 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, this United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco crashed. That's a 757 with 90 people on board. Now, what's interesting is that crashed just after the FAA ordered all United States commercial airliners to land at the closest possible place. Right after that order was issued, that plane crashed. Later on, the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. The North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. We do know that some people, even as high as the 92nd floor, were able to be evacuated safely. In the U.S., for the first time in history, all United States commercial aircraft have been grounded. We know that some internationally inbound flights landed in Canada, but now Canadian airlines and airports have been shut down as well. All federal buildings and most state buildings across America have been closed, and most major landmarks in the U.S. are closed. In New York City, bridges, tunnels, subways, all shut down. At St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the first victims of the World Trade Center crash were taken, we have paramedics out on the street donating, soliciting blood from any donors they can find. They say the need is that great right now. As we say, right now, America seems to be in a quandary. We have had these attacks this morning. The president apparently is safe, but we do not know where he is. He has not made a statement since the official one this morning, saying that this was a criminal act and that he would do everything to find out who had committed it. The enemy, though, at this point, unknown. No one has officially claimed responsibility. John, that's the latest. Back to you.
All right, Edie Donahue in the Fox Newsroom, thank you very much. It's not surprising that we haven't heard from the president yet. He took off from Florida, where his scheduled events have been canceled for the day. Took off from Florida probably around 9:30 this morning, and flying time to Washington being what it is, if in fact he is headed to Washington, we wouldn't expect to hear from him for some few minutes now. Let's get the latest on that from our Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor.
John, thank you. We are waiting to hear when the president will land and exactly where, and when he might have something to say about all of this. A couple of things worth noting. Brian Wilson has just called to say that he was talking to Congressman Jim Moran, a Democrat of Virginia, who has received a briefing on Capitol Hill, and that Moran says that what they know about that plane crash near Pittsburgh was they believe that was related to an attempted attack on Camp David. Of course, you know, where there was an earlier incorrect report that Camp David had in fact been attacked. All officials now are saying that is not the case. So we have a little bit more from what the intelligence community is apparently telling members of Congress. It appears also that fighter jets are now escorting Air Force One, which would be a standard precaution under a circumstance like this. The last time I can recall, in my own experience, this happening was when President Bush I flew down to a drug summit in the nation of Colombia, where, of course, terrorism is a constant threat. We're waiting, as we noted, for further word from the White House, where communications are obviously a problem because everybody's been evacuated, as to where and when the president will land. So That is basically the latest we have from here. I might call your attention to a quote. This from Chris Yates, an aviation expert at Jane's Transport in London. Jane's, of course, is a company that publishes a number of defense-related and aviation and maritime-related publications, military-related publications. He called it the most audacious terrorist attack ever taken place in the world. There you go.
That cannot be
Rita
over.
Cosby, by the way, has something to report as well. Rita's been staying in touch with us by telephone. She's in our air. Rita, what do you know?
Well, Britt, I'm told by the FAA that at this point 22 international flights have been diverted to Canada, and there are 50 flights over the United States. Remember, we're in a full-fledged ground stop right now. This is the first time in U.S. history that they have done such a ground stop, but we are told that there are 50 flights still in the air trying to reach their locations here in the United States, ordered to land immediately. There are also 2 international flights from Europe in which the pilots have not responded, and that is drawing concern from U.S. These are flights that were en route to the United States from Europe, and the pilots have not responded to the FAA, so they're trying to find out if those 2 planes may be in trouble. Also, law enforcement sources are telling us, and this is interesting, that there was word put out through an Arab newspaper about 3 weeks ago that bin Laden himself, the mastermind behind the East African bombings, the embassy bombings there in East Africa, that he apparently did put out word about 3 weeks ago saying that he was planning an unprecedented attack against U.S. interests. Since that time, they got other information that there may be some sort of attack against U.S. possibly governmental facilities. And then, as we know, on Friday, the State Department did put out a worldwide caution basically telling U.S. Citizens and also particularly government and military officials that they should be in a heightened state of alert. But I will tell you from talking to law enforcement sources, I talked to them minutes after the 2 planes rammed into the World Trade Center building, this were in the Twin Towers, that they were very stunned, that they said, look, we had gotten word that there may be some sort of attack, but we had no idea it was going to be on U.S. soil, no idea that it was going to involve airliners and so forth. I will tell you also, law enforcement sources do know that Osama bin Laden, right now they believe he's sort of the prime suspect. They have no idea who's behind this, but they are looking at him because they do say that he and his men did a lot of training, in fact, where they did practice hijackings, where they did have pilots who were on their staff. And in fact, we had reported earlier that 3 people involved in the East African bombings were actually pilots, and that's sort of part of their training. And they get some of that in Afghanistan, also Iran, and a number of other countries. So this is sort of part of their training to prepare for something like this. But law enforcement sources are telling me, and these are intelligence officials, that they were really stunned by today's development.
All right, Rita, thank you very much. It's worth perhaps also adding to this, John Scott, that the North American Air Defense Command, NORAD, is controlling the U.S. aircraft that are in the air, including those that are escorting Air Force One. So you get an idea from that just how seriously this threat is being taken by the U.S. military. Back to you in New York, John Scott.
All right, Britt Hume, thanks very much. This was supposed to be an election day in New York. Primary elections were scheduled for mayor here and other offices. Those elections have been canceled. A couple of other more mundane matters considering all that's gone on. Major League Baseball has canceled its scheduled games for tonight. All those games are canceled. Let's listen to one of the witnesses from Lower Manhattan now recount what he saw. This is unedited tape.
There's a woman in a wheelchair, and I got her in the strap wheelchair and just carried her down the steps. Carried her down.
All right, we're having a little trouble hearing the audio there. As you can imagine, Wall Street workers, a great number of other people terrifically impacted by the collapse of the World Trade Centers, that after they were hit by 2 apparently hijacked airliners shortly before and shortly after 9 a.m. this morning Eastern Time. Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating is on the line with us once again. Governor, you have had more experience than anybody dealing with catastrophe of this scale in the bombing of the Murrah building. How should America respond?
Well, no one has had experience responding to a catastrophe of this scale. And this is just agony beyond comprehension. It is horrific. It really is a day of infamy. And I am confident as a citizen, because I dealt with the New York Police Department and the New York Fire Service here in Oklahoma City, that they have first-rate authorities. Their emergency management people are first-rate. I'm confident in the military authorities and obviously in the President's leadership. But this is just absolutely
Governor, let me interrupt you for just a minute. Britt Hume has some late-breaking information for us out of
John,
Washington.
we've just learned from the White House press pool. That is the group of journalists who stay with the president at all times, fly with him aboard Air Force One, that the president will, in a matter of minutes, be making a statement. There is some mystery about exactly where that statement will come from, whether it will be from Air Force One or some other place where he may have landed. So we await, obviously, with great interest that, but we are within apparently minutes of hearing from the president for the first time since his initial remarks before he got in the air after these attacks originally occurred. So we wait here in Washington to bring that to you as soon as we have a signal from the White House or from wherever the president is.
And almost certainly, Britt, that would not be from the Oval Office. The White House has been evacuated, right?
The White House has been evacuated, and we have no reason to believe that the president's plane has touched down in the Washington area. But communications here are such, John, that all kinds of things could have happened that we don't know about, and indeed that not everybody here on the ground knows about. But the president, of course, travels with the most elaborate communications facilities. The president has, the latest word we have now is the president has touched down at Shreveport, Louisiana, and it is apparently from there that we will hear whatever he has to say. So we are awaiting we're awaiting a signal, a picture, and the words of the President of the United States coming from Shreveport, Louisiana, a place that the military apparently felt that the president was safe to go. So we are watching and waiting for that, John.
All right. Britt Hume in Washington, thanks very much. We will continue to await the words of the president when he gets to a television transmission facility, apparently, as Britt told you, there in Shreveport. Frank Keating, the governor of Oklahoma, still on the line with us. Governor, you've been in this position. You've had to calm a populace horrified by a sudden terrorist strike. What does the president need to say, and how do Americans need to take in this cataclysmic disaster?
Well, this is an attack, an act of war against the United States. In my case, it was a domestic terrorist attack. In this case, ostensibly, it's an international terrorist attack. I think the president will appropriately say the first thing we must do is rescue and recover. We must pray for those who are injured, pray for those who are killed, and anyone who did this, we will get them. Real simple, but focus first on rescue, recovery, and prayer, and I'm sure that's exactly what the president will do.
There is going to be a great uniting of America, isn't there, coming out of all this?
Well, yes, because this was an attack on us, and in that building, that is a melting pot of America. There are obviously thousands of people of all different walks of life, all different races, all different religions and nationalities there. And to make a political statement by destroying innocent men, women, and children is never acceptable in any moral society. And this is absolutely an affront to civilization, and the president and the country will be united and will respond accordingly, and appropriately so.
And an affront to civilization is just what you'll see in the pictures that we are about to bring you. Again, these are unedited. We cannot exactly predict what you're going to see because we haven't seen some of them ourselves. But this is video as one of the towers of the World Trade Center collapsed. You can see the sheer terror on the people as that shockwave of dust and debris rolls toward our camera crew there. And all of a sudden, it is midnight in downtown Manhattan as the crumbled concrete, as the shell of what was once Manhattan's proudest buildings, pair of buildings, as it crumbled to dust. And it is still burning. It is still on fire. Untold numbers of people are dead. Untold numbers of people are trapped. The rescue effort is going to go on for days, perhaps weeks. Again, imagine the mindset of these people who were at the base of the building there, watching what they thought was nothing more than a fire. Nobody knew at this point that these buildings were going to collapse. I might bring into the conversation Howard Safer, the former chief of police, police commissioner here in New York City, also fire commissioner as well. Mr. Safer, nobody ever thought the World Trade Center would fall. I mean, that's what the terrorists tried to do back in 1993, and they weren't even close to being successful.
That's true, and even the engineer who designed the Trade Center had told me it was designed to withstand a commercial airliner attack. Obviously, that's not correct, but this is incomprehensible and just the kind of thing that, although we plan for every kind of terrorist attack, this is overwhelming for the emergency services in New York, which are some of the best in the world.
let's look at the bigger picture. I mean, everybody wants to know who did this, but it's going to take some time, isn't it?
It is. I mean, this is obviously, and it's not that it's time to worry about the people who are hurt and injured, but this is obviously an intelligence failure. We're going to have to figure out not only why we didn't have the intelligence, but we have to figure out how these hijackers were able to breach airport security and what we have to do to fix that.
It could be something relatively simple. If you wanted to, I mean, I have boarded airplanes before with my pocket knife, a 3 or 4 inch blade. That can be a lethal weapon, and nobody has ever stopped me. There are limits on what kind of a knife you can take on board, but a couple of trained terrorists, trained in hand-to-hand combat, could easily get into a cockpit and commandeer a plane.
Well, that is true. Also, the quality of personnel is very important. The technology is very important, and most importantly, the way you prevent terrorism is through intelligence. You can't prevent terrorist acts when they're taking place, but you need to have the intelligence so you know about them and prevent them before they take place.
Let's check in with Molly Falconer. She's in Lower Manhattan at St. Vincent's Hospital, a scene of absolute chaos. Molly, what's going on there?
John, it has been a scene of chaos.
You've been looking at live coverage from the Fox News channel of this developing story throughout the morning.
That's right. The two World Trade Center towers in New York have been destroyed by 2 airplanes crashing into them. We're going to take you now to CNN Live, where they are going to show us some pictures from the crash of an American Airlines jet and right outside of Pittsburgh.
With 81 passengers on board, 9 crew members, 2 pilots. This is believed to be one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. All 4 of these planes that we're describing to you now, these flights, all headed to California. The second American Airlines Flight 77, this is a Boeing 757, left Dulles Airport near Washington on its way to Los Angeles. It had 58 passengers on board, 4 crew, 2 pilots. This plane unaccounted for. However, a commercial jet was seen crashing into the Pentagon a few hours ago, and it is believed that this could have been the one, but again, not confirmed. So 2 commercial airliners, American Airlines, 2 United Airlines. And I would just add at this point, because to be reassuring to some extent to those of you who are watching, we've been reporting that all flights within the United States have been canceled. There's been a complete hold down on all commercial travel. However, there were planes that were already in the air when these terrible incidents took place this morning. And as of a few moments ago, the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, was reporting that there were still 50 aircraft in the skies. Now, some of those may have landed in the last few minutes, but that was the information as of a few minutes ago. All of them were said to be within 50 or so miles of their destination. Now, I'm getting new information in my ear. Now, reporting our congressional correspondent Kate Snow, you're looking at a picture of the Pentagon Live. There's still smoke billowing out of our military command center in the United States. As we look at these pictures, I'm going to turn it over right now to our congressional correspondent Kate Snow, who has with her 2 members of Congress. Kate. Judy, it's been a bit difficult to get in touch with
coverage of CNN of America under attack, following up with first pictures of the Pentagon crash, where a plane went down about 10:20 this morning.
All right, and we want to take you now back to the Fox News channel, where you're still seeing the smoke billowing up from the World Trade Center.
St. Vincent's Hospital, and all morning, all we've been seeing are gurneys out on the street standing at the ready for the hundreds of ambulances, I should say dozens of ambulances that are coming in. But who knows? There are no estimates as to how many will eventually get here. A spokesman named Mark Ackerman came out a few moments ago and said he can't put an estimate on how many people will be here, but we'll keep a watch on it for you all the time. Again, there is a call out for blood and something called Silvadine. It treats burns and infections. They have already raided the local pharmacies around the hospitals, and they're calling for more. Back to you.
All right, Molly Falconer at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan, thank you. We want to take you out to Los Angeles now. A couple of the planes that were hijacked were bound for Los Angeles. John Dupree, our correspondent there, has some late-breaking information for us. John?
John, the ripple effect of this disaster felt clear out here on the West Coast. Three of the planes which crashed today were bound for Los Angeles International Airport, where you find me now. American flight number 11 with 92 people on board, American flight number 77 with 64 people on board, and United flight number 175 with 65 people on board, which may have crashed into the Pentagon. All bound for Los Angeles International Airport. Their numbers were not even on the arrivals board here. No one had begun to come here to pick up passengers arriving from those two cities. Now, and only now, one by one, family members and loved ones beginning to show up here at LAX, being escorted into the corporate offices at American Airlines here at Terminal 4, being escorted by United officials to a nearby hotel, being briefed on what has happened, being told that their loved ones, their family members, by all appearances most likely dead. The skies above Los Angeles International Airport, where 150 to 250,000 people each day take off and land, the busiest airport on the west coast of these United States, eerily empty. That's the effect here on the other side of the country. John Scott, back to you.
John Dupree in Los Angeles, thank you. Again, these pictures just coming into us now. This is unedited video of the pandemonium, the fear, the chaos in Lower Manhattan as the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, the tallest buildings in Manhattan, once the tallest buildings in the world, as they collapsed in an incredible shockwave of dirt, debris, smoke, and certainly a catastrophic loss of human life. This was the reaction there in Manhattan. Nobody ever thought those towers could fall. Almost certainly the terrorists who tried to inflict this didn't think they could fall. They perhaps hoped it would happen, but nobody thought there would be this kind of catastrophic damage. William Daley and Howard Safer. William Daley, a former FBI agent who investigated the first World Trade Center bombing. Let's talk about the bigger picture once again. Sure, the terrorists wanted to inflict maximum damage, maximum loss of life, but their real goal is mental, isn't it? Aren't they trying to scare America?
That's true, John. In fact, my role was one after the incident in helping put security back in place for these once prestigious locations. And the thought is, when we do security planning and try to predict where terrorists will attack, we always think of what are the spots that are indicative of the American way, whether it's the World Trade Center, whether it's some other landmark, or what they call a trophy building that they like to have exactly what we see here, be up in smoke, and for everyone to be panicked and concerned. So when we try to predict terrorist acts, we look at these, but we really, at the very far end of the spectrum, would think that would ever come down to something like this. We always looked upon something worst case, like vehicle bombs we saw in Oklahoma City, or we've seen over in Europe, individual bombings. But when we look at planes, flying bombs with people in them, which are of and by themselves would be catastrophic incidents if they occurred.
On any given day, any one of these incidents would dominate the news for weeks.
Exactly.
We've had 4 planes crash today, 3 of them deliberately into buildings, 2 at the World Trade Center towers, 1 at the Pentagon, and 1 went down in an airport area near Pittsburgh. Britt Hume is keeping an eye on the situation in the nation's capital. Let's get the latest from him. Britt?
Well, the first thing, John, is that fire at the Pentagon continues to burn out of control and going ever deeper into the building itself. One presumes that the building has been now evacuated of all but firefighting personnel, but that obviously a worrisome situation. There you see a live picture of the plume of smoke, black smoke still rising from the Pentagon. Evidently, the amount of fuel that was spilled or whatever was aboard that aircraft was sufficient to keep that blaze going apace. From Capitol Hill, we learned a couple of other things. Senator John Kyle, Republican of Arizona, said to our Brian Wilson just a short time ago that members of the leadership are in various different, congressional leadership are in various different places, in touch with each other and with the administration. We have a plan. We have a plan, said Kyle, and it is in place. What that's all about remains to be seen. Brian also reports that at the Capitol Police Station, J.C. Watts, Tom DeLay.
We have criticized all forms of criticism as Afghanistan has itself faced and has become the victim of terrorism, and we even now criticize these kind of acts.
Terrorism yo yerawunke darachunke au nafakpeshunke lara.
Terrorism is a terrifying and hateful hatred or hateful method.
او دغه پیښه چې سوي د بشري پلوه خورا پراخه او لوی ناورین دی.
And this incident is from the humanitarian point of view surely very vast and very terrifying incident.
Any question?
Any question?
Please. Have you received any kind of information, any kind of communication from the United States or any other organization?
The American IRC یا لومړی خانم کوم رابطه درسره شوې ده؟
نه تر اوسه پورې چا کومه رابطه نه ده کړې. ولې اوس تر ټولو مهمه خبره دا ده چې هغوی په ژغورنه باندې اخته دي. کېدای شي چې یوازې هغوی ته د تسلیت پیغامونه تللي وي او دا چې اسلامي امارت سره چا تماس نیولی دا خبره تر اوسه پورې نه ده.
No contact up to now. They might be busy or surely they are busy in the rescue operation. So they need condolence, but up to now, no communication from them.
Does the Taliban categorically condemn these attacks on the United States?
Taliban په مرحله واره کې په امریکا باندې دغه حملې وکړي.
موږ د توریزم ټول انواع همیشه غندلې ده. د پخوا څخه په دې باره کې پالیسي ښکاره وه.
Our policy was very clear from the very beginning, and we have criticized, and even now we criticize terrorism in all its forms.
Can you rule out?
All right, we want to take you back to the Fox News channel. We've been watching a live video phone coverage from Afghanistan. Let's take a listen now into Fox News channel. As you look at the pictures from New York, President Bush should be speaking to us very soon. Let's listen into Shepard Smith.
I can also tell you that now the United States border with Canada has been shut down at all crossings. There is a report from Afghanistan now, from Kabul, Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden's people, and actually the Taliban now responding to this. Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers have condemned this devastating terrorist attack in New York and the one in Washington and rejected suggestions that Osama bin Laden could be behind them. The Taliban's ambassador to neighboring Pakistan has now said that bin Laden, the Saudi dissident who has been given asylum in the country, does not have the facilities needed to carry out such an attack. Quoting now from the Taliban, it is premature to level allegations against a person who is not in a position to carry out such attacks. It was a well-organized plan on connection with the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in East Africa that killed 224 people. Now, there are reports that the victim count at the Pentagon is now at 34. Those are unconfirmed reports at this moment, but certainly with a fire that happened so quickly and an explosion on that level, fears at the Pentagon are certainly running high. We're also getting word from NASA now that astronauts aboard the International Space Station can actually see the smoke rising from Washington and New York, that this plume of smoke that was once the World Trade Center in New York City can be seen from 224 miles in the sky. And on the International Space Station, they are watching in what is certainly a day which will live in infamy, September the 11th, 2001, and the worst terrorist attack in the history of the world. The updates are coming in fast and furious now from individual states across the nation. Suffice it to say that governments across this country are now shutting down all major tall buildings. That's the way it seems, as we've just gotten reports from New Jersey across the river where they watch these buildings fall. The governor of Pennsylvania now asking to use a Fox News satellite truck to address the people of his state. Overwhelming calls now from governors and congressmen and senators for calm across the nation. The president soon to address the nation about how the United States will respond. David Schuster has been reporting throughout the day that the military is now on an alert, which is parallel with alert that would be in place should we be at war. Newt Gingrich saying earlier that this is likened to Pearl Harbor. President Bush will put it all into perspective for us shortly. Those are the latest updates as we have them. Once again, the FBI to make an official statement in just a matter of minutes. This from our correspondent there at the Pentagon. The president to speak down in Shreveport, Louisiana in just a few minutes. John, both of those for you live when they come in here in the newsroom.
All right, Shepard Smith in our newsroom. Thanks very much. Again, to restate, you're looking at the place where the World Trade Center used to stand in Manhattan. A billowing cloud of smoke still rolling up from the foundations of the towers. They crumbled around, well, in the 10 o'clock hour. This after they were struck by two hijacked jetliners in separate incidents just before and just after 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. 50,000 people work in those buildings on a given day. It's certain that a good number of those people were already at their desks. Witnesses describe seeing people jumping from the upper floors in flames, preferring to make a quick end of their lives rather than suffer disastrously. Here is the picture of the second plane coming in. We are not exactly certain at this point which plane that was. It's believed that was the American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington to LAX. We believe that was the plane that was employed as a flying bomb to destroy the second of the World Trade Center towers. The structural steel in those towers, steel that was thought to be strong enough to withstand this kind of attack, ultimately gave way to the heat of the burning fuel from those aircraft. You can see there the pictures, people who have broken out the windows. They cannot breathe. They are leaning outside, waving handkerchiefs, towels, anything they can, waiting for rescue. Rescue that almost certainly never came. The towers crumbled one at a time, as you're looking at the replay here, in a tremendous shower of shattering glass and concrete. Almost certainly there will be casualties in neighboring buildings because the World Trade Center towered so tall above the buildings around it. As it fell, there'd be steel beams, girders, chunks of concrete, enormous piles of material cascading down from 1,000 feet in the sky, a quarter mile up. All of this material falling down to the ground, and anybody who was underneath it would have a difficult time surviving indeed. Also, we take you to Washington, where the Pentagon remains on fire, a fire burning out of control after a hijacked jetliner there slammed into the outer wall, the outer ring of the Pentagon. Now, this one could have been worse. We have early indications of perhaps 36 people dead. But it appears that the impact of that plane actually came on the ground outside the Pentagon. So the fire is still burning there, the Pentagon in flames. Clearly this was an attempt to strike at America's financial structure, the symbol of America in many respects, the World Trade Center, the tallest, the most visible buildings in New York City, right alongside New York Harbor, and also a strike at the Pentagon, the center of America's military. Shepard Smith has a late update now from the newsroom. Shep?
John, we have just gotten this in from the World Trade Center explosions in New York City. The death toll is now estimated at 10,000. This out of New York, and this, according to the Pentagon, that there were undoubtedly deaths at the Pentagon as well. Representative Jim Moran, coming out of the Capitol Police headquarters, has just told Fox News on camera, again, he is a Democrat from Virginia, that the official estimate now is 10,000 have been killed in lower Manhattan as the World Trade Centers collapse to the ground. We're expecting to hear from the president shortly, John.
All right, Shepard Smith, thank you. And that death toll, suffice it to say, could certainly go up. There were thousands of people, perhaps, among them some of New York's finest and bravest police and fire officials, trying to effect the rescue of those people who were caught in the top of those buildings. At the time, we thought, and here you look at the replay of the plane slamming, this is the second plane now, slamming into the second tower, and the catastrophic explosion there that certainly killed everyone on board the plane, as well as probably hundreds in the World Trade Center towers. So there were firefighters and police officers on the ground trying to effect the rescue of those people above, and all of a sudden, both of the towers came cascading down around them. Clearly, a great number of the people whose lives have been lost today are the firefighters and the rescue crews who were trying to help save others. We are awaiting word from President Bush. He was in Florida at the time this all began. As you look at these unedited pictures of people scrambling away from the dust cloud resulting from the collapse of the World Trade Center. President Bush was on the ground in Florida. He was to address an elementary school on what was supposed to be an upbeat event promoting education in this country. President Bush is safe. Air Force One took him to Shreveport, Louisiana. We expect he will be addressing the nation momentarily. Once again, the U.S. military is on the highest state of alert. The kind of alert that would have emanated from the Pearl Harbor attack. And as former House Speaker Newt Gingrich said today on the air on Fox News, certainly this attack will bring with it more casualties than the American forces lost at Pearl Harbor. This is a 21st century Pearl Harbor. Experts have been saying for a long time that perhaps the military attacks of the future would be of this kind. And Bill Daley, former FBI agent, I guess this is the worst kind of scenario. This is what was predicted, but perhaps maybe never imagined.
It was predicted, imagined, but the countermeasures to ever deal with something like this were something you couldn't come to grips with. How are you going to stop commercial airliners from coming down routes around New York that they normally travel?
It's monumental, the scope of the catastrophe. Britt Hume is in Washington now with some more information for us.
Yeah, John, we just, as we've noted, that fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, but the Secretary of Defense, we now understand from Admiral Craig Quigley, his spokesman, who has just spoken to Fox News a short time ago, says that he is in the building, that he is in the National Military Command Center, which is a kind of bunker within the Pentagon, where it is said that communications are working. While the place is a little smoky, the Secretary never left the building, that threat condition Delta, which David Schuster earlier described to you as the most advanced threat condition there is, has been set for the Pentagon. Quigley seemed not to know when asked whether that was the military threat alert nationwide, but as for why it was imposed at the Pentagon, he said, quote, it was simply the prudent thing to do. I think most people would concur with that. The members of the congressional leadership, Brian Wilson reports from Capitol Hill, where he's been at the police station there, have been taken, it is said, to a secure location. We earlier heard from Senator John Kyle that said, yes, they are secure, they are in touch with each other, that the plan, at least for dealing with these things, as far as Capitol Hill is concerned, is underway and in effect. The FBI, John, is saying that they received no warning about this, no warning at all, and for that reason, obviously, that U.S. forces were not on any special alert. That's the latest from here.
All right, Britt Hume in Washington, thank you. As you look at these pictures of the smoking side of the Pentagon, it bears repeating that most of the building is still intact and even occupied. David Schuster was in the Pentagon for a good part of the morning. David, are you still inside the building?
John, we are. The pictures that you're looking, if you imagine the camera swinging to the left and going to the next concentric ring, that's where the media offices are, and that's where we are. We can tell you that the hallways, to give you an extent of how big the fire is that continues to rage out of control in many of the offices of the Pentagon, on our side, which is clearly several hundred feet, or if not several hundred yards from where the fire is that you can see on the screen, the smoke is so thick that you really can't see down the hallway more than 20 feet in front of you. That's how thick it is. A short time a while ago, we saw 6 FBI agents walking down the hallway heading towards the part of the building where the plane crashed. We do believe now that the plane, in fact, that it was a direct hit on the south side of the building. Some of the local television pictures, when you look at them, you can see that there is a gaping hole at least 150 feet wide by the helipad. It does not appear that there are any marks on the grass in front, so it does seem as if the plane that struck the Pentagon did hit directly into the E-ring, the outside ring. At the moment, there are still at least, from our estimation, perhaps 20 to 30 offices over 4 floors that continue to burn out of control. The flames are shooting out the windows. The fire apparently continues to spread north along the building, north as far as the side facing Arlington National Cemetery. Again, the Pentagon has been evacuated, except as reported earlier, the National Military Command Center, which is where Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld is located. In addition, as far as the threat threat condition Delta. That applies to some of the Atlantic Fleet, some of the air command and control, the groups that would coordinate U.S. military assets along the East Coast. Many of these assets will be used as far as civilian help, civilian efforts. Furthermore, we're told that all U.S. fighters in the United States are now on alert and are under control of the North American Air Defense System known as NORAD. This is a joint U.S.-Canadian system based in Colorado. Fighters were sent up and escorted Air Force One into Louisiana. But again, the situation here at the Pentagon, as you can see, the fire continues to burn out of control. One of the problems that firefighters are having is that it is very difficult because of how big the Pentagon is to get to some of the inner rings where the fire continues to burn. John?
All right, David Schuster at the Pentagon reporting live. Thank you. Again, apparently in that updated report from David Schuster, the Pentagon took a direct hit. Let's get another update now from Britt Hume in Washington.
Well, John, the latest thing we have, just quickly, is that we're hearing now from the through the White House press pool and from our producer Nancy Harmeyer, who's still in Sarasota where the president was, but in touch, that the president has made the statement that he is going to make. He made it to tape. And the tape has been dropped off there at Barksdale Air Force Base, Barksdale military facility there on the Texas-Louisiana border near Shreveport, and he's now headed, we know not where, and that the tape is being ferried to a local broadcasting facility there, and you now see the situation there, some live picture from the Pentagon. Of officials there in the hall, and here is the president. This is the president to make this statement. This is Barksdale. This is tape, folks, not live. I'm sorry, folks. It appears there we saw the president start to come in. That, of course, was videotape, and that was a raw tape feed as it was coming in. It takes a while often for levels to be set and for everybody receiving to get clear that the picture and sound are coming in properly, and it is not uncommon at broadcast facilities when tape like this is being fed. We're going to have another go at it here now and see if this time we can hear this taped remark from the president.
No audio. Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
You see what's happening here. This is a videotape being fed from a remote location, and we're trying to get a clear signal and keep it from breaking up and get it onto the air. So sometimes this takes a little bit of time, and we will definitely do what we can to bring it to you as soon as we can see it and hear it clearly. That was the President of the United States. Here he comes again, same tape. See if we can hear it and see it more clearly this time.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
That concludes the President's taped comments from Barksdale Military Base in Louisiana. The President of the United States speaking just a short time ago. We know not now where the President is. You heard him say that the United States military is on full alert. All security precautions could be taken, that he's been in touch with House, Senate leaders and other members of the administration, as well as with foreign leaders. He said we will hunt down and punish those who are responsible for what he called this cowardly act. That concludes Fox News Channel's presentation and Fox News' coverage of this presidential statement. Back to you in New York.
Britt, thanks very much. It bears repeating that apparently Camp David, the president's vacation residence there in Maryland, apparently was the target of another one of these attacks. We haven't talked about it a great deal today because apparently that attempt did not succeed. But there was a fourth airliner, besides the two that slammed into the World Trade Center and the one that slammed into the Pentagon, a fourth airliner, a United plane, slammed into the ground not far from, well, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. And the intelligence indications are that Camp David, the president's vacation residence, and it bears noting the place where the Camp David Accords were signed, signifying a possible peace deal between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Camp David was apparently one of the attacks. Bill Daley, former FBI agent who worked on the investigation following the first World Trade Center bombing back in '93, is still with us. Bill, there is so much symbolism that we will have to be alert for as we look at the causes of what has happened today, right down to the names of the airlines involved, United and American.
You know, John, I think as we take a step back, and certainly we're all reeling from the shock of the first, few moments of this, which we're still into, and the recovery. When we look at what actually has happened and to the design that has gone into this by using domestic carriers, as you mentioned, ones that carry our own flag on it, crashing into symbols of our way of life.
Let me interrupt you, Bill, because we are going to...
Any questions that you might have.
This is a spokesman from American Airlines.
Today's events appropriately need to be addressed to the FBI.
And again, Al, you can't confirm which plane went into what.
I cannot, not at this point.
And it makes it difficult for you to release any information.
Right, it's just impossible at this point.
Now, you did get a warning apparently this morning that something was amiss.
Well, again, every aspect of the investigation is being handled by the FBI, and they will respond to any questions you might have about the investigation.
How is American Airlines handling this in terms of operations, getting passengers off planes that are stuck on planes?
We are in total control of total contact with the federal government about every aspect of it, and working with the federal government on every aspect of it.
When relatives dial that 800 number, what will they be told, Al?
Well, we'll deal with them. We have procedures for dealing with them and doing the best we can to assist them.
Can you tell us if all your planes are on the ground?
At this point, I can't.
And what's the sense around here? Clearly, it's a terrible tragedy for your company. What's the sense in this building today?
Well, obviously, it's a matter of deep regret that the incident occurred, and we are working completely with the FBI on every aspect of the investigation.
Did you ever think you'd see something like this?
Well, this is an extraordinary circumstance, certainly.
Is it anything you all tried to prepare for?
Well, it's just there's no way to prepare for something like this.
Al, I'm sorry. Did you say all American flights were on the ground?
Well, we are working with the federal government to ascertain that at this point. Well, there's nothing much more I can provide at this episode. If we have anything more that we can provide, we'd be delighted to do that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al.
So there you hear from a spokesman for American Airlines. Two of its planes apparently involved today. 2 United airplanes also involved today in strikes against the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and possibly an attempted strike against Camp David in Maryland, the presidential retreat. As you look at live video of U.S. Air Force fighter planes that are now circling New York as well as Washington, D.C. Shepard Smith has some late-breaking information now for us from the Fox Newsroom. Shepard.
A wealth of information coming in, John. I can tell you now that the United States military has dispatched 2 warships and the National Guard to report immediately to New York Harbor to help in what will be the largest in-country rescue effort in the history of this nation, no doubt. To repeat our earlier information from Representative Jim Moran, Democrat of Virginia, who came out of the Capitol Police Headquarters, and said on camera an estimated 10,000 people are dead in New York City, and says the attack on the Pentagon, there were undoubtedly deaths as well. The fire at the Pentagon still quoted as being out of control in the words of those there trying to put it out. This information from the West Bank city of Nablus, where we now have reports and videotape coming into Fox News Channel, where thousands of Palestinians are this day celebrating Tuesday's attacks, chanting "God is great" and distributing candy to passersby. The Taliban has made a statement as well, saying that it is not right to be putting this off on Osama bin Laden at this moment, that he does not have the resources available to do such a thing, and the Taliban there has itself condemned today's attacks. President Bush and a handful of aides were whisked away by motorcade from Capitol Hill. Mrs. Bush, that is. Mrs. Bush, the First Lady, and a handful of aides whisked away by motorcade from Capitol Hill, where she was to have testified at a Senate Committee on Education, to a hideout now, the First Lady in a hideout away from the White House. There, the sequestered group huddled around a single television in their hideout and channel surfed for the latest news. You may be hearing a broadcast going off within our building. We are now in a 45-story building, the News Corp building, and we are hearing on overhead that the New York City Police Department is requesting that all non-essential personnel in the building be evacuated immediately. Here is the situation now. It's my understanding that these evacuations are happening in high-rises across New York City. 50,000 people scheduled to work this day in the Twin Towers, hundreds of thousands more across the city, and all of the skyscrapers in the city of New York are now being evacuated. The problem with that is the subway systems are down, traffic is almost non-existent. We travel here by cabs, which are not on the streets. John Scott, back to you in New York.
Shepard Smith, thank you. I want to bring in somebody who has kept an eye on this kind of situation over the years. Bill Richardson, the former Energy Secretary and UN Ambassador, is joining us by telephone. Secretary Richardson, this is an appalling development. I can only ask for your gut-level reaction, and what should America's reaction be?
Well, first we have to support the President, who I think made a very, very important statement that we're not going to tolerate this. We have to pray for the victims. I think this is a time when the country needs to come together. This is an unbelievable tragedy. It looks like the work of Osama bin Laden, who I had tried to extradite several years ago from Afghanistan as UN ambassador. It's a coordinated attack. I think we have to get the best intelligence we can from our allies and friends around the world, and then basically plan a huge, massive response against these perpetrators.
Well, as you say, you have tried to get him extradited before. The U.S. has been pressuring the Taliban to give him up for years. What further pressure can we bring to bear?
Well, I believe that the first thing we need to do is penetrate those terrorist cells to find out exactly where he is. We need a massive response against him there. Secondly, we have to raise the stakes in the international community to initiate sanctions if nations don't cooperate in extraditing him to the United States or finding him. This man is a menace to the international community, not just to the United States. And thirdly, I believe that we have to bring the international community, our allies, developing countries, in a war against terrorism. Terrorism hits across borders, and there has to be an international, perhaps United Nations response, a coordinated response to prevent this from happening again. This is a massive attack on the United States, but also on the international community.
Bill Richardson, the former United Nations ambassador, thank you. As we continue to keep an eye on the skies over Manhattan and in Washington, D.C., people are nervous, understandably, when they hear jets fly overhead, and many of the jets that are flying now are military fighters. On alert there, the Air Force and presumably the Navy as well have military aircraft patrolling the skies over the nation's capital and also New York City, probably several of the other major cities as well. Let's go to one of our correspondents in Washington, D.C., Rita Cosby, who has some late information for us. Rita?
John, I've been talking to intelligence sources few hours, and the last thing that they said to me was all signs are strongly pointing to Osama bin Laden. One intelligence, this is a senior official at an intelligence agency, told me that on June 20th of this year, bin Laden released a video to his followers saying, quote, "It's time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts the most," signaling that he may plan some sort of attack on U.S. soil. In addition to this, John, they're also looking at who would have had the capability, who would have had the motivation. They said in recent weeks there has been a lot of activity on Islamic chat rooms talking about threats against the United States. But in terms of actual training for Osama bin Laden, he does own a number of planes, also trains specific pilots to actually be able to carry out these type of attacks. And this is something that intelligence sources are saying that they were aware he was doing this type of training, not necessarily to attack the U.S., but to train for suicide attacks on planes and other mechanisms. He also, as we know, is believed to be behind the attack of the USS Cole. And, of course, that was someone who came up on a boat and planned a suicide attack in that mechanism. They do believe, however, if he is connected to this, and again, this is just a strong possibility that they're looking at, that he would have been augmented by another group. They said that, of course, he has widespread tentacles across the world and has followers across the world. And among the possibilities that could have, that they're looking at right now is augmenting would have been a Palestinian group and also the Hezbollah.
All right, Rita Cosby, this is just an absolutely stunning day. I still cannot get accustomed to the pictures that you're seeing there on your screen now. This is a looking, well, we were seeing Lower Manhattan. Now, this appears to be the area around Reagan National Airport in Washington. Hard to say. We'll find out what these pictures are specifically, but fighter jets now patrolling the skies over Manhattan as well as over Washington, D.C. There is the picture where you should see the World Trade Center standing tall and proud, but they are gone. 50,000 people scheduled to work in those buildings today. We don't know yet how many of them were able to get out, but the estimates are that 10,000 are dead. Hard to wrap your mind around a number like that. 10,000 dead. We suspect that the number is going to go higher than that. Britt Hume is in Washington, D.C. Britt?
John, some senior members of Congress, members of the Senate in particular, have been heard now on what they think the congressional response ought to be. Republican Senator John Warner, who is the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, said just a short time ago that he believes that the Congress needs to meet tomorrow or as soon as possible in some place. He also assures Washingtonians and those working in this city that there is a military air cap over Washington, D.C., which means that there are warplanes in the skies that will not allow any unauthorized plane near the city. That should be of some comfort to those who have been wondering whether a further attack from the air might be on the way or indeed possible. Senator Joseph Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, told our Brian Wilson just a short time ago that he believes that Congress should meet tomorrow and that Congress should meet in the Capitol building to show that business goes on, and that is something obviously the leaders of Congress are considering very urgently. Now, one of the things that we should point out here, when you see the president touching down at an Air Force base at an unknown or at least previously unknown location, dropping off a videotape, having taped a statement there and moving on, is that at times like these, the security becomes very tight and security officials exercise maximum authority and get control of the situation. And after all that has happened, one can only imagine imagine how extensive and how sweeping they want the further security precautions regarding the president and anyone around him to be. So I think we're probably in for some more mystery about the whereabouts of the president of the United States for some time now, because in a situation like that, security becomes the ultimate, the only, almost the only priority, and that will govern a great deal of what happens. Back to you, John.
Britt, I know we're all grabbing for information here, and it's coming in bits and pieces, but do you know anything about that plane crash that apparently there is talk of a plane crash perhaps directed at Camp David? How close did it come?
That is what members of Congress coming out of briefings are saying, that the plane crash near Pittsburgh. Now, Pittsburgh is up in the, Pittsburgh, of course, is some distance from Washington, but it is north and west of Washington, as indeed Camp David is north and somewhat west of Washington. And so, if a plane were headed south and east out of Pittsburgh or in that region, that would be a likely place for it to. That would be a likely area for it to be in, or for it to be in that region. So, members of Congress are told that intelligence officials believe that that's exactly where that plane was going when it crashed in that area. So that is obviously what they're thinking, that the Camp David retreat may have been under attack. And the Camp David retreat, by the way, is easier to hit than the White House. The White House is really not in anybody's normal flight plan or flight plane. That's not true at the Pentagon. The Pentagon is located just cheek by jowl with Washington National Airport, so a plane could be headed for what looks like a normal approach to Washington National Airport, veer off at the last minute, and crash into the Pentagon, which appears to be what's happened. That would be more difficult to do with the White House. If a plane appeared to be on a flight path there would be jet scrambled. It would be harder to accomplish. Camp David, though, on the other hand, is another matter.
And I can't help but wonder, Britt, about the possible symbolism of a strike at Camp David, the place where, after all, the Camp David peace accords were signed.
Well, absolutely, the Camp David peace accords being signed there, and of course it is a symbol of the President of the United States. It is a place where he goes as a retreat. It is thought of as a safe and secure place. The symbolism of that would not be lost on the world either.
All right. Britt Hume again in Washington. Thank you very much. Newt Gingrich, Fox News contributor, the former Speaker of the House, is also joining us once again. Newt, you have a lot of high contacts at high levels of government. What is the thinking about the responsibility at this point, or is it too early for that?
I think it's way too early for people to have sorted this out. I think the first reaction is to, as Britt pointed out, is to make sure the President and the leadership is safe. The second reaction is to make sure that we save as many lives as we can, that we focus on the rescue effort. And I think you'll see, coming out of this in 24 to 48 hours, a much more focused effort to then begin to look at who did it, how do we get at them, how do we hit them hard enough that nobody ever tries to do this again. But I think it takes some time. This is an enormous shock, and the system, I think, takes a little while to get in gear. I must say, though, that to hear members of Congress complain about the intelligence service when the budgets have been too small, when for the last 25 years we've adopted rules that were tighter and tighter and stricter, that made it virtually impossible for the American intelligence agencies to penetrate these kind of groups. I think that if the Congress really wants to be helpful, they need to pass some immediate action that strengthens our intelligence capability. And instead of playing a blame game, they need to take some responsibility for strengthening and enhancing our intelligence. And then I think the administration has to reach out around the world and make quite clear that we are going to go after whoever did this, and that people can decide either to be with the terrorist or to be with the Americans, but there's not going to be any middle ground, and there's not going to be any neutrality in the process of getting even. This will turn out to be vastly worse in human life than Pearl Harbor, and we have to keep refocusing. This is an act of war. This is not an accident. It's not an act of God. This is an act of war deliberately created by a group of people who were determined to hurt the United States.
And yet they could be a relatively small group. How do you strike back at a country when you may not be able to pin down exactly who within that country?
Flatly, I don't believe this was done by a relatively small group. I don't think you could have trained and prepared for this mission. I don't think without sanctuaries, without people who were protecting them, without safe areas, without training camps, this was not prepared in a couple of mobile homes by a handful of fanatics. This is a well-financed, systematic act and could not be sustained without the support of some very...
act by a faceless coward.
Make no mistake. the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
The Pentagon was hit by a commercial jet, one of 4 which have crashed today. The crash happening at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time. The jet hitting a portion of the building, which has since then collapsed. A fire continues to burn out of control at this hour. At this point, no estimates from Pentagon officials on the number of dead and injured. The Federal Aviation Administration here in Washington has shut down the nationwide air traffic system. Emergency crews continue fighting the fire at the Pentagon. Eyewitnesses are reporting a hole in the Pentagon about 150 feet wide after it appears the building took a direct hit from the jetliner. We can also tell you the U.S. Capitol building has been evacuated, as has the West Wing of the White House. Most government agencies have shut down. There are some high-level staff working in the basement of the Pentagon in a bunker-type situation. And we can tell you a couple blocks from where I am standing, Union Station has been shut down, evacuated, no train service going out of this city. The city on high alert and an unusual sight for people in Washington, D.C. Military jets patrolling the skies over the nation's capital. It is a breaking news situation. We will bring you updates throughout the day. We're live in Washington. I'm Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
It takes up about a tenth of the leased space in those 2 towers that are now no more. We should also emphasize that the New York Mercantile Exchange is here. A great deal of oil and gold, even some currency trading, was done out of these buildings. It is also interesting to note that as this all hit the fan, the dollar was tumbling here as the world markets began to sense from this that the United States was in serious, serious trouble, and then this bastion of security was maybe in some doubt. Typically in times of strife, people run to the dollar as sort of a safe haven. They did just the opposite today, and not surprisingly, because terrorism hit our shores. We should also point out some of the reverberations from this. We have not gotten any indications from the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ or any other financial markets if or even when they're going to open anytime soon. The feeling seems to be that they might resume sometime tomorrow, but again, that is not a given. We should emphasize here as well that this is very much royal trading abroad. All the major markets were down appreciably before they shut for business, anywhere from 5 to 7% losses on concerns that the world's greatest superpower has a terrorist problem on its hands. Now, where has that money been going? Interestingly enough, it's lifted the price of oil. There's a serious concern that we might go tit for tat into the Middle East on concerns whether this is Osama bin Laden or some Middle Eastern terrorist group, and that this might lift oil prices as a result. We should say that at last check, oil had shot up better than $6 a barrel, now to close to $32 a barrel. So the financial pain, besides the obvious physical pain, could be quite pronounced, and it's something we're watching very closely for you, because if the intent here was symbolic, that is going after a United Airlines plane and an American Airlines plane, then also attacking the financial mecca of the universe was just as symbolic and perhaps longer term more telling. Rick Leventhal was literally in the center of the storm. He joins us now out of downtown New York with the latest. Rick.
Well, it's an eerie scene. It's almost eerily quiet now, except for an occasional ambulance flying by. And just a short time ago, we saw some doctors in scrubs heading on small vehicles towards the World Trade Center, which is still, or what's left of it, still smoking down the street here. Police have cordoned off the entire area surrounding it. The only vehicles passing through now are police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances, and construction vehicles like that. We just had a fleet of ambulances head into the scene. They were staged behind us here. They just went in, which suggests that perhaps they're getting closer to the base of the World Trade Center, where there might be many injured waiting to be rescued, in fact. And joining us now is a former detective with the New York City Police Department, worked with the Commissioner's Office. I know you're very familiar with crisis management. Tom Ruskin just came back from the base of the World Trade Center. Describe for us what you saw there.
There's a lot of fire, a lot of debris. Part of the facade of the World Trade Center is all brought down and hanging there in an eerie type of sight that you would expect to see in a movie. Fire is burning around it. Emergency crews are staged in the area but can't get close to it because of the fire and the chance that the debris may come down.
What can we expect to happen next?
Well, after they search for survivors, possible survivors, what will happen is the FBI will take over the investigation. The FBI will launch a massive investigation, as the President has told us this morning, which will definitely go up to Boston, where the planes originated, and thereafter go wherever the trail may lead.
You're familiar with the way the city handles these types of terrorist attacks. You handled the last bombing at the World Trade Center. What's going on right now in the hearts and minds of New York City's finest?
Well, what's going on is trying to rescue those people who may be left behind underneath the rubble, around the area, people who have been hurt. Hospitals have gone to a full state of alert in their triage areas. A block from here, we have a firehouse that is acting as a triage area so people can go in there and be treated with medical personnel. The city is on a high state of alert relative to the medical casualties that we may have.
Do we have to work under the assumption that this is not the end? Is that the way the police department and all the other agencies handle this?
Well, the military has gone on their highest state of alert. We don't know if it's over. We don't know. We know that all planes have been grounded throughout the country at this point in time, and thereafter each step that has been planned for will take effect.
A lot of people might say, well, New York City should have been ready for this. The police department, everybody else should have known that something like this might happen. Was the department prepared? Did it have a plan in place?
The city constantly trains and retrains. The Office of Emergency Management does nothing but train and retrain and get ready for something like this. But we live in a very free society where our gates are open, where people come in and visit. Terrorism has always been a possibility in the United States because we don't live under the tight control of other countries. So a plane hitting the World Trade Center or two planes hitting the World Trade Center was something that could happen. They are trained for it. I don't think that anyone would ever expect it to happen. Two planes in one day in one city, another plane to hit the Pentagon, another plane to crash in Philadelphia.
All right, Tom Ruskin, thanks a lot for joining us. We're hearing that there's a run on a lot of grocery stores in New York City, Upper East Side in particular, where people are starting to panic and thinking they might not be able to get food and supplies and that sort of thing. And obviously the message is not to panic and not to take these kinds of actions. Also, I want to point out they're looking for blood. They need blood donors, and they're asking people if you're able to donate blood to go to a number of locations in New York City to do just that. So something that everyone should think about. Reporting live in Lower Manhattan, I'm Rick Leventhal. Now back to you.
All right, Rick, thanks very much. Let's get an update now from Shepard Smith in the Fox Newsroom. Shepard?
John, I want to get you updated on a lot of information that has been coming through. This now coming from the Associated Press, which has just been handed to me. An update coming from AP with editor of a London-based Arabic newspaper saying he received a warning from associates of Osama bin Laden but did not take them seriously. Also, a news conference by airport officials is underway in Pittsburgh. The governor of Pennsylvania will be addressing his state in just a moment through the facilities of Fox News. I also want to let you know, we know more about the president's travels today. You may remember as all of this happened, President Bush was in Florida waiting for an education conference. He was flown then immediately. They put him in the air initially with no initial decision about where he would go. They took him to a very high altitude, according to reports. His jet, Air Force One, was accompanied by and flanked by U.S. military fighter jets. Then a decision was made to put him down in Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made the statement. I can tell you that he has now spoken with Mrs. Bush, who is in a bunker, as it is being described, a hideout bunker huddled around a single television set in this hideout, channel surfing for the latest news, according to one person who was in there during the time. Osama bin Laden's name has been mentioned here. The Taliban has said throughout the day, rejecting claims that Osama bin Laden may have been involved. There is dancing in the streets in one city on the West Bank. It is now being said. We have videotape, as a matter of fact, which we are efforting to get into New York and should have here shortly, of them handing out candy in the streets and saying that God is dead. Now, this as an aside, in June, a United States judge had set this Wednesday, tomorrow, as the sentencing date for a bin Laden associate for his role in the bombing of a U.S. embassy in Tanzania that killed 213 people. So an associate of bin Laden would have been sentenced tomorrow in Manhattan at a courthouse just across the street from the World Trade Center. No one from the U.S. Attorney's Office could be reached today to comment on whether the sentencing is still on. In the West Bank city of Nablus, thousands of Palestinians celebrating now, chanting God is great, distributing candy to passersby. As we speak at this moment, the death toll continues to rise in Lower Manhattan. We had a quote earlier this day from a man, a senator, actually a congressman who had been inside Washington, D.C. police headquarters. He is a Democrat from Virginia, Representative Jim Moran, who came out of the Capitol Police headquarters and said to our cameras the estimated death toll now 10,000 out of New York, and says the attack on the Pentagon, that there were undoubtedly deaths as well. The Pentagon still on fire as we speak in Lower Manhattan, still working to clean up the mess and find any potential survivors. Rick Leventhal mentioned just a moment ago this idea that there are fears at least that panic may spread. Rest assured, in much of the city of Manhattan, there is some degree of edgy calm. There are not streets, there are not cabs in the streets. There are not cars making their way around. The bridges and tunnels to this island city are shut. You have to realize, as sentiment goes against Osama bin Laden, the people who drive those cabs have suddenly made themselves scarce. There is no public transportation to speak of aside from buses in Manhattan. The subways are shut down. The major buildings, at least in our area in the center of Manhattan, have just been ordered by the New York City Police Department to be evacuated of all non-essential personnel. So the situation as we know it now is this. The tens of thousands of people who work in skyscrapers which were not leveled today have been coming out of those skyscrapers into the streets with no way of getting transportation anywhere else within the city and no way to exit the city of Manhattan. Therefore, they gather on street corners, talking on cell phones, outside 54th Street, just down the street from here. We could see them at 42nd Street from the roof of our 45-story building here. Outside all the major points where transportation would normally be available. Grand Central Station, the gateway to New York City by subway and by train. Penn Station, where buses were coming in, all shut down. And again, a plea for calm. So many of these people who are sitting around in Manhattan with nothing to do are urged now to donate blood, because the situation in Lower Manhattan requires that a lot of blood come forward. We are getting reports from every state in the United States now, repeated ones through the Associated Press, about the way each state is now reacting. All government headquarters now on high alert. We are on Delta alert right now in the United States, which means our military is at a level as if war had been declared against the United States. There is no higher state of alert in the United States of America than is underway right now. Delta. David Schuster's at the Pentagon, keeping watch there. Rick Leventhal in downtown Manhattan. As the facts come in, we'll bring them to you from the newsroom. John, back to you.
All right, Shepard, thanks very much. Want to get an update now from Lower Manhattan. Molly Falconer is at St. Vincent's Hospital, where the dead and injured are being taken. Molly?
It's a terrible scene here, John. Over 300 people have volunteered to go inside and give blood. Hundreds are coming in here to St. Vincent's Hospital, treating for everything from heart attacks to smoke inhalation to severe burns. And I'm here with Dr. Robert Lurch, who's been inside all day. Can you tell us what's been going on?
Basically inside there's all types of injuries, from very minor injuries to very serious injuries. The hospital is very well organized. People are being triaged into the appropriate situations, whether it be a minor cut or an abrasion or asthma or heart attacks or stroke or whatever.
Have you got what you need, and is there a sense of panic, or is it calm?
No, I think everything is basically under control. There's every imaginable specialist in there. People are just waiting to do whatever they can, and things are very well taken care of at this point.
Okay. Is there anything you can tell us about what patients can do? Can people volunteer? Can they come here to ask about loved ones? It's obviously a scene that's been in chaos.
Unfortunately, at this point, I don't think really anybody knows anything.
Okay.
At this point, people are just being taken care of, and as far as in a global sense, how many people are hurt, how many people no one has a clue.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll let you go back to your work. Okay. Family members can call St. Vincent's Hospital. Press conference is going to go on around 3 o'clock today, and a list is being compiled and released. Nothing is formal yet. All is in chaos. We'll keep a watch on it here. Back to you.
Molly Falconer, thanks very much. The mayor of the city of New York, Rudy Giuliani, is on the phone with us now. Mr. Mayor, do we have any idea yet the number of casualties?
We don't know the number of casualties. We know it's going to be a large number of people that were seriously injured and that died. And there's no way at this point of knowing or even focusing on that. The effort right now is to save as many people as possible. And we have thousands of emergency workers doing that right now. And we have, from the police department, the fire department, the emergency services, the governor has alerted and put on standby the National Guard, and they should be able to relieve us later this afternoon. I believe that's going to be a number like 1,500, 1,700 National Guard. And we also have the urban search and rescue teams, 3 of them, that are coming to New York to help assist our police department and our fire department. So that's really the focus right now has to be.
I hate to
how many people can we rescue?
Right. I hate to wonder how many of your people, how many police and firefighters were there around the base of the Twin Towers when they began collapsing.
I am very worried about them, and saw some of them rush in and go in, and was with them. We were in a building that was trapped for a while, so when we left, I could see that they were going to. There's no question there are going to be significant casualties to our emergency personnel. It's terrible.
What do you say to the residents of New York City right now? Clearly, Manhattan has been locked down. The transportation in and out is shut off.
First of all, anyone in southern Manhattan should just head north. Just get beyond Canal Street, even further north. Not only is it safer because the smoke condition is still very bad, but it will help us in the emergency efforts if we clear out southern Manhattan, Canal Street south. Everyone should just leave and walk out and walk north, and therefore we'll be able to get the hundreds and hundreds of ambulances that we have to get in, and then take people to emergency hospitals out as fast as possible so we can save as many lives as possible to the rest of the people in the city of New York. And just pray. And things are safe and things are secure right now. And let's keep hoping and praying that the casualties are kept to the smallest number possible.
We've put out the appeal, Mr. Mayor, for blood donations from people nationwide. But what else can people do to be helpful?
Anyone that has emergency techniques or emergency expertise can volunteer. Volunteer at the local hospitals. Volunteer to give blood. We're gonna need blood. We have over 170 hospitals in the city of New York. We're going to utilize virtually every single one of them, and the hospitals in the surrounding areas. So anyone that believes that they can donate blood, I'll give you at least one location, 153 East 53rd Street, that's 66th in Amsterdam. The Red Cross actually is at 66th in Amsterdam. So people can volunteer there, or they can go to 153 East 53rd Street and give blood. That would help a great deal. The hospitals are going to need blood. If people have medical backgrounds and they volunteer at the hospitals, that would help, particularly later this afternoon when the people working there. I was just on the phone with St. Vincent's Hospital. That's under obviously great stress because they're right there. They're the closest hospital. But every hospital is going to need help.
We've had reports, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to overstate this, but there has been reports from some of our people in the field of a sense of panic beginning to build, of a run on groceries and so forth. What can you do?
There's no reason at all for anyone to panic. The airspace around New York City is now secure. The federal government has cut off any flights. The fact is that the city of New York is safe right now. It's secure. People should not panic, and they should just go about their lives, and they should have confidence in America and in American democracy. We're going to overcome this, and we're going to prevail. We're going to find out. I'm sure our government is going to find out who did it, and we're going to make an example of them.
You know, of course, there was the mayoral primary and other primaries here in the city of New York. Those have been, we understand, canceled for a day.
Governor Pataki and I decided about 2 hours ago that it did not make sense today to have an election going on. Among other things, we needed the police personnel that are used during the primary to focus on this rescue effort and assisting each other.
Where were you when this terrible episode began?
Well, when I first was notified, I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street, where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center, and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
75 Barclay Street, is that your command center?
That actually was a ground floor area right next to it. We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, and we were on the phone talking to the governor and the White House, and the building collapsed and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
From your long years of experience at the Justice Department, you are not only familiar with trying to govern Manhattan, but also familiar with the operation of terrorist cells. What do you say to the people who inflicted this terrible attack on America?
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this, and that we're going to make an example out of them. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of them.
Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, joining us live by telephone. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We know you have much to do today. It'll be a sleepless night and mostly a sleepless week for you, I'm sure, but thank you for taking the time to be with us. Once again, the mayor's words there. If you have medical specialties, if you can in some way contribute to the rescue effort, you're asked to report to your hospital. To be able to do that, ordinary citizens can donate blood at any hospital in the New York area or any of the blood centers that are already established. But please stay away from Lower Manhattan if at all possible. We're joined now by Marine Colonel Oliver North, former Marine Colonel Ollie North, who can give us some of his perspective. Ollie, a lot of people, Newt Gingrich among them, are saying that this is the 21st century Pearl Harbor. Do you agree?
Oh, it's far worse than Pearl Harbor, John. What we've got is a vicious attack on the United States. Interestingly enough, I was on my way back here from Detroit on what may well have been one of the last flights to get off the ground before all U.S. air travel was grounded. Our flight was due to land at National Airport, Reagan National. We were diverted to Dulles. I got a cab driver who was from, of all places, Afghanistan. Paid him heavily. Fox will pick up the tab for that. To get me back here into town. There's several remarkable things, John. In spite of the attack here on Washington, remarkable calm as people were courteous but moving quickly to get out of the area. The attack on the Pentagon had activated all of the local law enforcement emergency rescue, to include the Fairfax fire and rescue experts, who are now, I'm told, being prepared to go to New York to assist in any recoveries that can be made up there. As you know, there are experts that worked on the first World Trade bombing and, of course, Oklahoma City. I'm also told that the attack that may have been aimed not at Camp David but at the National Military Command Center, Fort Detrick, Maryland, the attack that apparently brought down a plane near Somerset, Pennsylvania. And finally, there is talk already here in Washington of postponing or indeed canceling the International Monetary Fund and World Bank conference here at the end of the month, which was scheduled for Washington and which the city was girding for. In fact, went through an emergency drill last week, which may well have helped some of the response here at this end. No doubt that this is the worst attack against the United States that we've ever experienced. My sense is, John, that there's going to be a call not to treat this as a crime, but to call it what it is, a war, and it may be a call for the Congress to do just exactly that, to make a declaration of war.
Ollie North, thank you. Stay with us if you would, please. Let's get some thoughts on that from another man who knows more than a thing or two about declarations of war. Al Haig, the former general and also former Secretary of State. Is it time to be talking about that? Is it time to declare some kind of a war here, Mr. Secretary?
Well, the terrorists have declared war on us for a number of years now. We simply haven't treated it as a war. I'm sure this very shocking and horrible day will certainly energize that kind of thinking, and I would be for it, certainly. We should declare war on terrorism, and we should take all the actions necessary to stamp it out. And that means working with our allies in close harmony, but also not to be hogtied by moral equivalence arguments, which have seemed to dominate our response up till now.
So what kinds of arguments can you see coming out of some kind of a strike against terrorist facilities?
Well, I don't have to draw any pictures there. We've seen it for a number of years. We saw it even dominate our decision to let Saddam Hussein survive the Gulf War, for which we should be very, very have second thoughts on that today. But we also know that bin Laden has made it very clear that this is a war against the United States and Israel, and we should take action accordingly. We haven't done that. And those who are giving them harbor and sanctuary, we should talk to in very forceful terms and take action if that's necessary. But for now, we Americans should avoid panic. We should stay united. We should shut up on what I call the recriminations of politically motivated operatives here in Washington. Unite behind our elected president and get on with the task of giving all the resources we can, our prayers, our physical resources, to the victims of this horrible attack and this act of war.
Al Haig, thank you. Stay with us if you would. You mentioned the president, and we want to replay for you now what the president had to say around 12:30 today. The president was taken from Florida to Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made this statement. Let's listen to what Mr. Bush said.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
A grim-faced President Bush in an address to the nation made within the past hour and a half from Shreveport, Louisiana. This after the awful events took place over the span of about an hour and 45 minutes today. An airplane smashed into the World Trade Center tower just before 9 a.m. A second plane followed a little bit after 9 a.m. Eastern Time. A third plane, all of them hijacked, smashing into the wall of the Pentagon about 10 a.m., 9:45 I should say, and a fourth plane crashing in Pittsburgh. It is a day that has forever changed the future of this nation. The response yet to be determined. And welcome to our continuing coverage of the crises in New York and also Washington, D.C. Target America, enemy unknown. Apparently terrorist strikes taking place in the span of an hour and 45 minutes. You're looking at a replay of videotape of the second of two hijacked airplanes smashing into the wall of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. That particular strike came minutes after 9 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. The first tower had already been hit by a similar hijacked plane, flying bombs, if you will. This then is video taken from about 10 a.m. after that tower, the second one which was hit, that tower could no longer stand the strain of the flames that weakened the structural elements, and the tower collapsed, sending concrete, glass, steel raining down almost a quarter-mile onto the streets below. This now, the second tower, the one that was hit by the first plane, also collapsing earthbound in a deafening and terrible and fiery conflagration of smoke, flames, and certainly tremendous loss of life. Perhaps as many as 50,000 people scheduled to work in the World Trade Center towers on this day. It's unknown at this point how many of them were able to make it out. Certainly there were people who did get out from as high as, we have reports, as high as the 92nd floor. But clearly an estimate of perhaps 10,000 people dead, and that number may go higher. Now, these pictures from earlier outside the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., or just across the river they're from. 9:45 a.m. on the south wall of the Pentagon, a hijacked airliner believed to be United Airlines was smashed into the outside south ring of the Pentagon. You can see the smoke billowing up from the headquarters of our nation's armed forces. The building's still on fire. They have not been able to get it out yet. And in fact, we have been told that the flames have penetrated not only the outer ring, but also the inner rings of the Pentagon. Firefighters are trying to get a handle on it, but in a building of that size, they are having a very difficult time. President Bush was spirited away from an event in Sarasota, Florida, put aboard Air Force One, where he made a statement to the nation upon landing at a previously undisclosed location. Shreveport, Louisiana is where the president turned up. He is safe, and so far all officials of the U.S. government, it appears, are safe. But for the first time in this nation's history, all air travel has been grounded. All airports shut down. These are pictures of what's left of the World Trade Center. You can see those leaning shells of what used to be a very familiar sight to many Americans. The steel and glass and concrete towers rising up 110 stories proud. They are simply enormous piles of rubble right now. Again, we do not know how many people have died. There could have been as many as 50,000 people in the building at that time of the morning. Certainly many hundreds of people who were on board those hijacked airliners have died. One of them, American Airlines Flight 11, it was scheduled to fly from Boston to LAX, 92 people on board. Also American Airlines Flight 77, bound from Washington to Los Angeles Airport, 64 people on board. A couple of United Airlines planes also apparently taken by force by these suicide hijackers bent on causing the maximum amount of destruction possible, and they have done that, inflicting damage on New York City and on Washington, D.C., that even in the worst terrorist scenarios, nobody could have imagined. I want to bring into the discussion now my co-anchor Linda Vester and also Neil Cavuto, who is with us. The stock markets throughout the nation are shut down. The NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange never opened today. The world financial markets really in turmoil.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, to jump on that, I think it's important to keep in mind, besides the carnage that you outlined, John, and I know Linda will shortly, this is the financial capital of the United States, folks. This is the financial capital of the world, and that is as important and symbolic as the choice of airlines that these guys decided to hit, United and American. When you can bring to a halt all trading in the wealthiest country on the planet, you have also done a service to your cause, even though a clear calamity to ours. The New York Stock Exchange shut down today. It was supposed to open late. It decided not to open at all. The NASDAQ was shut down today. But here's what's interesting about the World Trade Center. It is actually a complex of buildings way beyond the two gigantic towers that John pointed out that collapsed today. It houses some of the most pedigree firms and financial names on the planet. Morgan Stanley Dean Witter has essentially been demolished today. Offices that are housed there are now gone from there. They occupied the upper tier floors in the so-called One World Trade Center that was hit by that second plane. We should also point out that the New York Mercantile Exchange was essentially destroyed today. That is where much of the world's oil and energy and metals trading is done. Why is that important? Because if you can stop that or disrupt that, you can cause those prices to dramatically rise. And that is exactly what's happened. Some of the fallout from this goes way beyond the smoke and fires you're seeing there on that screen. Oil prices rocketing today, up to $32 a barrel, a better than $6 advance. We're also seeing stock markets across the world falling on this, on concerns that the safe haven of the world is in considerable disarray. Linda.
We want to take you now to Washington, D.C. You now know that the U.S. military has been placed on high alert status. That is U.S. military personnel in the United States and all around the world. There is also, just to give you more information, amid this fire at the Pentagon, apparently from this plane crash earlier this morning, there is a full air cap around all of Washington, D.C. We thought we take it to Tony Snow, who is monitoring things in Washington. He has more new information. Tony?
Thanks, Linda. Well, the Pentagon, Craig Quigley, the Rear Admiral, is a well-known public affairs officer, has given an off-camera briefing to some of our reporters. He said the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was, in fact, in the Pentagon at the time of the explosion, and furthermore, tried to make his way in within the building to the site of the explosion. He went outside for a bit of time to try to assist with some of the wounded, then was ushered back in, and he's now at the National Military Command Center, which obviously is serving as a hub of not only gathering and providing information, but also trying to formulate a follow-up strategy to today's acts of terrorism around the country. And here's Craig Quigley.
The defense can impose around the world, they are imposed on a local basis, because what may be true here in Washington could be very different in San Diego or some other location. Here in Washington, D.C., we are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to. That is the absolutely appropriate thing to do given the events of this morning. What seems to have happened is that we had an aircraft intentionally fly into the Pentagon. For those of you with cameras, you can see the spot behind me. There were intense fires following the aircraft's impact into the building. Arlington Search and Rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense. The fires are still burning in the Pentagon, at least in that vicinity. We have a variety, too many to even mention, of local first responders, fire departments, police departments, you name it, that have rushed to the aid of the Pentagon here and the people. Each of the military departments is working to set up an 800 toll-free number where family members can call to find out the status of their loved ones. As soon as we have those phone numbers, we will give them to you. I would ask for your help, please, in getting those numbers out as far and wide and quickly as possible so that we can alleviate some of the concern for individuals who have loved ones that work in the Pentagon. I don't have a feel for the extent of damage to the building, but it was significant. And again, fires are still burning, at least in several places in the building. That's about what I know. I'll try to answer some of your questions, but you're going to have a lot more questions than I have.
Can we ask you about operation
The individual right here.
Explain what happened to you personally at the time of the impact. What did you see and hear and feel, if anything, and how did you respond? What were you trained to do in that situation?
Well, despite the size of the Pentagon building, many in the building felt a thud and heard kind of a muffled explosion. And it was, at that point, the Defense Protective Service, the fire department, others took off for action to the impact point in the building. The building was very quickly evacuated. People were sent as far away from the building as possible. Many people were sent home. And again, with a request, please call your loved ones right away to let them know you're okay. People were, again, sent as far away from the building as possible. We didn't know what might happen next. and the fire was burning very fiercely at that point in time.
Was there
Go ahead. No, I sensed no panic. People were moving very quickly for the exits to the building, but it was all very controlled.
Do you know what had happened with the investigation? Is the FBI handling this, or are there any military agencies?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is the FBI handling this exclusively, or is there any military organizations that are helping with the investigation?
Well, I'm sure the FBI will probably have the lead on this as any domestic sort of circumstance. We will assist wherever.
All right, that is Admiral Craig Quigley. We want to take you now to a spokesman for the Washington, D.C. police. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Intelligence reports from a variety of federal agencies. Once all that information has been received, the House and Senate leadership will make a determination as how they would like to proceed from this point forward.
Did a plane approach the Capitol, sir?
No, we do not have a plane to approach the Capitol today.
You got into the chopper. When the lawmakers is going to go back into the...
I'm sorry?
When are they going to go back into session? Are they going in session tonight? Are they going to be in session tomorrow?
That decision will be handled by the House and Senate leadership. We'll have that later on this afternoon. As soon as I have word, the leadership will either issue that statement themselves or they'll issue a statement through me.
Can they be in session anywhere but the Capitol building? Can they conduct business somewhere else at an off-site location?
I don't anticipate that to happen.
Who just got into the chopper that landed on the Capitol grounds?
That's an area that deals with direct security and national security issues. I'm sorry, I can't disclose that information. What I can tell you is we have taken.
All right, so we have apparently lost, at least temporarily, our connection to Washington, D.C., but look here, live pictures once again. These from just across the Potomac River of the Pentagon, still on fire, a fire burning out of control after a hijacked airliner, we believe this one to have been a United Airlines flight, smashed into the Pentagon around 9:45 this morning. That was only the capper to what had already been a horrific morning. Just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, another hijacked airliner smashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. A second plane, also hijacked, smashed into the second tower shortly thereafter. You're about to see video of the 9:10 approximately crash. That suicide bomber smashing into that World Trade Center tower. It was not long before that tower collapsed. The other one followed soon thereafter. The loss of life so far catastrophic, estimated at 10,000, but that number could go much higher. Shepard Smith is joining us now from the Fox Newsroom. Shepard?
John, we're getting a great deal of information. I want to get pass along the good news now, as it appears to be that the Department of Defense was very lucky today. This from our David Schuster, who is still there, who reports that it appears the jetliner crash at the Pentagon could have been much worse. We are now told that the wedge of the Pentagon, which was hit, recently underwent renovations, and that this particular area was largely unoccupied at the time of the attack this morning. As a result of that, the number of casualties at the Pentagon could be much lower than many had feared. In fact, we're now told that only 40 people are being treated at a nearby hospital, 7 of those listed in critical condition. On another note, the plane which crashed southwest of Pittsburgh this day, you may remember Britt Hume was on the air earlier today reporting that there was a plane jetting up the Potomac, and that there were fears, at least, that this plane, this jet, might be en route to cause more problems at the White House. The White House was evacuated just around the time Britt Hume was making that report. Now we know that that plane crashed. How did that plane crash is one of the questions which is being explored at this moment. There was a cell phone call, which according to the Associated Press and confirmed through the military, that was placed from this particular jet at just before it crashed outside of Pittsburgh. And according to reports, there were 45 people on board this thing. It was 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, and at 9:58 this morning Eastern Time, a passenger on board this plane who claimed to be locked inside a bathroom began screaming on the phone to emergency dispatchers that in fact the plane had been hijacked and he was hiding out in a bathroom trying to get help for this plane. There were 45 people on board it. We have no reports of any survivors. At this moment, there is an urgent plea out in the city of New York for blood donations. And though I know we're broadcasting to a world audience, I want to give what information I can about that, because this has apparently become quite serious. While I'm searching for it, I can tell you that the entire Major League Baseball schedule for the remainder of the regular season has been at least postponed. The Emmy Awards, which were scheduled for Sunday night in Los Angeles, have also been postponed. This plea for blood donations in New York City has reached what some are calling critical mass now. There are blood donation centers set up across Manhattan and other boroughs of the city as well, as emergency workers continue to try to pull survivors, for whatever number of them there are, from the scene which you're seeing on your screen right now. So many people running for cover. The lens of that covered in dust as the largest building in the city of New York came crumbling to its knees as thousands of people waited around that building. There was chaos around this building at the moment. The police department of Manhattan, the fire department there, this had just happened. A jet had plowed into the World Trade Center. By the thousands they were piling out of there. People were jumping out of the windows from 30 stories up. People were screaming, running away to radio reporters saying, I just saw people jumping from 30, 40 stories in the sky. And all of a sudden, as the police and fire departments work to maintain control, after this has happened, the tower collapsed, and all of those rescue personnel and people trying to flee this scene were left underneath all of that rubble. The carnage in Manhattan has just begun. The rescue effort is well underway, and we have multiple reports of people coming from their apartment buildings, having just seen what you're witnessing right now, one of the two towers of the World Trade Center collapsing in lower Manhattan, and residents of this city going out and taking the shirts off their back, applying tourniquets to people's arms, and trying to save as many people as possible. A congressman who was inside the Washington, D.C. police today emerged from that police department and told one of our correspondents that the very early death toll in Manhattan was expected to be around 10,000. John.
Shepard, we have more information coming in. Just to make it clear to all of our viewers who are watching right now, although the scenes you may be seeing on your television are chaotic, it's important to remember there is a government plan in place that has been enacted. It's called the Federal Response Plan. It's been put in place by 28 federal agencies. FEMA involved. It's all led by the Department of Justice. They're involved in crisis management. The FBI is involved in leading the investigation. The plan has been practiced over and over. It's being put in place today. Also, a reminder that as they are asking for blood shortages in New York City, or they're asking for blood donations in New York City with shortages in New York and in Washington, D.C., the U.S. military is on the highest alert both in the United States and around the world. A warship and the National Guard have been dispatched to New York to help with the rescues. We go now to senior correspondent Rita Cosby. She has more information on what the FAA has put in place, a full national ground stop, the first time ever in U.S. history. Rita.
That's right. That ground stop went in place about 9 a.m. Eastern time several hours ago. And some good news from the FAA. They said that they had about 40 to 50 domestic flights that were in the air. And as of about 5 minutes ago, they all had landed. As of 5 minutes ago, they have all landed now, about 40 or 50 domestic flights. These are all the domestic flights that were in the air. Of course, because of that ground stop, Linda, they were ordered to return to their destinations immediately. They are awaiting the arrival. There's a minimal number, we're told, of international flights that are still en route to the West Coast. They are going to be landing at several different times in the next few hours. But we are told from an FAA official that all of those planes are accounted for. In other words, there are no indications of any problems at this point on any of those flights, and there are just a minimal number of those. In addition to that, we are told from a number of U.S. officials are telling Fox News that there are, quote, strong indications that people linked to Osama bin Laden and also his group, the Al-Qaeda group, which is his group that he organizes out of Afghanistan, that they are strong indications that people linked to him and his group are possibly behind this. They say that for a number of reasons. They say that they have the training in place, they have the capabilities in place, the resources in place. Also, an intelligence official telling me that they do have information that bin Laden is in Afghanistan and that there was some movement of his troops in recent weeks, in the last week and a half specifically. They're also looking at the possible connection that in the last few days there is a Northern Alliance figure in Afghanistan who was fighting against the Taliban and was very much against Osama bin Laden, and he had been assassinated in recent days. And soon after that, bin Laden's followers put out a word saying that we're going to attack all enemies of bin Laden. In addition to this, on June 20th of this year, bin Laden and his followers released a videotape in which bin Laden was saying, quote, "It is time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts the most." In this, there was no specific warning of an attack, and again, intelligence sources are telling me that they had no idea that this attack was going to happen, but they were certainly getting some hints that there may be something on U.S. soil based on this message that he put out just June 20th of this year. And also, they said on some of the Islamic chat rooms, there's been a heightened amount of activity. There's always been sort of continual threats against the U.S. on these chat rooms, but a heightened amount of activity, particularly in the last week and a half. And U.S. officials are strongly looking at the possibility of bin Laden and also his group, al-Qaeda, being behind this. The other thing they point out that it was just about a year or so ago, and I remember this when I was covering all the millennium attacks, the possible millennium attacks that were basically thwarted all over the world, that one of the things that they were looking at was Osama bin Laden with an Algerian group, and remember he has tentacles all over the world, that they were planning to hijack a number of planes. That was over a year ago, right around the time of the millennium. And that plan was thwarted in addition to a number of other things. So they learned at that point that the possibility of hijacking planes was something that they were looking at. They also said that there was information, some intelligence information, that he was training individuals for suicide bombings. As we know from the USS Cole, of course, a number of Yemenis have been tried in that case. The trials are still going on at this point. But some of them are believed to have ties to Osama bin Laden, and intelligence officials tell me privately that they believe he was behind that attack. That was where somebody pulled up in a boat and a bomb went off, a suicide bomber in a boat. But they strongly believe that he has the intelligence, the capabilities, and we know from a number of people who were involved in the East Africa bombings, the embassy trial in New York, which took place not too long ago, that many of those were pilots. So he certainly had the capabilities, the finances, and intelligence officials, one senior official telling me just a few moments ago, strong indications that this attack could be possibly linked to him and his group. Back to you.
Rita Cosby in Washington, thank you. Let's go to our Molly Falconer, who is in outside one of the hospitals in Manhattan where the dead and wounded have been taken. Molly?
John, this has been a hospital under siege all morning as the dead and wounded have been brought here to St. Vincent's Hospital in downtown Manhattan. We're calling for blood and for extra supplies, and I'm here with the city controller of New York, Alan Hevesy, who is saying that there are hundreds of firefighters and policemen who are still not accounted for down at the Twin Towers. What can you tell us about that?
Well, what I've been told by police officials is that when the first plane hit the first tower, the emergency services, EMS, the firefighters, and the police officers rushed to the scene. Yeah. Then the second plane hit and caused enormous damage, and then the tower collapsed. And there are a number that are not accounted for. They may be all right for all we know, but we're very worried.
And you said one thing coming down here, you are running for office here in New York City, and that election being held today, very symbolic that we've had this attack today, has been postponed, and you are just about to release a statement along with your fellow running mates and competitors about that. What can you give us a preview of that statement?
Well, what we said was we're here to stand in support of the families who are mourning the dead and the huge number of people who are injured in this catastrophe, and that this is not a time for politics, and we fully support the decision to cancel this election.
Two questions. Is 10,000 a realistic number? And there is an emergency bunker, a secret one, inside the World Trade Center. Have you heard any word from that?
Well, we haven't heard anything from the command center. That's which is the headquarters for our emergency services. Again, that doesn't mean that they're not okay, but we haven't heard. Okay. But secondly, there are 50,000 people who work in the World Trade Center. This was at 8:45 in the morning. There are another tens of thousands of people who move through the World Trade Center with the subway or the train or eat in the restaurant. So that number could be plausible. We don't know.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. City Controller Alan Hevesy. And we have a press conference here at the hospital slated for 3 o'clock today. They cannot estimate the number of dead and wounded. Back to you, Linda.
All right, Molly Falconer, thank you very much. Just to give you some more information, more than 10,000 rescue personnel have been sent rushing to Lower Manhattan. That is the area where the World Trade Center was located until this morning. There is a shortage of blood. 2 warships and the National Guard have been dispatched to the area to help with the rescue operations. Some of the wounded not only filling up the New York City hospitals, but hospitals across the river into New Jersey. They're just taking people basically wherever they can find room at this point. Once again, we want to take it back to correspondent Rick Leventhal, who has been there on the ground near the World Trade Center, getting people's reaction as they were fleeing from the collapsing buildings. Rick?
And Linda, we just spoke to a couple firefighters who were walking by. They were not eager to stop and talk because they're still trying to figure out if their friends made it. A lot of firefighters responding to the initial explosion, the initial crash of the jets into the towers, and then to the collapse of the first building. A lot of firefighters and other emergency personnel on the ground near the buildings, and there's fear that many of them may have been lost in the collapse of the two towers. So firefighters on scene here, not just trying to get the fire out, there's still a fire burning at what's left of the two twin World Trade Center towers, but they're also trying to figure out if their friends are still alive, their fellow firefighters. The only vehicles on the street at this point are police vehicles, ambulances, and fire trucks, occasional construction vehicles going by, but the Lower Manhattan in the several blocks surrounding the World Trade Center is virtually shut down. It is a major scene here. Police and fire officials everywhere, but their main focus now is to get that fire out and to hopefully find possibly some survivors in the rubble. There were a lot of people on the ground near those buildings when they came crashing down. We were among them. We were a few blocks away, and even a few blocks away, the clouds of smoke and debris coming from the collapse of this 110-story building was huge. It enveloped these blocks, covered people from head to toe with soot and concrete ash. Many of them now just wandering out of here. I talked to a guy who worked a couple of blocks away from the scene. He was able to get into an office nearby and stayed there for most of the morning, and just now is getting out of here. So a lot of people took refuge after this happened, but many more were not able to do that because they were caught up in the collapse of that building. Linda.
Rick Leventhal joining us live from Lower Manhattan. Rick, thanks very much.
All right, continuing to look now at the situation in Lower Manhattan where the Twin Towers once stood. These are live pictures. You saw moments ago the replay of the collapse of those two really symbols of American finance and business. The World Trade Center gone today after these terrorist attacks, an attack that President Bush says we will respond to.
We take it now down to Washington. Tony Snow getting more reaction from lawmakers evacuated, obviously, from the Capitol, but now starting to figure out and coordinate their plan of response. Tony?
Linda, thanks. Yes, we're joined from elsewhere in our Washington studios by Senator John Breaux, Louisiana Democrat. Senator Breaux, first, were you in the Capitol at the time of the evacuation today? Senator Breaux, it's Tony Snow. Can you hear me? Well, I'll tell you what, Linda, I think let me just give a couple of little additional items of information. We're going to try to establish our audio contact with Senator Breaux. Let's try once again. Senator Breaux, Tony Snow, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Tony. Great,
thank you. Were you in the Capitol at the time of the evacuation this morning?
Actually, we were, Tony. We were having a Democratic leadership meeting with Tom Daschle and all of the leadership team when we had the television on. We were watching what was happening with the Twin Towers in New York, and all of a sudden we could see the smoke coming from the direction of the Pentagon, and were informed that the Capitol was immediately being evacuated.
We've heard some rumors that there may also have been a close overflight of the Capitol. Do you know anything about that?
Tony, when we left the Capitol, we were all just getting out as fast as we could, and we looked like there was a plane that was flying in an unusual area around the Capitol, but I think no one knew whether that was a plane that was trying to do damage, or probably it might have been one of our own planes just surveying the area to make sure things were safe.
Senator, would you like to see Congress reassemble tomorrow? There's been some talk of having a meeting of Congress, A, to demonstrate determination to move on, but B, also to consider a declaration of war.
Well, one of the problems is who do you declare war against? I think that obviously, everyone, Republican, Democrat, Independent alike, is very determined to get to the bottom of this at the same time while we're worried about victims and their families and the rescue mission that is on the way. But I think you're going to see a very strong bipartisan agreement that we have to pursue all possible actions against the responsible parties. It's the difficult job right now, unlike some of the 7th, 1941 in Pearl Harbor. We knew who the responsible party was then. I think there's still a great degree of uncertainty as to who those parties are today. We want to strike back. The question is, who do we strike back at?
Senator, also, there's been a lot of debate about budgets and surpluses. All they going to be set aside right now, and people, at least in the Capitol in the short run, focusing on national defense and security?
Tony, I think you're going to see the country coming together, the political leaders in both parties coming together like we haven't seen in a long time. One thing America does in a time of crisis is to stand together, to work together, to look for solutions to these very serious problems. I think you're going to see a lot less bickering and trying to unite to find out who caused this and take every action humanly possible to see to it that it never happens again.
Senator, if you could stand by. We're joined on the phone now by Sandy Berger, who was the National Security Advisor from President Clinton and is well versed in especially the ways of Osama bin Laden. Mr. Berger, first, your reaction. Does this at least have the feel to you of an Osama bin Laden operation?
Well, it's a massive and coordinated attack on the United States of a kind that we have not seen before. A major escalation of a terrorist assault on the United States. It's a sophisticated operation that obviously involved dozens of people in the United States. Penetrating the United States, I think we've got to be careful not to leap to conclusions, but certainly bin Laden and Al-Qaeda would be a suspect.
Would it be your sense or expectations that it would be likely that there would be more attacks? Or is there any way to figure that out at this juncture?
I think we're in uncharted waters, Tony, and we've not seen anything like this before. An attack on the in the United States of this magnitude, involving suicide bombers, involving commercial aircraft. This is again a major escalation. We have to be. America, I believe we will know who is responsible for this sooner rather than later. There are enough pieces to this that we will put them together, I think, before long, and the response here has to be strong and sustained. It has to be in coordination with our allies. This is not just an attack on the United States. It's an attack on the civilized world, and there's no single action here that will be sufficient. This will require, I think, a comprehensive and sustained effort to root out what is obviously a very sophisticated operation.
Mr. Berger, earlier Senator Breaux mentioned the fact that at this point it's hard to declare war because we don't know upon whom we should declare war. You've been through this before. You've seen terrorist attacks on American assets. You seem fairly confident this time that we're going to be able to figure out who did it. What pieces of information are there that would lead us to draw that conclusion?
Well, I mean, this involved dozens of people. Tony, and an operation that's presumably been planned over months. A coordinated attack on multiple sites involving American aircraft hijacked from American airports. This is not a single act where someone can get in a getaway car and speed off. So I believe the combination of the forensic FBI investigation as well as the intelligence side of this will in not too distant future have a pretty good bead on where what the source of this is.
Sandy Berger, former National Security Advisor for President Clinton, Senator John Breaux, thanks both for joining us. Now let's toss it back to our colleagues in New York.
All right, Tony Snow in Washington, thank you. We are trying to keep an eye not only on the situation at the Pentagon, but also in lower Manhattan. The pictures you're seeing now came around 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time when the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, the symbol of American capitalism to many, came tumbling down one after the other. This after they were struck by two hijacked planes. Our Julia Raleigh, a Fox News producer, is on the phone with us now from lower Manhattan. Julia, do they have a handle on the situation there yet?
There's a lot of people who are standing around, John, who are kind of watching what's going on. There are people trying to fight the fires, but we're standing here just looking at flames and smoke billowing everywhere. The wind will start to blow, and the dust, it's about 6 inches thick where we're standing, will just start to swirl up in these dust devil type storms and blow everything everywhere and around. From right where I'm standing, it doesn't look like it.
The buildings that you're talking about are not just the remnants of the Trade Center itself. You're talking about other buildings nearby.
So the other towers of the World Trade Center. So Tower 1 and 2 are gone.
And it appears, for the moment, so is our connection with Julia Raleigh, our field producer, reporting live from Lower Manhattan. Yes, the World Trade Center, once the world's tallest building, certainly the tallest in Manhattan, crumbled today. There is very little of it left except a pile of rubble. And as you can imagine, all right, we have now a link with Mayor Giuliani, the mayor of New York City. Let's listen in.
That we're all undergoing right now is something that we've had nightmares about, but probably thought wouldn't happen. My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious act of terrorism, acts of terrorism. And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Patagi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now, we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately, and I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
There are large numbers.
I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way.
All right, it appears that for the moment we have lost our link to Rudy Giuliani. You're looking at live pictures of American fighter jets, U.S. fighter jets patrolling the skies over Manhattan now. This after the nation's air traffic control system is in a total lockdown. No planes are flying over this great nation of ours right now, thanks to the actions of some terrorists and hijackers who commandeered the cockpits of 4 airplanes today and used them as flying bombs to take the lives of American people. Let's listen in. Well, we are trying to reestablish our audio link to this news conference involving the governor of New York there, George Pataki, on the left, and Mayor Rudy Giuliani of New York City on the right, the soon-to-be outgoing mayor. Today was supposed to be an election day, at least a primary runoff day in Manhattan for those who would succeed the mayor. That has been canceled. Major League Baseball has canceled all games for tonight across the country. Games to be played this weekend by the NFL and other sporting venues still up in the air. The Professional Golf Association has canceled some of its upcoming meets. So this nation is going to be reeling for some time to come. But as the mayor said, it's a time for all of us to be together, to unite, and to try to fight this evil and this cowardice that has inflicted this kind of pain and damage on American citizens.
All national monuments have been closed down in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere. The borders between the United States and Canada, also the U.S. and Mexico, have been shut down. All employees at the nuclear laboratories in New Mexico, they too have been sent home. It's a coordinated response plan led by the Department of Justice. It's been practiced before. It is in place. We go now to Tony Snow in Washington with new information. Tony?
Thanks. Our Jim Angle is reporting that one of the reasons we don't know the whereabouts of the president is nobody has decided where he is going to end his day. There is a dispute going on at this moment between the Secret Service and the president's political advisors. The Secret Service wants the president to go to the NORAD facility out in the west, that is, of course, as you know, in the mountains, completely secure, completely invulnerable to any kind of attack. On the other hand, political advisors saying that it would make the president look like, quote, a weenie, have urged that he return to Washington, get back to the White House, possibly address the nation from the White House, and try to conduct business from there. The Secret Service counters that it doesn't matter that the president is back at the White House. They cannot absolutely guarantee security if a plane takes off from someplace other than the United States and heads toward our shores. We're going to have no choice but to blow it out of the air. So that's the debate that is going on. In addition, just to give you another sense of what has been going on at the Pentagon, the death toll there may be much lower. In fact, there may not be a death toll. The casualty toll there may be much lower than originally feared, for the simple reason that the part of the Pentagon that was struck today by an airliner was in fact undergoing renovation, and as a consequence not all the offices there were occupied. Our James Rosen earlier had passed on a report, interestingly enough, that a couple of the offices in that portion of the Pentagon, portions that were struck, were offices that trying to deal with counterterrorism. One is called the Office of Homeland Defense. It's a newly created office that was slated to get a big budget increase, even though Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has been talking about reducing expenditures. And also there was an office for special operations and low-intensity conflict. That is shorthand again for dealing with small wars with terrorists around the world. And that's the latest from Washington. Back to New York.
Tony Snow in Washington. Tony, thank you. With more information coming in about the disaster response in New York City, we take you back to New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and New York Governor George Pataki in the midst of their news conference. Let's listen.
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets over Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to this.
Mr. Mayor, there were reports of a gas explosion related to this. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution
about where these aircraft came from? There was a report they may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to rule. Yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, what about security for the rest of the city? Do you think there should be any retaliation on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, in New York, Washington, other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is just compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war?
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts, certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this has happened?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions. And we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinauer, please. Just a housekeeping. Can you please tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer, can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subway, and the schools, the courts?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released. I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs, and can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway is doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan. And throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers have they come in, or like
all NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now, and we're going to need all of them. And again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they get information?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
Have there been any reports of looting or anything like that? Any lawlessness?
There have been no reports of lawlessness, no reports of looting. As I said, we saw a lot of people that were part of the escape effort, and they seem to be conducting themselves in a very, very sensible way, a very deliberate way. They seem to be helping each other. So I don't think we have any reports like that at all.
So the only National Guard we'll see will be in Lower Manhattan, in the bomb site area. They won't be patrolling the rest of Manhattan.
No, the purpose of it is to help with the relief effort. We're going to need the help of the state, the surrounding areas with heavy-duty equipment.
When will they be arriving?
National Guard troops, some have arrived already, and we expect to have up to close to 2,000 between the National Guard and the state police by later this evening.
Mayor Bridges tunnels will have to stay closed indefinitely?
I think everything is closed for now, and then maybe in about an hour or two we can give you an update on what the plan will be for tomorrow.
We saw a lot of lightly injured people walking out of the area because obviously the emergency services were needed for the very seriously injured. People covered with dust. Some people had difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice to give to people who were caught in this thing, who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life, but
I think well, obviously, if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many people were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, it was business had already started. It was right before 9 o'clock. I don't know.
Tens of thousands?
Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's a guess.
How long will the city remain on a heightened state of alert?
Until we're told not to. I mean, until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we shouldn't. Right now, the city is should be on a state of alert. Now, instead of frightening people, that should make people feel more confident that everything is being done to keep things secure. And again, let me emphasize that the reason for the National Guard, because I heard the question before, is to help with the relief effort, not because there's any fear of any other problems in the city right now.
How is the
Mr.
Port
Mayor, can you tell us about the other public buildings, City Hall, One Police Plaza? When will it be safe for you to return?
I don't know yet. Hopefully soon, but I don't know the answer to that.
And we heard reports that One Police Plaza was evacuated. Was that true?
No, the command center is open.
And it was never.
We have people in the command center right now.
Mr. Mayor, there have also been reports of large loss of life among the police and firemen who were sent there to rescue people. How accurate are those reports?
There is no question that we lost police officers and firefighters, and some that I know personally, and all of us here know personally, that we're very worried about. And we're not going to know the answer to that until much later. And maybe we should just close now and give you a briefing later. And I would just ask everyone, I talked to Cardinal Egan before because he's at St. Vincent's Hospital. Everybody should in their own way say a prayer and ask God for help and for assistance, and also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. And I want the people of New York to be an example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world that terrorism can't stop us. American democracy is much stronger than vicious, cowardly terrorists, and we're going to overcome this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so the latest word from the mayor of New York and the governor of New York, George Pataki, and also Rudy Giuliani, the mayor. They're talking about the latest in this horrific terror strike in Manhattan, the World Trade Center obliterated by 2 hijacked airplanes. There you're looking at the Pentagon, where another hijacked airplane slammed into the outer south wall. The Pentagon fire coming at least under some amount of control now. At least you can see the building, although there is still fire burning on at least one of the inner rings of the Pentagon now. But that outer ring appears to, they appear to have gotten the fire under control, at least on the outer ring. The Pentagon is saying that the good news there is that that part of the building was undergoing renovation recently, and at this point had not been substantially reoccupied. So the plane slammed into a part of the building that was largely not being used. You cannot say that, though, for the situation in New York, where things were just getting underway at the World Trade Center, the largest office building in Manhattan. The Twin Towers, 110 stories, have both fallen after two hijacked jetliners were flown into them, flying bombs that brought those buildings down. Our Jim Angle is in Washington and has a late reaction from there. Jim?
Hello, John. Well, what we have to report from here is about the president. Now, you know the president left his location in Florida, wound up giving a short videotaped speech from Louisiana. The problem here is that his political advisors would like him to return to Washington and take control in order to tamp down any sense of panic among the public. But the Secret Service does not want the president to return to Washington because they fear they cannot guarantee his safety. Now, the Secret Service would prefer the president to go to NORAD, which is in Colorado. It's a mountain that has I'm sorry, the word just in is that the president has landed at an Air Force base in Nebraska. Now, the president is flying around the country while his advisors argue with the Secret Service over whether or not it's safe to return to Washington. Now, obviously, he will land at safe locations, Air Force bases, to refuel and to figure out where things are. The president can do everything he needs to do from Air Force One, but the fact is his political advisors would like him to return to Washington because they want the president to be able to take charge in an obvious way to eliminate any feelings of panic among the public, and for political reasons so that he looks in charge. The Secret Service says, look, we cannot guarantee the president's safety if he were in the White House and an airplane, a hijacked airplane like those that hit the World Trade Center and hit the Pentagon, were to crash into the White House. We cannot guarantee the president's safety. They want him to go to NORAD headquarters, which, as I was beginning to explain a moment ago, is a mountaintop in which, in the middle of which is built a secure area that is protected by metal doors several feet thick and was intended to be a place for officials to go, and is housed now houses a number of military installations. It was intended as a place for the president and officials to go in the case of nuclear war. It would clearly be safe from hijacked airplanes. That is where the Secret Service would like to take the president. His political advisors say, no, it is more important for the president to appear to be in charge, to make sure that the public is reassured that everything is okay, and that they do whatever they can to keep any sort of panic from happening in the public. Now, meantime, the White House staff itself has been evacuated. They are dispersed around the region, I am told, and continuing to work by phone and email. And some reporters are being taken to an undisclosed location where they are to be given a briefing by an undisclosed official. So, as you can see, there are great concerns about going back to the White House, either for the president or for his staff. John?
All right, Jim Angle reporting from Washington. Thank you. Yeah, that NORAD facility in Colorado Springs is quite literally a mountain that has been hollowed out inside. Yes, perhaps the safest place for the president to go in a situation like this, but you can see why his political advisors, Linda, want to make sure that the president is seen front and center, not giving in to the terrorists who, after all, want to terrify America. We are continuing to keep an eye. This is the situation that you saw earlier at the Pentagon. A number of injuries there after a hijacked jetliner slammed into the outer wall. They have the fire, at least on the outer ring of the Pentagon, fairly well under control now, but fires continue to burn on the inner ring or rings of the Pentagon. It's not yet clear how fully involved those inner rings are at this point.
Clarifying once again that the president is at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska right now. There are armed guards patrolling the White House, outside the White House. As you know, the Capitol has been totally evacuated. It was earlier this morning that armed guards, actually the Capitol Police, actually physically went into the Capitol and grabbed leaders of Congress to remove them, to take them to a place of safety. So as it stands, government leaders are all in safe places as of this hour.
It is 3 o'clock in the East. It is noon in the Pacific time zone, and America has been under attack this day, the 11th of September, 2001. A smoke cloud continues to billow from south of Manhattan, where you can see what happened shortly after 9 this morning. The second of 2 hijacked airplanes plowed into the side of the World Trade Center building you see there. The earlier tower already had been hit by another hijacked airplane. We understand that those planes from United and American Airlines. This is the collapse of the second tower that was hit. It was the first one to collapse, perhaps because the structural damage there was so much more severe and so much lower down. But the first of the towers collapsed around 10 o'clock this morning. Not long after that, within 30 minutes or so, the second tower collapsed under its own weight. The structural damage too much for those steel columns to bear. Now, on a normal day, 50,000 people would be working in the World Trade Center. Perhaps as many as 10,000 more might be visiting or doing business there. We don't yet know how many of those people were able to escape before this conflagration rained down on them. Again, taking you just south of New York, this is the Pentagon. About 9:45 this morning, about 30 minutes after the second attack in New York, a hijacked jetliner smashed into the south wall of the Pentagon, blowing a 100 to 150-foot hole into the side of the building and setting a fire that continues to burn at this hour. Now, all government buildings largely have been evacuated in Washington as a result, as a security precaution. The president, who had been scheduled to make an address in Florida, was hustled out of there, put aboard Air Force One, and flown to a secure site, Shreveport, Louisiana. He made a brief statement there, then got back in the air, and at last report was on the ground at an Air Force base in Nebraska. We are looking now live at these pictures from southern Manhattan, where you should be on a normal day. You would be seeing the World Trade Center standing tall and proud above all of those buildings gathered there at the tip of Manhattan. Instead, all you see is that ugly brown cloud of soot, smoke, and dust that is still emanating from the rubble left behind after this horrific day in America.
In certain major cities, New York and Washington, D.C. in particular, you may see fighter jets patrolling the skies. They've been scrambled to protect those who were not already hurt in these devastating accidents. Let us make clear what we have going on is the situation at the FAA. There is a national ground stop put in place. This means all flights are completely grounded. The soonest it might be lifted is sometime around noon tomorrow. For the meantime, the FAA is trying to track some 10 to 12 international flights that were some bound for like Honolulu and other places. Those are still being tracked. There were some 40 to 50 domestic flights that were already in the air at the time of these terrorist attacks. They have all been safely grounded. They've all been accounted for. However, we do have 4 flights that have been lost. American Airlines Flight 77, bound from Dulles to Los Angeles, 77 passengers, 6 crew members lost. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, 81 passengers and 11 crew lost. United Airlines from Newark to San Francisco, Flight 93, 38 passengers and 7 crew lost. Also, United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles, 56 passengers and 9 crew lost. We go now to Shepard Smith, who has more information to bring in. Shepard?
Linda, I'm outside the Fox News studios here on the corner of 47th and 6th Avenues in Midtown Manhattan. As all of this happened in the morning, there is at least one bit of good news out of it all, and that is that it took so long for the second tower to be struck and then so long for them to fall. as a result, a lot of people were able to get out of the area and get away. Many of them headed toward Midtown Manhattan. The mayor of New York City and the governor announcing just a short time ago that much of transportation had returned to normal. But those of you who are familiar with Manhattan know that the lettered subway lines, he said, are working. The lettered lines and oftentimes work their way through the city and then out to the outer boroughs. The numbered lines are not working, we can presume, from what the mayor has just said. That would be the 1, 2, 3, and 9 line, which take you from World Trade Center all the way up the west side of Manhattan into the northern borough. And on the east side of Manhattan, the old IRT, the 4 and 5 express trains and the 6 train, which take literally millions of people up the east side of Manhattan, all closed as well, it's our understanding. So a lot of people have stopped on the Fox News Corner of the World to watch today, trying to figure out where it takes them next. A lot of these folks won't be able to make it home. The bridge and tunnel crossings are still out. And suffice it to say, with 50,000 people who work in that building, another 10,000 who are probably doing business in there, well, let's just put it this way. When the TWA flight fell out of the sky off Long Island shores, it seemed everyone in this city knew somebody who was involved in some way. And now we're talking about potentially 60,000 who may have been in that building. So many Manhattanites have a lot of grieving to do in the days to come. Where will you go tonight? Have you thought about how this is going to affect your personal life?
I'm just going to take it a minute at a time. Not really sure.
Where were you when it happened?
I was across the street, actually.
Across the street from World Trade?
Yes.
Describe it for me.
It's just pandemonium. It's scary.
Did you stay there, and once the structure collapsed, were you still there?
Yes, I helped 2 people cross the street, and we were all escorted away once it happened.
It's my understanding from talking to some of our correspondents and some of my friends actually who were down there at the time that one of the amazing things to see was this group of people who lived and worked in other buildings who weren't affected, who were running out, taking off their clothes and making tourniquets and cleaning people off and calming people down, that it was really a remarkable sight. Did you witness that sort of thing?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. People were helping everyone, and I escorted 2 women from one side of the road to the other as the paramedics were arriving, and there was a lot of hurt people and a lot of panic.
Having covered so many tragedies in this country, from the Oklahoma City bombing to hurricanes and others, there's a cycle that we as people go through. There's this initial shock, and there's hurt, and there's fear, and there's wonder, and there's trying to figure out who to blame and where to put your feelings. That all transitions when the pictures of people dancing in the streets overseas are shown on television, and people become angry. Have you thought about how difficult it may become to keep this place from getting really weird? You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, but I really haven't stopped to think about that aspect of it.
Certainly, it's a day that all of our lives have changed. To stand on the roof of this building and look south and not see those 2 towers there, realize how many people were in there at the time and all that is going on at this minute. That building is still in flames. What microwave trucks and satellite trucks were up close enough to show you at the bottom were no longer accessible once the tower came tumbling down. There are no live pictures out of that area. But there's an enormous evacuation and rescue effort that's underway. People by the thousands not able to get to hospitals. Triage is set up at different locations. The United States military has sent in 2 aircraft carriers to launch and come into the Port of New York and help with triage and rehabilitation of this area. The National Guard coming in. Right now, every single man and woman who is with the New York City Police Department and Fire Department is on duty. A man and a woman cannot work 24 hours a day indefinitely, so the federal government sending in reinforcements to help pick New York City up inch by inch. A long and difficult day and night ahead, Linda and John, and the hope is that people will just remain calm and help a neighbor.
All right. Shepard Smith, thanks very much. Shepard Smith outside our building here at the corner of 47th and 6th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. Again, you're looking at pictures from earlier downtown after this